Rimworld. And we are still playing 1.2, which... Oh, I need to go out of development mode before I do anything else. But yeah, we're still playing 1.2, which 1.3 is now the official... Why does it say... Oh, okay, it's just a name change. I was just about to say, because I already loaded the game. All the mods. But yeah, 1.3 is now the new standard, which meant that I had to opt in for 1.2 so that I make sure that as little as possible will break. And it also means that we won't be playing with the new Ideology DLC. I have it. I bought it. Haven't had the time to play it yet, but I'm sure I'll get around to it eventually. However, this colony won't survive a 1.3 update, I don't think. And even then, adding Ideology on top of everything else would probably be a bad move, because it kind of starts right as you create your colony. So it would be a bit of a weird situation trying to ham-fist that into a colony that's already well established and everything. So that's why I decided to not do that until we do our next colony. And the next main colony is going to be a Rimworld of Magic one, or that's the intention at least, a medieval staged maxed magic themed run with as many crazy mods and races and everything that you're used to, just magic and limited to medieval and lower technology. I've already been looking into mods to make that happen, but with 1.3 we might have to make a few adjustments here and there, but that will come in time. And the tags are still not correct. Okay, I'm just checking up on the stream on Twitch while the game loads, so let's just get those added in there again. Interestingly enough, it did the right title this time, which is so weird. I even waited until the game had loaded before we started today, and still some of the things are just not updating correctly. Okay, I can close all this. So let's see here. Close that. No need to have Steam open either. No Discord, no this random folder. Good. So we're still working on this spaceship. That's what we did last week. And we've gotten a pretty decent way there in order to get to space. Now I've already done a quick test to see if it would actually allow us to go into space, and that seems to be working. It didn't crash the game or anything when I tried, at least. So, but this colony is still running a bit on live support because of all the 1.3 updates happening. So I have no idea if everything is gonna keep functioning, and barely functioning. Because we still have these not micro stutters. Well, it also seems like we've got a little bit of that today, but we also do have like some fairly infrequent like just straight up game pausing moments for some apparent reason. But the ship is functional. We are capable of going into space with this sucker. The only problem is that even with as big a ship as this, we might have issues surviving in space at the current point in time, because we don't have many growing plots. I mean, we have a few here, and we have a few here, but I think that's pretty much it. Because we have so many items like I've tried condensing the storage into like a more confined space than what we have in the main base. So this is literally all of our items that are being put into this little space, more or less. And then all our weapons are down in this these two hallways. We do have a kitchen area, a dining area, sorry. We did make like a kitchen slash hospital combo because Terral styles, and we didn't need all the fancy appliances that are still waiting to be moved in here. This one actually, oh, this one can only be deconstructed, okay. But yeah, my decision is to rip up all these things that we can move into storage and then just have them there. And then, you know, only essentially have bare minimum, which are 2 cooking stations for making food. And further to survive, we also have some venometric food processors, which just create survival meals out of electricity, essentially. Which electricity we should be fine. My main concern is that currently we only have these 2 fission reactors, which, though very powerful in terms of power generation, 10,000 I think it is, right? Oh yeah, it doesn't say on this one, either in this one. I think it's 10,000 watts. For reference though, this hexagel core reactor that we're currently actively using produces 25,000, which means that that one reactor produces more power than these 2 combined. And because we're so cramped up into this corner of our map here, because it's literally just been stretched along this edge here, well, because of this, we've pretty much run out of space on where to put things. So I'm not entirely sure on how things are gonna go. We don't have room for everyone, technically speaking. Now we can move the ship into space and continue building into space, which means that we will have 2 colonies running for a while, and that might end up being what we have to do. Currently my main goal for this, progress wise, is that we need to get everything moved on the ship that we can. Everything that you would consider annoying to haul on board has to be moved onto the ship, because that way when we at least set out into space, you know, we can still freight stuff back and forth using an SRTS thing, by landing on the ship. And that's what this empty area over in the right here is for, because the ship is supposed to be mirrored eventually, but right now we just needed space, just straight up space. Like even this area up here, I've put in like a queued up like placement of a lot of the crafting stations, and that's not a permanent solution, that's just a temporary fix until we can get everything sorted out. The storage is almost empty though. Oh jeez. So we have also slowly been moving the contents of this storage. Like you can see a bit of the aftermath of moving some of the steel skips and stuff around. But it's okay. We'll get there eventually, I'm certain of that. Something else that we're also doing is that I'm making these temporary smaller crafting stations where I can sort of queue up the builds that we have in the main base. But since, given how everything works, you know, maybe I should just uninstall these and then reinstall them later. That's probably what we're gonna do. Yeah, given how everything works, we kinda need to like somehow transfer stuff across, because these large production facility benches and stuff, you cannot minify them, so you can't just move them across, which leaves you with 2 options. Either you install a mod that allows you to export build setups for working, like workshop tables and that kind of stuff. And then you import them whenever you build the associated structure, which I can do that. I have a mod that allows that. I can't remember how it works though, but it is a possibility somewhere. But yeah, I can't remember even how to do that. Oh, I think it's this one down here, the export. So you export that, and then that allows you to import it at a later time. Now, though we can do that, it does leave us with one slight issue. And that is that if we don't have those crafting benches available on the ship, we just straight up can't make those things, right? So instead, I opt for having a backup crafting station that we can at least use in case we should end up needing it. So it's just a bit of redundancy for good measure's sake. Now, we've already moved the kitchen, as I said, over, and we also have the butchering tables moved across. The freezer is operational. We have utilized some steel crates this time around to do like large bulk storage of meat and meat types and vegetables, so that we have a bit of a representation through the food baskets on what we actually have. And then we have these for, like, you know, large quantity storage essentially. And I did change a little bit of some settings last time on my end, so that like these clothing racks, they can store more item stacks now, which I think I should really like, when I get around to it, I should really look through it a bit more carefully and tweak it more to my liking, because I'm fine with having like 40 stacks of clothing onto, like, you know, just 2 tiles if it improves the quality of the gameplay. You know, if it improves the performance in the game, so that we don't need a massive colony in order to even run the whole thing. I am all for that. And especially on the next colony, I want to try and make everything more condensed. Boo. Why are you booing, Prophet? And welcome to the chat. Do enlighten me. I guess we can just rip up these and just reinstall them later if we need to. Also got this random assembler that doesn't want to move. But why the boo? Or is it just like a trying to scare me kind of boo? I really hope this game freezing shenanigans is gonna stop when we get into space. Actually, can we like rip up some of these what do you even call it? Appliances and stuff? I think we can. We can just move like all of these bathroom articles and everything into the ship. Or just move some of them across just to reuse them, I suppose. I'm not entirely sure on how to handle all that stuff either. We also have the throne room, which we can technically just uproot the throne, but the problem is that without a functional royal chamber, our royal person here is probably gonna have some mood debuffs. What even happens in space if they become so unhappy that they want to leave? Are they just gonna go into space and exit off the side of the map somehow? So many questions. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff in here that like true dragon leather drapes. We definitely want to get all this stuff across. We have all our animals too, which, though we don't have that many, I have no idea on what we're gonna do with these guys. We can technically move them into these critter sleep caskets. But so this one is for 32 small animals in stasis. I assume a Driosaurus is considered small, because that's basically our chickens. However, I also assume that the aerofleets, being colossal aerofleets, are not considered small. They do also produce more blue gel, so we don't need to have as many of them, but I have a feeling they're not considered small. We should probably try making one of these. Try making one of these just to see how many things we can fit in it and which creatures. Bit unsure on where to put it though, because it's getting progressively more and more cramped in here. And space is getting pretty tight. Because we have this area again used for the SRTS. And as far as I know, it only needs like, you know, the minimum amount of space that an SRTS needs in order to land, so. And it won't do it right now, like allowed, because there's a roof over it, but I assume if we go into space, it might be fine. Otherwise, we can land it outside, and then that might be how it's supposed to work, but I have no clue. I was kind of hoping you could land them inside atmosphere so you wouldn't have to worry about a bunch of stuff. Because it's capable of going into space, but if it can't land through the ceiling, then you can only land them right outside the ship. Which we do have doors that will go straight out into space, airlocks. But that's another thing actually I don't know. Like here, for instance, down with the engines, if this door is like, does this door need to be closed in order to open the other ones without screwing up the entire like thing on the inside? And what happens to a room like this? Where if this door opens, does it create a vacuum and kill all the plants? So many like unknown things to me. And that's one thing that worries me a little bit, is the design of this this vessel, if it's not up to the design standards, because I've never built an SRTS SOS ship before. So I'm a little bit worried that even though having spent so much time and effort into trying to make this, that it's not gonna be functional enough, maybe. Like, are we gonna have enough energy generation because we have a lot of turrets? Granted, we can just designate power off on things that we don't want to have powered, but you know, optimally we shouldn't have to do that. So it was just a pre-shower comment. Okay, well, I hope you had a nice shower, Prophet. You're also the first one in here today, as far as I know, at least. Hope you're doing well. I know I'm doing much better now that the temperatures outside are a bit more humanly feasible, let's call it that. It's today 20 degrees C outside. I haven't closed my windows in literally weeks at this point, because it's been so freaking hot outside. Oh yeah, I also forget that we have these things, which the power cells here produce more power than one of the chip computer core. God damn it, one of these fission reactors. So this is what, a 5x5, I think. Yeah. No, wait. Yeah, 5x5. Okay. So 5x5, and they produce 10k. These produce 2.4 and are 2x2. So technically, if you fill up the same space with vatometric power cells as this fission reactor takes up, you would produce more power and not be using fuel. but that's perfectly fine. You can also put these in overdrive though, but that does increase the amount of heat that they generate, which is also the same reason why they're currently disabled, because since they're hooked up to the main base power grid and we've got these massive batteries, they would constantly be chugging along producing energy, which we are technically charging these batteries as well through like a mainline connection of down here, and on the walls and stuff there are like some places that it's connected. And this also makes it so that power from the base is going into the ship, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so we have these as well, the life support systems. They're supposed to generate like water and stuff. But my biggest worry is if we don't have enough food to feed the people, and we only have, with, you know, only have 22 cryptosleep caskets. So given that we have so many people in the colony, we can not house everyone on the ship at one time and have them even and have them be cryogenically frozen. We do have 11 bedrooms though, which is technically enough space for another 22 people, so half the colony could technically be in cryo sleep. But in order to go to different planets, we need to have a cryosleep pod, cryptosleep casket for everyone, including all the animals. So we will need to have some extensions, but you know, this isn't a lot of space occupied by that, so we can make some extensions along the ship some other places. Maybe like around here on either side, because we're gonna have this mirrored after all. And you know, we can have more bedrooms too. So, which is also going to be required because we want more people to be able to operate the ship at the same time. And we will have 12 hospital beds, all with the facilities they need, so it's not too terrible on that end. Oh. Okay, so that's the assembler. And this one over here was the mender. Where is it? This medical robot. But I do think I did make the menders, the assembler station. Yeah, here it is. Oh, maybe it's because I moved it while I forced it to do recharging. Yep, alright. So if I do that again, it should move the actual assembler bot over. Don't think we're ever gonna need this necessarily, but it can build things for us, so we have it, why not move it across? Other things that we will also have to move eventually, some of the last things, are all these turrets, because I'm not gonna leave all that stuff behind. At least not the things that we can move across. I know it's, some of these turrets are like, you know, stationary, but some of them are not. And I believe, yeah, all these energy shield generators can be moved over too, so might as well. But yeah, what to do about the throne room? Oh, actually, the idea could be to just put that guy into cryptosleep, then he won't complain at all. That's actually probably just what we're gonna do. That is probably what we're gonna do. How does that even work? Enter cryptosleep casket. Okay. So he just goes in and then it uses power, I assume, when someone's inside? For now though, we're still moving things across, so there's no point in testing any of that, because if he gets like prior sleep sickness, which I don't think he should, but assuming he does, yeah, that would be kind of pointless. Okay, let's copy these bills over though. This one. So now that those have been copied over, I can tear down the workstations We're good. If once the game allows me to. There's also the situation regarding recreation. Now I've moved the a bunch of the stuff that we have in our rec room over already, but I mean there's still some things here that might be a little bit harder to fit into place. We'll see what we can do. Okay, I'll install those. Technically all these chairs need to be moved across too. No way I'm leaving those behind. I have all these tool cabinets as well. And this one is just going to be deconstructed. And I think we're making a fabrication bench over here. Yeah, we already made one. Which means I can copy these bills across too now. Because this one, you can't like minify either, and I don't recall, I think there's like a smaller version of this. Which is called an assembly bench. But I believe this one can only craft like basic components, not more advanced things. I can't remember too clearly though. But yeah, we can turn that one into scrap. Do we need to have the Abyss Tech fabrication bench on the other ship? I don't think so. It would just be for making Abyss Steel. And what does it even take to make one of these? It takes Abyss Steel. Okay. There's the machining table. Can't remember if I made one of the smaller variants. It doesn't seem like it, right? Because this is a magnetic forge that's just been moved. So we will also need a machining table. That's the large one. Where is... There it is. We put this down. Yeah, let's just put it down here. Now this is technically growable soil, which... Which we also have a sun lamp covering most of it at the moment. Mostly just so that I can see if we can actually grow things inside. I just need someone who's assigned to growing to actually go and do a thing here. Okay. We have 7 sites, take a look. Also getting all the hexagel cores moved over. Okay, so it is growing. Growth rate 135%. Okay. How's it that high? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I tried putting down a sprinkler as well just to see if it would work on this soil, and indeed it does. So that way we can improve the fertility rate of these floor tiles, which are just like sort of soil. They do still decrease the movement speed though, but at least they don't, well, technically they do require power because you need the sun lamp and everything else, but you can move about on them at a bit, like a slightly faster rate, which these things you cannot move over. Like you can move over them, but you can't move over them quickly is what I mean. So if we were to fill this room up here with these artificial ecosystems, plants would grow faster, but harvesting them would also take longer when growing season is there. Or when they're grown, I mean. Granted, we could grow stuff that takes longer to grow and produces more yield so that you don't need to harvest them as often, and then the fertility rate should balance it out so that you get more in the other end. I'm not entirely sure though, but that is a possibility. But I didn't want to have some grass on board for our animals. My main concern are the dragons though. Because currently the only plan I have is for them to eat survival meals produced by the volumetric food processors. That is like the only feasible way I can see to feed them in space, because they're carnivores, and how do you get meat in space when no wild animals enter your area? And we're not exactly exactly keeping animals for their food, because that's just a performance hit that I don't felt necessary to take. So but looking at our current hydroponic setup and the size of it compared to what we have on the ship, and considering that this is barely not even enough, you know, it makes me a little bit worried. But yeah, you can see how slowly they move across these things, and that's just not just when they plant things, it's also, as you can tell, when they need to collect things. And if you need to have hallways in between all of them like we do in this room up here, that takes up a lot of space. Because the thing is, like, I could have put these up close right next to each other, but you know, then the inner tiles would be inaccessible, and they still move across them because sometimes I guess the AI considers that faster than not doing so. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. Okay, we'll leave that robot down there though. But I think I didn't notice, yeah, here we have a cleaner charging station, which I want to get moved onto the ship. Don't know quite where yet, but guess we're gonna have it in here. And yeah, even here, like in favor of saving space, I put them up like this, so you know, all these tiles in the back here are gonna be hard to access. It's just a Feralus clutch mother, nothing to worry about. There's just a bunch of diamond lying up there. I think it's because we mined away like a diamond meteorite or something. Just a little bit of light in there so that this workstation can function a bit more optimal. We will also be saying away to our church, unfortunately. There's not really much I can do about that. That does remind me though, how do you like do meditation spots on a ship? Because we can technically make like sarcophagi? What's the plural for sarcophagus anyway? Can technically move that onto the ship. I'm just completely... There it is. We do have a dragon shrine down here, which we can technically use for meditation. Because that's what we had up in the church here. What about all the floor mats? Are they still gonna be necessary? I mean, we can technically move them across. At least into the rooms and such. Because it would improve the cleaning rate. Because all the filth would get collected on these instead of being all over the place. Okay. Bestest ship module clash. No. Crash. Is it just gonna vaporize? I think it's just gonna vaporize on impact. Yep. Because it landed onto something. Yo man, lost interest in Rimworld ATM. Hey North Croc. Well, that does happen though. Welcome to the stream though. So why did you lose interest in Rimworld? Is it because of 1.3? Which would be very ironic considering it's new content and stuff. Haven't tried it yet, to be honest. I've played a lot prior. Okay. I mean, I'm looking forward to trying out the ideology thing. Burnout. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, if it's the only game you play for like hours on end, then Burnout might be probably the case. I mean, I only play this game twice a week at the current moment in time. And I'm streaming it, which makes it a little bit different of an experience, so... You know. Let's move these over, I think. So, I can imagine. What's the goal in this mod? In-game. I mean, we're technically in-game right now. The goal is to get this ship launched into space and see what SOS has to offer. That's kind of been the goal for like since the beginning, to slowly progress through the ages, if you will, because we started out as a tribal colony with no research and only a single pawn, so it's been like trying to get to this stage from nothing, basically. And then 1.3 was announced, and now I'm like itching to start the next colony, but also a little bit scared. But yeah, this entire thing on the right hand side here is a spaceship, actually. So we can go into space with this and save our ship has some in-game space related content that I don't know about. Why scare? What does 1.3 actually entail? Well, it's not so much what it entails that scares me, but what it doesn't, I guess, because I have so many mods on here, and it's a bit of a combination of both, I guess, because some of the mods that I've been using for this colony are now integrated straight up into Rimworld. Like in 1.3 you have you know, farmyard fences, which if you want the fences mod that I'm currently using to be compatible with that, you need a new version of this mod entirely. So I would have to look through all the mods in my list to see which ones have, like, you know, a completely new version being update that you need to switch to in order to make it compatible with things. Never really been in space, gotten to the end of the research stuff, but never really done it, like with SOS or in vanilla game, because those are two very different things. So I'll give you a chance to clarify exactly what you mean. Vanilla. Oh, okay. Well, in vanilla it's just an over-glorified win condition. It doesn't do anything really, like it actually just kills your colony, technically speaking. Since what happens when you launch the spaceship is that anyone that you put onto the spaceship in cryptosleep caskets will basically just despawn when it's launched into space, and the entire ship is obviously also just despawned. So it just gives you an end credit scene where it shows you all the people that died trying to get you there, as well as the name of everyone who survived and made it into space. So it's a bit of, you know, it's not really that special, to be honest. So I wouldn't worry about not getting it to experience it all that much. Yeah, I mean, it's like, you it's really difficult to achieve too if you don't know how to deal with your colony wealth. Because as soon as you build the spaceship and you're ready to go, you have to boot up the core reactor of the ship. Build your food storage first thing, get free sustenance and loads of crops to start usually. I mean, we couldn't do that in this colony. We didn't have freezers. We didn't even have cooling, so we were like in a bit of a more difficult situation. You can still survive though. Just need to go about it in a different way. We didn't even have pemmican either, so our food wouldn't last too long. So getting like huge food productions in the early game is not necessarily what you want. You try and make a death trap. L-shaped with spikes. Yeah, I hate those. I think they're way too cheesy. I tend to avoid using traps because I don't think they're interesting to me. So that's why we don't have a single trap, but we're still using cheesy tactics because the AI is so fucking dumb. Like, we normally keep this door open, which for some reason it actually isn't at the moment. But yeah, we normally keep this door open so that the enemy is... AI will automatically try and go inside past that door to, you know, destroy anything that's inside our walls. Because that way they leave everything on the outside boundary, you know, in peace. Well, building inside caves is only good until you realize that overhead mountain is what spawns the infestations. But yeah, the AI is not that intelligent in Rimworld. Like, if I were to close that door, then they would probably either try and go for that door, or they would just go for any door that allows them to go inside the base. The other things they might check for are if the areas they're trying to intrude upon are covered in turrets. Because that's kind of what the AI sees, I believe. But yeah, otherwise they will just try and go through that gate. And because there's like turrets upon turrets and people with guns and flamers and fucking ditches and everything here that impedes their movement. Like they even go through this grassy field, which slows them down. Like all that combined just makes it a highly defensible position. And we have energy shields, so it's not that hard. Yeah, I use a mod that allows you to remove overhead mountain. We only have a few buildings left that have overhead mountain because this used to be a mountain range. Like you can even see it on the floor, all that orange stuff. Down here that's jasperite, which is a rock type. All that used to be like mountainous area. So... Hey Shinohiva, welcome back. It's been a while since I've seen you in here, I think. Yeah, we've pretty much mined this whole place too. So, there's not really much left for us to do in this. Like, I was considering trying to build a factory up here, but then 1.3 came out and into like beta, and then I had to speed up what we were trying to aim for. But what was I saying again earlier? Because, let's see. Oh yeah, spaceship. So normally you build a small modular spaceship and it has a reactor core that you need to boot up. And when you initiate the booting sequence, it immediately starts attracting the attention of other other factions to come and raid you. Which means over, is it 30 days, I believe, you have to protect that ship reactor core from being destroyed. If you get the reactor, if the reactor is destroyed, then the booting sequence sort of like stops, and if you were to rebuild a new reactor, you'd have to start all over again. And sometimes it will result in one day where you'll have 2 to 3 raids happen on default settings. So It's a pretty difficult endeavor, even utilizing mods, to be honest. And the higher your colony wealth is, the less a chance of success you have. Especially in like late game colonies, it's borderline impossible to survive it because there's just so many things coming through. And the catch-22 is that you would build more turrets to take care of the enemies, and you would store more steel and uranium to refuel and repair and everything you need. But the catch-22 on that is that doing so increases your wealth, which makes it harder for you to succeed. So you're just making defenses, which in turn makes it harder for you to defend. So it's like, you know, designed to screw you over. Unfortunately, your internet can't handle anything above 360p. Okay, Sheena. Well, I do think I lowered the bitrate recently in relation to some ARC stream testing because like he was so demanding I was kind of forced to, so I guess you might be getting something out of that. As far as I know at least, lowering the bitrate can improve the stream quality for people that don't have the fastest of speeds. But yeah, the goal here though is that when you get into space, it opens up an entire new endgame because it's a modded thing. So you can travel to different planets, you can survive in space, you can do space battles, get space raids. There's also some salvaging and a bunch of other things that I have no clue about. Because never done it before. Like, it's a first for me at least. So I'm a little bit curious to see what's gonna happen. Alright, Sheena. But yeah, currently the goal is just to move stuff across, because in order to go into space, you know, we have to basically pack up everything that we can onto the ship. And then when we launch it into ship, we can continue building on it. I already did it as a test last week, just a quick one. And it seemed to work just fine. I have no idea if we can survive in space, but we'll sure as hell try. And from there, I don't know exactly what's in there. Apart from a few things, there are like some research that you can only do once you get into space, but how you do it and get started with it, I have no idea, because it's not in the regular research tree. So we'll just have to wait and see, really. So starting vanilla, what do you suggest I do to get started? Like first 7 days with 3 people, average stats. Depends on what temperature situation you're in. I mean, if you have no research like I do usually, then basic food survival is obviously the thing, but not like overkill food, because you don't want to plant too many crops, because the more jobs you give your pawns, the less time they have to do research and stuff. But definitely one of the first things I try and remember, because I always tend to forget to do that as well, is to get heal root down. Like, if you can't grow heal root from the beginning, then you're making the game very difficult for yourself. That's one thing. Another thing could be to grow some cotton as a secondary thing. Like, not starting with these, but at least keep them in mind very early on, because they take time to grow. And you want to have those resources available for later. But yeah, otherwise, just if you have fertile areas that you can grow crops on, then grow appropriate crops on that. I usually grow rice in the beginning just because it grows faster, so that you can get an initial food stockpile. And the return rate isn't too terrible either. And then just like a single one, like multifunction room where you can store things and have people sleep on the floor and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, you could technically go to my YouTube channel and see what I did on the first few days, because I have all the VODs archived over there. Did I make... yeah, I did have a YouTube command now, so I do need to get that onto my panels on Twitch though, honestly. Sure. I mean, literally the entire this entire colony, all the playthrough stuff that I've done of this colony is on there. So if you're curious to see the progress or just browse through it, go ahead. It's all there. Apart from some of the newer episodes which still are available on Twitch. Need to put my YouTube in my description or below. Yeah, I want to have it on as a panel, just like I have all the other things. I just haven't gotten around to do it because this week I've been working on Rimworld mods, actually. Or yeah, mods plural. I think it's correct to say it in as a plural thing. Which I can show that later when there's more people in here, but I've been working on some reskin stuff. And a custom ore mod. I haven't made any yet. They're still a work in progress. Progress, though, being very slow because I'm trying to balance streaming while getting those mods made, while also, you know, playing other games and doing job applications and all kinds of things. And then also just being a human on the sideline. Which is a bit tricky to balance, I'm not gonna lie, but sort of works. And unfortunately, like, I got less done than I would have liked, because everything I did Tuesday was kind of not wasted effort, but I had to redo everything that I did Tuesday basically, because I got some new understanding by the end of Tuesday that meant that I had to start over in order to do a good job on the mod. Otherwise I wasn't doing with the mod what I wanted to do. Vanilla is Rim Connect YH. Well, not so much cutting corners either. It's more like I thought I understood how to make the thing I wanted to. It's texture related, but then when I was done with the baseline shape for the textures, then I realized that I had to do it in a different way. It's hard to explain. I can do it with some visuals though. Let's see. Let's try this. See how this is gonna go. Come on, Discord. Do I still have a... Nope, I do not. Okay. But we can take a look at that briefly, because I feel like sharing it. Oh, which one was it again? Was it window capture, I believe? And then properties. Here. This is from my Discord. Let me just get this in the right position though. Oh, I did have it here. Never mind then. Anyway, so here we have my Discord. And what I'm showing you is this stuff here. So this is what I'm working on. I'm making a texture. This is not particularly the one I've been working on. This is the one I've been working on. A texture atlas for wall replacement textures. And the first iteration, the walls look like this. It's a little bit small for you probably, but this is what it looked like. And one thing you'll notice is that it's very, very square, and the textures go quite a bit out to the outer, like all the way out to the outer edges, as far as I can get away with, basically, of these of this grid pattern that you see. Which is what the problem was, is that that's not how you make a texture atlas for the rock structures in Rimworld. Because if you do, they don't tile correctly. What you're supposed to do is this instead. You have like a small margin between each texture, which is basically means that if you were to paint the outer edges of the cliff faces into that red area that I've put down as a masking for myself, the rock texture would actually just be clipped off at that point. And I might be able to show it in here because I'm using a texture replacement that doesn't... Oh, I think this one actually might... I don't think these even respect those boundaries, to be honest. So hard to tell. Yeah, it doesn't. Like, you can barely see it here, but it actually cuts off like right here, which is just on the outer edge of the textures. So it's just like a straight line going down and across. And I think, I don't know, I can't quite see if this texture is made correctly, but the vanilla textures expanded one that I was, I'm such a dumbass. Let me try that again. I was talking about yeah. I wasn't, I was just minimizing the window and I wasn't thinking about it. Streaming is hard. Let's try this again. So these wall textures here are from the, what is it called again? Toony Textures mod, which they've done an okay job, but you can even see here that they are also like cut in a straight line just at the outer edge because it dips into that margin slightly. And can't remember, like, this is what my walls look like in game. So you don't get that clipping issue in the same way, at least. And I think on these, yeah, it's too far away so you wouldn't be able to tell it without squinting, but just take my word for it that the vanilla textures expanded, this one here, this one has the same issue because you can see the textures, they go like all the way out to the into that red area, so they get cut off. It also means that wherever it connects, you know, there's a connection between two of the textures, it sort of gets cut away, so all the pieces get moved closer together, and then it's no longer doesn't tile anymore. And you can see the way they've painted these textures that they also assumed that this is how the texture atlas worked, that you paint it all the way out to the outer edges, and then, you know, somehow magic happens and it would all fit. But even these guys made some errors, which is hard to see on the screenshot without the Discord background. But they put their stroke around the pieces as like a, you know, just a Photoshop filter, what do you call it, effect or whatever. And it actually dips into the texture space of the nearby textures. So at the outer edge of this, there's like a black line. That one doesn't show up in game because they assume that would be cut away somehow. But not for the reasons that they probably expected to. So yeah. All that stuff in between would basically be cut away. And now the funny thing is, as a technical detail, Rimworld, from like a Unity side or whatever, these textures are being imported with like some texture scaling filter settings that makes it so that you can't leave out those red areas either, because it interpolates pixels between the blank space and where the actual texture is. So if you leave those completely blank, you get like a white line between each piece of rock. So basically you gotta imagine like between each segment there would be like a very, very thin but noticeable line separating everything. So in order to counteract that, I also put in like, I basically took this cross section up here, and then I took, because these tile perfectly, right? So I took basically the outer edge of that and just copy pasted that in on the outer, into this margin area, so that there's like a transition from each of these into like, yeah, what would essentially be the opposite side, just to get those few extra pixels in there. So a bit technical, I know, but that gives you basically, that's why I spent an entire day on something I had to redo. So wait, what? A faction just expanded? This is the first. Where are they even? Oh no. Oh no, this is not good. Oh no. Fuck. Well, shit. Shino, can you make a mental note of what you just bought? Because my game is stuck. I went to the world map and there's no UI, and I can't even zoom in and out. I can't pan. I can't do anything. So I have to Alt F4 the game. There's basically nothing I can do about that. Well, that is not good. Oof. Because I'm gonna be dependent on autosaves, of course, which I have, but that makes me a little bit worried if we can't go onto the world map. See, this is what I was, why I was saying North Croc. I don't know if, like, I'm scared going to 1.3, but also scared of staying in 1.2, actually. Yeah, I know. See, this is the kind of stuff which kind of gets me, though, because all the mods that I've been using should be stay compatible with 1.2, right? 1.3 Dryads, though. Yeah, I read about those. There's other 1.3 things, too. And I have the ideology expansion. I mean, I want to make a dragon worshipping cult that does human sacrifice, maybe. Just maybe. Just for the shits and giggles. Because I was thinking something that could be interesting is that make a little bit more of a savage run the next time around, where using Puppeteer and TTK to have people in as well, but if you don't stick around the chat often, you're probably gonna be sacrificed to the dragon gods or something. That's one way I was thinking on dealing with the overpopulation of the colony, at least. Whether it be from random, what do you call it, colonists spawning into viewers buying a pawn and then leaving the chat forever. Because there's a lot of people in the colony, name-wise, whom were bought by viewers that haven't watched the stream for literally months, at least not directly. And if they are, they might be lurking, which, you know, I never call out lurkers. But also updating stream raiders, might as well. But oh god, do I have to fucking download a Are you serious? I gotta download a new installer for stream raiders, apparently. Well, let's try this out then. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I kind of got caught in thought because suddenly I had to be a bit more focused here. Just making sure that I'm installing stream raiders into the right folder. But yeah, a lot of the people in the colony are bought by viewers that haven't sort of interacted with chat in literally months, and though it's cool that people come in and want to be part of the colony just to leave their leave an impression or whatever you want to call it, and then in my capable hands, hopefully, it's a bit sad to me that they don't come around to at least see how their pawns are doing. I have a feeling they're probably feeling quite lonely at this stage. So in the next colony, I will need to figure out a way on how to deal with colonists like this. And there are two things that I can also do right now, technically speaking. Like, I could just banish people that I don't want around because they haven't been around for like ages, which would cripple the colony beyond belief, but you know, yeah, understandable. But in the next colony, I'm thinking, so we never really used the crypto sleep caskets, or yeah, pots or whatever, to suspend people that were not around in chat. Because I did want to originally build like a facility for that kind of stuff, but instead I ended up just building more houses, and then we ran out of space. And then I got too dependent on the fact that we had like 1 billion colonists. So in the next run though, there's a mod that allows you to build a ancient style crypto sleep casket for one, which is basically a sarcophagus filled with like some kind of green liquid that suspends you indefinitely. I don't think they require power either, which would be pretty damn cool. And the general consensus is going to be that if you buy a pawn, and assuming that you can minify these sarcophagi, god damn it, assuming you can minify them, then if you at least buy one of those, I will suspend you when you're like away for a longer period of time and I'm not noticing you in chat. Or if if you don't do that, then human sacrifice might be a thing. So that way we can make it more of like, hopefully more of an event when when someone is leaving the colony, and maybe give people more of an incentive to return to the chat and hang out with us. I understand people don't have time to always do that, but I'm also trying to grow an audience, so you know, why not try and make it a bit more interesting? Because this colony has gotten a little bit stale, I'm not gonna lie, at least in my opinion. And I can imagine people coming in not having seen like the progress from its early beginnings, might not be as invested in the colony. And starting making your character super powerful now is like, you know, maybe a bit of a stretch. Sounds fair and fun. All right, Shinohiva, well, I will expecting you there then. Nah, I'm not gonna push that on you. But yeah, Rimworld of Magic related stuff, like I want to do a fantasy setting with a lot of races, medieval tech being the highest we can achieve, magic as I said itself, and just anything, like any mod that can be tied to some kind of high fantasy stuff. So like I've noticed that you can get mods that add basically a magic equivalent of healer mech serums, of resurrector mech serums. They're just called potions instead. I can't remember if you can craft them, but they basically have the same function. They're just lower tech, I guess, so they can be rewarded as quest rewards earlier. And well, beyond that, a lot of mods that add in like, you know, medieval tech structures and stuff like that as well. And then there's all the magical things. And I will probably try and make a more condensed colony as a result too. So people will be bunking together with each other in like a more like, I don't know how to put it, like smaller rooms. Not entirely sure. Hey Sarah. Good to see you here. Are you just waking up? But yeah, that's kind of the direction I want to go. However, before I do that, I will probably need to give ideology vanilla a go first to see how it's like, because you know you can't really work with things you don't know how it functions. Day 2 of no sleep. Well, maybe you should try stop playing WoW for like a moment. I'm just joking. Okay, so before I do anything else, I need to check the world map, and this is gonna suck, but I have to do this. And sorry in advance, but I have to check. Oof. Okay. I was a little bit worried there. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure why, but when that settlement generated, the map wouldn't load properly anymore, and I have no idea why that happened. At least it does seem to work now, but I am worried that if another settlement spawning event happens, it's gonna break the world map. Just lying in bed for hours trying to sleep. Yeah, sorry, Shino. How many... Can you, like, tally up an estimate of the coins that you lost? And Toolkit Core also seems to be disconnected. Okay. That's not the one. This is the one. I'll just reconnect this because apparently I was like unable to even do this. There we go. But at least you got a little bit of body rest, I guess. Because even if you're not actually sleeping, your body does still relax a little bit at least. But good morning to you anyway, Sarah. How far along is Stream Raiders? Okay, it's still installing. Okay, I'm gonna get a drink and be right back though. I am running out of stuff in my fridge though. So either I will have to do some late night grocery shopping today, or head out early before tomorrow. 15,000, okay. Yo, Stream Raiders in setup. Could you like get the fuck off my screen? Thank you. And there you go. But yeah, the Stream Raiders thing is like slowing down my hard drive or something, so it's gonna affect the game a little bit. Hopefully it won't be too bad though. It is a necessary evil, I guess. Okay. This is before I started moving the washing machines over. Shino, do you have Arcotech skin and what is it, lungs? Because I'm not sure if you're aware, but if you get those, you can breathe in space. Yes, okay. Well, that way you should be able to survive in the vacuum of space. which is kind of cool. Which reminds me, I need to check if my pawn is able to get that. Because I tried that last time, I believe, but I wasn't allowed to. Oh wait, not on my pawn, right? It was on my dragon. My space dragon. Because Andre, he upgraded his dragon to like be a cybergenetic dragon in space. Or that is capable of going into space, I should say. Let's see. These auto haulers are also gonna go over. What? What did you do, Sheena? Oh, you bought an architect nose instead of surgery. Okay. Well, I got most of them right, so that's all good. Everyone slips up once in a while. I do that myself too when I'm on other people's streams. It's nothing to be worried about. What else you can add to the pawn? Well, let's see here. You're a Warforged, right? I believe. Yes. I mean, you've already got like a lot of stuff. You even have a bionic tail. Well, there's all the brain implants. There's the hygiene and enhancer and the bladder thingy. Yeah, the bionic bladder and the hygiene enhancer. You can get something called exoskeleton armor, dermal plating, protective exoskeleton. I'm just looking at Andre because I know he has a lot of the things. There's all the rib implants. Those you can also stack on top of each other. He has an energy link in his spine instead of a architect's spine. He also has a lot of stuff in his brain. Which adds all kinds of things. It's called dermal plating. He also uses robotic eyes instead of architect ones because they give you this bonus 10% consciousness. Still has that pheromone secretor from the alien insectoid stuff. Freaking random genome stuff. There's some pretty sketchy things you could do with the vanilla expanded insectoids mod. What's the thing for the brain? It depends on what you're referring to. There's a couple things. Because you can have one auxiliary AI, for instance, and Andre's got the Brawler AI. Sephiroth has one, but it's the medical one, yes. I believe I have a third kind. the commando. So they all do different things. I actually have surprisingly few pots. I don't even have architect skin. Right? Yeah. I want to be able to breathe in space as well. I actually need another architect lung. In order to do that though. I haven't gone too overboard with my own character. I've just been around for so long and I'm the only main one that's been hunting, so my shooting skill is level 41. No storage space. I don't think that's true. I would think that we have storage space, it's just one of these steel boxes or crates, so the game doesn't quite know how to handle the situation. Unless that's also been completely filled. Eh. Nope. Definitely not. This one should be set for... yeah, a lot of this stuff. So that's just for fun to see if there's orichalcum on this list. It is. Okay, so it's just buggy. I don't know. Maybe there is. Oh, this is new. This Mechanoids utility pack. That's research that we can't even research. Because the mod that adds it hasn't implemented it yet. That's so dumb. Modders should stop doing that. I noticed that modders have started doing this thing where they will... like, we've got this complex weaving, I believe, which doesn't do anything. And I think it's researchable now, but when this was added, it was not researchable. And it didn't do anything. So what it basically did for us is that it fucked our tech level up. So it messed up a lot of things, like people started unequipping weapons and all kinds of things due to the way the mod pack like works, if you will. And you can even see here we've got this Mechanoid utility pack in, which is now Spacer Tech, and you can't research it even though you should be able to, but for some reason you're just not allowed to, unless it's because Amrita is like getting in the way, because it's in the... oh, okay, it's here. Yeah, but it's locked. It just says it requires... oh, maybe it's because the research bench is down. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. I think that's actually why. Okay, so it was just really hard to select. Yeah, because the fucking research thing is uninstalled. Give me a moment, I'll look up the thing for the movement speed. I just got distracted. So, which one is it in here, maybe? I think it's this. So there's mining that gives you mining speed, deep drilling speed, and wall smoothing speed. This is just for medical tending. Sharpshooter, that increases your accuracy, I believe, which is kind of useless because you can't become more accurate than the weapon allows for. Then there is diplomatic, which just improves your social and negotiation ability. There is constructing, which again improves like just constructing and smoothing speed. Commando, I believe this is the one that I have, which is actually useful because it reduces your aiming time and improves your shooting accuracy. And I believe, yeah, it also reduces the amount of pain that you feel. So this is like pretty damn good. Then there's Brawler, which is a similar thing just for melee. And then Agricultural, which improves your plant work speed. So these are more like for work specialization, I would say. So Ugh. Ostrich. The main thing that your pawn basically does and works with, not so much for like movement speed. I don't exactly know how you would gain movement speed from putting something into your brain either, but like how that would work. There might be something else you can do though. There. No, oh yeah, you're one of the people that already got a manometric graph pack, so... The only other thing you could have done would have been to be a kobold or something. Because the different races have different movement speeds. And that's like the craziest thing, because all the movement speed stuff is scale based off your baseline. The higher your baseline, the more an impact further improvements will have. And since, you know, even if it's just a small difference in the races, it becomes pretty significant later on. At least that's what it seems to be. Let's move these onto the ship again, because those were also before the map incident. I assume you're looking... I wonder if you have ribs as a... Warforged. Yeah, you definitely do. You do have a rib cage, okay. But yeah, you'd have to look it up on the store to figure out what they're called, but I assume that's also what you're doing, right? Okay, Stream Raiders has finished installing. Okay, let's try booting that up. And this room is functional. It's just a few tiles of the outer edges that are not lit properly, but it's like they need light level 51% and only growing light lamps can provide that. Something I do wonder though is that with the mod raise the roof, I believe it's called, you can build these transparent roof areas, and there's nothing that prevents me on putting it on the ship at the moment, but I wonder how that's going to function when you're in space. Because if we can do that, that would be fucking amazing, because that would allow us to build like a huge glass domed section of the ship where we just put in like growing zones and can have our animals graze out. I at least think that would be pretty cool. I guess we might as well tear down these. Those are not really necessary. We'll keep these until the last minute, because I don't want to have these on the ship because they're too volatile for my tastes. But they do produce a good amount of power right now, so there's no reason in tearing them down prematurely. Bathroom, we can leave that behind. I guess we can technically just uninstall all of the hospital beds here that are not going to be moved across, because that allows us to put them in storage at least. And then we can reinstall those once the hospital gets readied. Don't know what to do about all these ceiling fans though. We could just uninstall them for now and then move them across, but do have to consider the fact that we will run out of space for things eventually. Oh yeah, this thing hasn't been moved over yet either. EMI shield. I don't even know if you need that in space, but if we have it on the ship, because we can technically land it on a planet's surface. So if we have it on the ship, that would allow us to land and not worry about solar flares, at least. Okay, what else is there? Oh, it was also before I moved this across. Okay. Nope, have moved across. Okay. It's just this thing needs to be deconstructed. And then there's this abyss steel creation facility. Technically don't really need it. Not really for anything else than abyss steel itself. But we've not been using it for making weapons or defenses or structures or anything. Other than what people have been buying for TTK, so since you can specify what you want to buy anyways, doesn't really matter. There's these tents, which if we move those across, then each of these provides 4 sleeping quarters, I suppose, but don't really think I want to be doing that either. We can move them into storage, however. The people that are currently sleeping in here can just sleep on the ship for the time being. What else? There's the hot tubs down here, but they're not really valuable enough for me to even worry about. Then there's all of this stuff in here. Because this is like not just where we're storing our animals, but also the food that we keep with them. We would need to move all that stuff on the ship. There's also this critter sleep thing that I want to try out. Where to put it though? Like, it doesn't truly matter where I put it because I think this is minifiable. I just needed some place where I can test it, I guess. So that should do. Question is, should I put Dragon King into crypto sleep, because that way we can start moving taking down the entire throne room and moving across the things that we can store at least. Can't remember which storage box has all of the structures in it, but I think it might be this one. Yeah, this one. The structure has all this, like, we can put structures into this thing. So it's got a bunch of stuff in there already. Only problem is that it's all called minified things, so the only way that you can tell them apart is by looking at the icons. Otherwise you have to drop it onto the floor to figure out what it is. So obviously a little bit easier when you're used to your own mod setup, but yeah. Yeah, let's consider doing that maybe. Though we do have a lot of things that still need to be moved across. Okay. Yeah, I know I'm going a bit back and forth in my thoughts here, but like also because I'm trying to get it done as fast as possible. So bear with me. There's also the added concerned that I haven't put in any heaters into this entire ship yet anywhere. So because we're currently in summer, I have no way of testing if it's actually gonna be climate adjusted well enough when we actually do go into space. So that's also a thing. But I guess we can start putting in some of that work already. I do believe you can pass by the radiators and stuff without movement speed penalties, at least. So technically, as long as there's room for them, we can put them in wherever we want. I do want to keep it a little bit sensible though, so not like in front of doors and that kind of thing, but for the most part it should be all good. Yeah, the only other way we have of generating heat is through these heat sinks. So basically the what do you call it, nuclear generators produce heat and stuff. Okay, Northcroc. Yeah, catch you next time as well. Have a good one. Hope to see you around. But yeah, so like we have options on what to do, but where to freaking put all these things though? We will do our best. But yeah, the heat sinks, they can produce heat. But the way they do that is that it's actually the reactors that produce heat and turrets and shields if they're under stress, I believe. And then that gets dispersed through the heat sinks, so they disperse it into the room that they're in, which I guess you can then hook up that room to the rest of the ship through the you know, the vents, and that way you can heat up the ship through the use of heat sinks, which yeah, currently they're not connected, and that's because I've actually put coolers in there to cool them down. And then we have these aircon units that are venting their excess heat out into like an open area is the idea. So that when we go into space, this area is going to be in the void of space, and hopefully it's going to work as I think it does. Otherwise we're screwed. Because there's no way in hell we'll be able to land this thing again once we take off for the near foreseeable future. At least we could probably do it, but I would rather not have to do it. Let's put it that way. I think that's more accurate. But yeah, I'm just checking to see all the places that have and haven't been connected with vents yet. There's a good amount of places still that are not connected. For good or for worse, I suppose. Okay, there's a few more of those. At least this growing zone here is functioning. And with the sprinkler, we can get it up to 180% fertility, which is obviously not as good as out here, because if you go with fertile fields, you can basically get double that by getting the tilled soil, which already does 180, I believe, as a baseline. And then with the sprinklers on top of them, you can see then sort of see it in the bottom right, it goes up towards like 320% plus. Which is even more, I believe, than these. No, these are 350%. Never mind. Okay, so these crop plots are actually still better, but they are also more expensive and slower to work with than this stuff over here. And I do want to try and add like an indoor garden area with like a pond or something. I don't know if that's even no, that wouldn't even be possible, would it? No, I don't think so. You would have to terraform space somehow, which obviously we cannot do. I'll have to think about that one for a bit. Okay, and this entire room is also going to be defunct. There's no real reason to even deconstruct it. Might as well just stay functional. Because as soon as we move into space, we're not going to take everyone across in one go. Some people are going to stay behind and still work the colony for a bit so that we can send resources back and forth between the surface and and space. And then when the spaceship is more finished in orbit and we can have everyone live on the ship indefinitely, then we're ready to go and abandon this old colony, which is just being salvaged and ripped apart at this point, which is pretty cool but also sad. Because it does mean that you know, a lot of time and effort has been spent and put into this place. But yeah, can we get these things moved across soon, please? People, work it faster. But yeah, they are working as fast as they can, but they can only do so much at one time. Well, it also doesn't help that they can only move one item at a time, I believe, when they're putting it in the boxes, maybe? That might be like a limitation. Also why it's a little bit buggy, like... Oh yeah, those are the body part replacements that have been bought by you, Shino. Are your surgeries even being carried out? Sephiroth, what are you doing? He's sewing an area for some reason. Why is he prioritizing that over other things? For no reason. Okay. Yeah, apparently True Hamp is prioritized on this. But yeah, because of this huge chunk of ship occupying the space of the base, getting through that particular section over here is a little bit difficult now. Because it's just blocking the doors that we used to have. Like this door just goes to nowhere. Like optimally we would have another door up here, but I just can't be bothered building another one. Honestly, I should probably do it, but let's just leave it for now. Okay, let's go looking for robots, maybe? Do I want to put the animals into space in the first go? Because technically we don't have to do that. Oh, we can't even move this refrigerator across. We have to make a brand new one. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just be putting that down here for the time being. The others we can move across at least. So we can get the kibble on board. It's gonna be a bit of a clusterfuck, but that is kind of the name of the game at this stage. Do you think we can have bees in space? I don't see why not. I don't want to be spending any space on it at the moment, however, but I think we can. Also, why is this one being used for meals? That's not what this should be used for. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be for like herbal medicine so that we can treat the animals faster. But for some reason it's never been that. That might just have been like a oversight. Hover feet. Yo, Shino, what are your goals with that? You are aware that you can't get these attached at the moment, right? These are bionic implants. They are foot replacements, actually. Oh, okay. I can't remember. I don't think Andre went back and forth between these. Yeah, okay, so Andre still has energy fists instead of aquatic arms. But he used to have the elastic Achilles as his feet, but he went back to Archotech legs because they were impeding his movement speed too much. They're kind of like, given the fact that you can buy Archotech stuff, they become kind of useless. And you can only surgically attach them if you have a biological leg. So a standard vanilla, you know, no bionics leg that hasn't been modified yet. Which means in order to attach these, you would have to first remove your Archotech limbs and then attach a regular leg or arm, depending on what it is. And then you can surgically remove the hand from that arm to replace it with a bionic replacement. It's so dumb. It's like just how Rimworld functions, but it's so stupid. And I really wish that they do something to improve that whole thing at some point, because it just doesn't make any sense. Like, absolutely no sense whatsoever. And I know you can technically do it if you get the medical surgery expansion mod. Is that what it's called again? Medical, or I think it's medical systems expansion, or medical systems or some 2 or something like that. It technically allows you to replace like specific body parts with or let me rephrase that. It makes your entire body part system more modular, so you can actually see, like, you know, all your fingers, your hands, your feet, your toes that are attached to your arms, and you even get a forearm. But the problem with that is that it's too much micromanagement for streaming, so with TTK it just becomes a mess to try and get it right. Because in order to do an Archotech arm, you have to buy all the parts separately. And then the streamer has to put together those parts into a complete arm in order for it to actually be an Archotech arm in like actuality. Because even if you buy an Archotech arm, it's just the upper arm, I believe, which functions as the not template, but as the baseline to build the entire arm. Yes, exactly. And there's also like some inner structural things that you have to put into these that you have to buy. So it's like, as a viewer, you would have to buy for one arm 5 fingers, a hand, the structural supports, the forearm, and then the arm itself, which is then attached to the shoulder. And then, yeah, the streamer would have to put all those together into like one part, and then it could be surgically attached. I do believe you can technically do like !surgery Archotech arm, but then that means you just have an upper arm basically, so this part up here attached to your shoulder, which reduces your arm's efficiency drastically because you don't have, you know, a hand and fingers. The cool part about it though is that because it's more modular and everything's visible and you have to work with it that way, it means that you can surgically attach a lot of things that normally become very useless. So like there are the what's it even under? Just give me a moment. Because you can get like hand power arms, like for instance these, right? Combat-oriented arm replacement consisting of a mechanical hand and a hooked claw on each finger. Cuts deep and it is strong enough to crush a skull like a hand crushes an egg. The claws can be retracted, making it as useful as a natural hand for non-combat tasks. So you can attach that to the end of your Archotech arm basically and get the efficiency and stats for that hand module while still being able to have the benefits of an Archotech arm to a certain degree. So it's a really cool mod, but it just doesn't work when you're streaming. Because I know Captolamia, he tried it out in his colony and he just ham-fisted it into like an ongoing colony, and it caused a few issues too. Body parts were attached in the wrong locations. Some pawns lost or didn't have the internal framework required to attach body parts anymore. Like my own pawn couldn't get like certain things attached. Like the game just straight up would refuse, and there was nothing you could do to fix it either, so it wasn't good. It was pretty terrible, honestly. But, you know, sacrifices were made, I guess. And I just really wish that the vanilla Rimworld had like a thing for that, so that essentially whenever you would do I think this bot is stuck. Well, but yeah, so that you could do !surgery, Archotech arm, and there would automatically be like a system in place that would put in all the parts by default. And then basically like if you bought an Archotech arm, you would get all the pieces. So unless you specify like Archotech upper arm, for instance, you wouldn't get the individual pieces but the full thing, essentially. So that by default it would be a complete package. And technically you could, it's probably just up to down to the, like if medical system expansion implements that framework, it would be way easier to work with. And I believe it can be done from their side, but you know, they're probably not taking TTK into account, or Puppeteer, or streaming for that matter. So, and if you're using it on like a single player save where you can't just buy it out of thin air, yeah, it is pretty interesting, because it adds multiple module slots as well where you can put in things. So I'm not entirely certain if that's how it's intended to work, but I believe it's like you can have an Archotech hand and then have a power drill or whatever like upgrade attached into those module slots into your hand, so that you have all the efficiency stats from the baseline Archotech limb pieces, but then you get the the added benefits of like mining speed improvements or whatever it be. The only the problem I also had with it though is that I'm using a general patching mod that allows you to put humanoid parts onto animals, which is why we have so many options. And that didn't work too well with the medical systems expansion mod, because a lot of the animals are very different in what parts they need for their limbs. So instead of there only being like one version of an Archotech arm, suddenly there were like multiple different variants, because you had to make those arm kits or whatever you want to call it. For instance, so say an animal only has 4 fingers, like if you have one animal that had 4 fingers, then that would automatically create another you know, architect arm variant that you'd had to be able to put together. Want to see a spider with 8 architect legs. Actually, did they ever, how far did they even get with that? Because I have something that might interest you, Shino. Because I've been curious about this myself. But that's actually a good point. I never thought about it. They should have 8 legs. Okay, so they're still being installed. But we do have Snorter here, who's a male anima colossus, and I bought 6 architect legs and gradually have been surgically attaching them to it. You know, just for shits and giggles. Should probably designate some of these from as medical. But yeah, I was curious to see how much movement speed this sucker could get if you replaced all of its 6 legs with architect limbs. Need more monkeys. God damn it. Hello, dude. Welcome back. I hope are you off today? I peek. Because I was wondering that since you were on Discord as well. You're home, okay. Yeah, I gave I have sent the message. I haven't received a reply yet though. So we'll see what he says. Because as you said yesterday, you didn't know like what he wanted me to send to him, but I just sent my name and that I'm your friend and I was supposed to contact him. I assume that it's so that he can contact me back with anything that he needs to tell me. For anyone else, it's I might get some work soon, maybe. And that's what that's about. Hey, you want to see the movement speed? Well, it's not really gonna make much of a difference right now. Yeah, Friday, lots of work. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Being the weekend, that's when everyone's off, so he'll probably be busy. But yeah, we need some more pot replacements here. Seth, can you... I wonder if we can actually queue these up because it's the same kind of operation, just on different parts. Probably not knowing Rimworld, but we'll see. But right now the movement speed is not gonna show well because it's only 1 leg. We'll check up on it once we've got all of the things replaced though. Technically that means we can probably plant an animatree in space too, because we get these it reduces these, oh yeah, it wouldn't be over here anymore, would it? It reduces these anima pearls that you can plant and then they grow into an anima tree. That's how we got this thing over here to begin with. What do we do about these graves though? Guess we can just leave them behind, though I think Andre needs that for meditation. I'm not sure though. Yeah, we don't really have that many animals to be honest. Whoa, what's up with the lag? The heck, game? Okay, the game just started lagging like crazy. There's no errors being logged. What the fuck? And we're back to normal. I have no idea what the fuck that was. Strange, however it may have been. Okay, so we're at the 2-hour mark for today. let's do something a little bit different for a little bit. Okay, so Stream Raiders, we are on this map, and last stream last week we were right before this loyalty boss chest, which I want to get started on. And most likely we won't be able to do this to begin, like at the start of this, but you know, we'll give it a go. Give people a chance to pop in. Put a Templar down and some vibes, and then you guys can join in through that link if you want to be part of it. Place down some units and we'll check back on that in half an hour and see how we're doing. Let me see, anything else I can do? I can close down some windows. Oh yeah, this is raw. Just to get a bit more performance. Can't wait to get this into space though. Why do we have so many colonists idle too? Is that because they can't do hauling? Might be those few individuals that can't. That's actually funny. Everyone can do haul urgently, but... Oh, no, never mind. Not everyone. I almost thought for a moment there everyone could do haul urgently without being able to actually haul necessarily. But yeah, this this whole thing where the game is like getting stuck and lagging is another reason why I kind of want to get started on a new colony. Because people that drop by don't seem too motivated to be engaged in the colony and doing stuff around here when the game is running at low speeds, it feels like. At least that's somewhat of an impression that I get. And there's also a lot of people that just don't want to actively try to kill a colony even though it's perfectly fine. I mean, we can handle defending against large waves of enemies. Well, not necessarily large, but you know, strong waves of enemies. Okay, Andre, I'm gonna steal these and put them into the ship so that we can make use of them at least. But where? We don't have much space left. New lovers. Ratbest courted Cyber Fatty. And the reason why I'm laughing is because Andre's character has been here almost from the beginning and he's still single. Technically, it's the same for Sephiroth's character. It's also single. But it's pretty funny, like every time someone else gets in a relationship and Andre is around, he always gets like, why am I still single? Everyone else is getting it on. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's because he's more robot than man, and that's a turnoff for some people. I honestly don't know. Wouldn't think that that would be the case, but you never know. Okay, there's not much left that we can move. We might as well... Should we leave a bit of this rec room just so that there is some entertainment for the people that stay behind? Maybe. Maybe. We only have one radiator, however, and that's probably not enough. Where to put them though? Because I should be able to do something like this, for instance, just put them at the edge of these. sort of. I think that'll be okay. And in here, could just have one in either corner here. It will look a little bit weird, but oh yeah, we had them centered there. I could also just make them small ones. It's not really like that matters too much, I believe. I don't think you get a multiplier because you're doing larger ones. Just like one small here, 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 and here. That being said though, we can start thinking about these bedrooms at least. Get some of these furniture items moved across. Because these are all going to be carbon copies, essentially. Whereas all the other houses here, the bathrooms were the same layout, but all the rooms themselves were like, you know, just sort of put in willy-nilly so that it had a more organic feel to it. But being that we will sort of have to be on this ship situation, we don't have that kind of luxury anymore. So, though I could randomize the placement a little bit to make it look more personalized, there's not exactly a lot of room to work with, so we will just have to do it like this. Like this, that is. Oh yeah, we also have some rooms on the other side. Wait, this is missing something. This is missing a vent. Okay, let's start moving bedroom stuff across. And yes, they're only gonna get one end table on these bed situations, which technically I could probably make another fit by moving it up one, but I'd rather have room for like decorations or something. So it's gonna be way more compact than what our pawns are used to, but given that we have other forms of entertainment and stuff, that should be fine. Even if they get like less of a mood buff or maybe even debuffs, I'm sure we'll manage. Otherwise they just get put in crypto sleep indefinitely. Or is that like evil or something? Any reason to put these urns in there? They don't really provide much, so might as well just leave them out in favor of other things down the line. Well, I'll move some of the more, shall we say finished rooms as the last thing. Because we can just put all that furniture stuff into a, what do you call it? And like we can uninstall them, put it on an SRTS, and then move it from down here up after the ship's been launched into space. And we're ready to move people across entirely. But until then, the people that stay behind, they will at least have some rooms to stay in. If we don't move everything in one go. So that is kind of the game plan at the moment. Oh yeah, that's another thing. I also just thought about. I also have to consider everyone's personal pets somehow, because when you move between maps like that, I don't know if it's gonna stay like assigned properly. And then there's also all the bedrooms and stuff that have like dragon pillows for the pets or similar things. So it's definitely a large task to do this when the colony has been this well established for so long. It kind of also just gives to show like all the things that you take for granted, really. Like imagine if we lost half the base and we had to rebuild it, how long that would take if we had to actually rebuild it with the materials and everything else that was purchased. Yeah, that would be oof, that would be a pretty significant hit. Okay. Still have a lot of rooms left that we can move across. Guess we could also just leave some tents behind for people to sleep in. Oh, that's not where that goes. Ah. I am very much looking forward to ideology though. Giving that a spin. It probably won't be like, you know, a long-term colony. It'll just be to see what's new and different, to get a feel for it, because we have things to try. Okay, we should be able to copy these settings over to this thing, I believe. Yes. It's already been filled with like all kinds of meals for some reason. Oh, it's because these shells probably have lower priority. Oh well, they'll just slowly move those things back again eventually. It's not the end of the world. So I think this boulder myth seems to be peanuts. Okay, let's start maybe moving people into the new bedrooms slowly but surely as the things get moved across. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to check. Or not check, but keep tabs on. Can we even launch into space? We can. It just needs like 11,000 fuel, but that's manageable. We can do that. Some of the bedrooms have already received occupants. Those are the people that were kicked out of their tents, basically. So this is going to be a little bit of a pain. So this one is set to grazing. Okay, now I'm reconsidering, because moving animals across is going to be a pain due to how it works. So in order for me to assign them to a bed location, they need to be able to access that. And all the animals are restricted into specific zones. So for instance, this boulder mitt is only able to access the grazing area, which means if I want to be able to put it onto the ship, then it needs to access that particular area. There it is. Boulder mitt. And when I go into space, due to how that all works, all those zones are gonna have to be reapplied. And that's just how it is. Peanut, you move over. And then that leaves an empty room at least. Tiny and Shinohiva, you have a pedigreed raptor sleeping here, which is technically owned by Masters, by Sephiroth, which tells me you had a pet at one point and I don't know which it is. And apparently there's a concert today because they're warming up, it sounds like. Damn, that's fucking loud. I don't think you guys can hear it. You haven't been able to hear it in the... People haven't been able to hear it in the past on stream, but... Holy shit, it's loud. So Shino and... I think this is Tiny, right? Yeah, because this is Toto. You will also be moved across. There you guys go. Simo and Cotton Dude. Let's move those guys as well. Wait, do they have any... They have no animal beds. That simplifies things. Jeez, that is so fucking loud. What the f- Hold on, I just have to check on this because this is fucking... Jesus Christ, that is loud. What the fuck? Jeez. That literally hurts my ears from here. What the fuck? And it's just a bunch of mechanical noise. Like some weird ass fucking dubstep, I guess? I don't know. But damn, dude, I almost got like an instant fucking headache from that. Can't even hear my own video games fucking music because it was so loud. Oh, jeez. There's no way I'm gonna close the windows because then I'm gonna suffocate in the heat. That's like one of the things that fucking really bugs me living in a city like this, and then having a park in which they hold like events and concerts and stuff right next to it. Especially during the summer, it just feels like such a slap in the face to everyone who's living in the city that they are forced to have their windows closed if they don't want to be a part of like some kind of festival that's going on outside. Like, it just seems exceedingly rude and what would you call it? Disrespectful to like anyone who's like forced to live here. That doesn't want to be part of all that. I don't know, technically you're not forced to live here necessarily. but like I can't afford to move because they want to have like concerts, and that also seems a bit unreasonable, you know. It's the reason why they call it sound pollution, and why people don't want to live right next up against a wind turbine either. So if people on the countryside can complain about wind turbine placement, then fuck, let's move all the fucking open air concerts out of the city, please. Just please. It's like cool that you get the atmosphere that something is actually happening in the city, but it's also really fucking annoying when you're just trying to relax. Okay. And it gets me every freaking time. That's the worst part about it. Like, every single time it affects me. Negatively, usually. Sometimes it's good and refreshing though, because the music is actually enjoyable. But this was just some fucking crazy kind of thing they were doing. I assume it was a sound test though. But if that's like what's in store for later today, holy shit. Then might want to leave town for the rest of the day. Except I can't really do that, but you know, that's at least the feeling I get. I don't know, what do you guys think about that kind of stuff? Surely I'm not the only one who feels this way. Unless you've also all fallen asleep. Okay, we still have one room here that can have things moved over into it. Should we do Pokegamer's room? I know they have a bit of decor, but... Oh, actually we could move Cyberfetty and Ratbest over. Though they also have a pretty fancy flooring that I'm really digging. Like, well, I also came up with this idea anyway, but you know, it's pretty cool. But we do need to move people eventually and say goodbye to the things. And block. This grassy field is growing though. Which means that the idea is that I can grow these grassy fields and it'll provide for a relatively self-sustainable source of food for herbivores when we get to it. That is the general idea, at least. Haulers. Okay, they can access it at least. Now the grazers can also access it, at least for the time being. Okay, well. Cyber, Batty, and Ratbest. We just gotta find Ratbest. There. Okay, that's another couple moved over. What about over here? We have all these fucking rooms too. I forgot about those. Well now. Sistra and Muka. Let's... Actually... Yeah, let's wait with all the more active people till the end, because they are gonna be able to operate this main colony, if you will, much better. Wait, actually, we need some highly qualified people in space. Shoot. Because if we don't, then We don't put highly qualified people in space. How we're gonna expand the spaceship at like a rapid pace? Okay. Well, I guess that means that we'll have to move Andre's room over, because if I don't do it entirely, he'll bother me with it. I just know it. Come on, game. Thinking. Uninstall that and this. So sad seeing all those empty rooms now. Okay, all of this over here seems to be all cool and stuff. Don't have a place to store all these work in progress things normally, so that's why they haven't been moved across and they're still hanging out. There's a bit of extra material we might as well try and get across before moving. Banana move. You can be one of our pioneers on the ship. How does that sound? I can put you into this room maybe. Or this room. Or this room. No, Peanut's already in there. Okay, let's move Banana into this one. Yeah, you don't even have like special furniture yet. Or like wardrobes and stuff. You only have like a golden toilet or bathroom. And then Banagon has this thing. Which is gonna be placed right there, I believe, right? Yep. Now the question is this ergonomic bed technically better than the ones that I've built? Let's see here, rest effectiveness 200%. Okay, that might be a bit hard to beat. Yeah. Okay. Oh, actually, we can uninstall instead of deconstruct this bed. What was I thinking? Yeah, I believe if we move this one over too, it should be fine. Oh wait, this is for Banagon. Oh yeah. I freaking 2 pets in here. This is why it's gonna get a little bit cramped. But that's just how it's gonna go. Let's get the rest of this stuff moved over. What about these? Can these even be operated on the ship? They need to be placed outdoors. I don't think we can use the telescopes when we go into space. But then again, we'll be in space. So probably wouldn't have the same effect when you're already in outer space. What's this thing used for anyway? I think this is for, yeah, herbal medicine as well. Got a lot of those around the base for various reasons. This one is so that if you do not surgeries, but the bills related to the autopsy table, then you need medicine for that as well. Oh, Stream Raiders is ready. Okay, so let's see. You guys place 17 units. Well then, let's see if we can beat this. I've got some more buffs since last time, so hopefully we can work it out. So let's see. Persist on the battlefield and buffs the damage of nearby melee units. How big is the range on this? Okay. But only melee units though. Well, let's give it a go, see how this is gonna carry out. Because this guy is in like a guarding zone after all. Oh, but he's arranged. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, it seems like we're taking out the saloons pretty easily, but... And the ringleader is low on hit points already. Okay, so I think we will manage to do this, no problem. Pew pew pew. Okay, that one's down. Okay, no problem. Slime fellows coming out to get us. Oh, they leave like these goopy things. I wonder if those debuff you if you go over them. I don't know. And we did it. Nice. Cool. Okay, let's see what's inside then. So, Shinohiva, you get some Berserker Scrolls. Dungeons and Dragons, you get some Musketeer Scrolls. And I get some Centurion Scrolls. Everyone else, you get some coins. That is also the end of this map, so we can start a new one. Let's see what we have. Okay. The blue chest is up here, so that means we could honestly start in the top or in the middle as we please, but let's start in the top though. Let's see. Okay, so we're just taking out a bunch of turrets and robots and stuff. Okay. So where did... Oh, this is so hard for me to see. But this area down here is blue. So let's just get some units in there. And we will check back on that in about half an hour. Okay. Oh, and I forgot to leave the game running in the background. Might as well at this point. It's not like it's the Rimworld game is going anywhere. We can manage, no problem. Okay, I'm just gonna do some off-screen Stream Raiders maintenance while everything else in Rimworld chucks along. I mean, it's not really like I need to do much on the Rimworld side. We just pretty much have to wait at this point for things to carry out, which is one of those parts of the like modded playthroughs that I'm not too fond about, and I'm sure most people have it that way. It just, you know, it's just, you're just sitting around waiting for stuff to happen. And the only reason why that is the case is because the game runs so poorly at this stage. Which kind of sort of kills the, you know, the mood for playing Rimworld when you get to this point. Because you're more inclined to want to do a new colony where everything runs super fast again. Just to get that, you know, initial rush experience of actually like building up a new colony and having a sense of danger. Which, to be fair, you know, it's up to the individual person, aka player, how advanced they want to make the colony. But I mean, It's the same thing with like, if you were to play vanilla, like I think I get bored so quickly with vanilla now because I'm so used to all the features that are available, that going back and playing vanilla, like straight up vanilla, unless there's literally a new DLC, like, you know, recently, it just feels empty to me. Because although the game is like marketed as a story generator and you can have unique stories told through it and stuff, there's still a finite, limited amount of things that you can do in the game, you know? Even raids become stale because it's just the same thing over and over and over again with increasing numbers. They might have a different strategy now and again, but the longer you play a colony, the easier it gets, for the most part. Or you just get frustrated because it becomes ridiculously hard. There's never like that good middle ground where you feel like you're accomplishing like difficult obstacles or whatever and being rewarded well enough for it. Because even the quest system in vanilla is so bad, honestly. You don't really get many quests where you feel like, oh, I definitely want to send like, you know, 90% of my colony away for 30 days just so that I might get like, you know, a pair of hyperweave shoes or something, you know. It's that ridiculous sometimes, and it's never worth it in vanilla. The only thing that makes it worth it is if you start adding mods to it. At least that's been my experience. So it's like Rimworld is a good baseline, but as itself, it's far from a perfect game. A lot of their assets are visually unpleasant to look at because they're like low resolution or like for no reason either. Or they're not like, they're like smudged and stuff. Even in the new 1.3 update, when they've made it now so that all the textures on your pawns get rendered from a render texture instead of, you know, each piece being rendered individually, if you catch my drift. Which basically just means that they sort of, every time you change the apparel or whatever of visuals of a pawn, it updates that render texture and then stores that in memory, I suppose. And then whenever your GPU needs to render your pawn, it pulls it from there instead of like referring to the individual assets that are being placed on there and moving those along accordingly. Which is, you know, way better for performance. However, the thing I wanted to get is the default resolution for that texture is 128 by 128, which is very, very little, especially on high resolution monitors. Now, granted, normally you cannot zoom in this far because Camera Plus is a mod that allows you to do that. But even in vanilla Rimworld, you can see that they're blurry as heck. So again, another case where a few days after that feature were in beta, modders went in and like made a mod that allows you to set the scale of this texture. And I don't understand why they made it so low to begin with. I guess it's because Rimworld doesn't have graphics settings at all. Like if you think about it, there's no graphics settings for Rimworld. So they don't have like multiple resolutions for all the textures in the game. They just have one texture in one resolution and that's it. They don't do anything to like dynamically improve or worsen the quality of the game for the sake of performance, because that's just not something they've never done. So unless you have a mod for it, there's no way to change the quality of those things, and you're kind of just left stuck with whatever original resolution the textures are at. So what do you do, right? It's not like you can't do it with Unity. It's not like you can't have multiple, you know, quality settings in there with different resolutions and stuff. My guess though is that they wanted to make the size, like the size of the game smaller in favor of making it more accessible to people. And then they're sort of just, it feels a lot like they're just brushing a lot of these, what do you call it, missing features, not necessarily, but like solutions to these problems. They're just kind of brushing that off to modders instead. And it's kind of an okay solution, I guess. But doesn't it also mean that it takes the game way longer to load because you have like a billion mods that try to correct the things that they're just not doing themselves? It's just a little bit of a rant, I guess. It's not really like it matters too much. Because again, you can fix it yourself. But as always, you know, the wish that they would do more, I guess. And honestly, the main thing that I just would like Rimworld to do is run better on the processor. Because we're running at 30 TPS, which not even like hardly 30 TPS, and that's using performance optimizing mods to accomplish that. If we were running the base game with this amount of stuff going on, we would be like down to 1 TPS. So if you think about it, that basically means suddenly it takes 60 times as long than regular speed for a day in game to pass. And you know, if we could run the game at full speed all the time, we would already have been like in space doing space things instead of sitting around on our ass all day and waiting for things to happen. And that's kind of one of those situations where it's like, are we using too many mods? Have we gone too far? The answer is maybe. And I guess that maybe is why some people don't really care about having too many mods installed to begin with. And granted, this was also like, you know, the first modded playthrough I wanted to do on Twitch, because I wanted to show people what we can do and what's possible, so that afterwards we can sort of cherry pick what direction we want to go in. So we have that settlement thing. Okay, let's see. Okay, the world map still functions. Okay, that's good. I just have no idea where that settlement is. Not really like it matters, I guess. But there's a new settlement on the world map. But yeah, here's the wild thing. Even taking almost all our pawns and moving them on an SRTS shuttle on the world map didn't improve the performance one bit. Like, I tried doing that, but it didn't do the performance any improvements. So my guess is that it's just the sheer amount of stuff on this colony that's being an issue at this point. Maybe it's the amount of power producing facilities. Maybe it's the vast network of power conduits. I honestly have no idea why. Or maybe it is the pawns and it doesn't matter if you put them like in a box or whatever. Hey Moohoo, how's it going? Well, it's going. We're slowly moving people's bedroom stuffs across so that we can start putting, not start putting, but put the actual spaceship into space. But I'm trying to figure out who to put on the ship to begin, like as a starter, because we're not gonna fit everyone. And as a result, we'll have to be a little bit picky. But yeah, I kind of hope that we can use Rimworld for the next colony, because though Rocket Man improves the performance due to certain tricks that they implement, having it be multi-threaded would be preferred though, because you can go way higher speeds that way. Because instead of like changing the way that the game simulates stuff, then you're just allowing it to simulate using more of your cores, right? So they both have pros and cons. Like for one, rim-threaded, unless it has been updated, is incompatible with the Frontier shields, which shouldn't be a problem in the next playthrough because we'll be doing a medieval magic based run, right? So those occasional incompatibilities might be no cause for concern, hopefully. But yeah, we're getting things moved across, though it's taking a while to do so for various reasons, of course. Okay, we can start moving this bit across. So how goes Arc though? Since you're asking me how it's going here, I might as well ask you how we're doing on Arc. Arc. Assuming you have actually played today. Oh, look at all these lovely power armors in here. Nice. Got some toxic eggies and eternal eggs. Okay, so yeah, because I tamed some stegos and stuff. Are those producing eternal eggs? Primal sniper rifle upgraded. Nice. Does that sniper rifle work with ammunition from Arc Eternal though? Because doesn't Arc Eternal also add its own bullets? Or am I just thinking about something else? Could put 7 so I can snorkel fork on the ship actually. Let's do that. Snorkel fork. Don't think they work together. Yeah, I assume it would be really expensive. So this is Yong, okay. Yong should have access to that bid. Also, we made this thing, so how do we put things in here? Medically anesthetized before being placed into cryptosleep. Okay. That means if we want to put the Driosaurus in for starters, because we might as well try that. Even 688% go live is 15,000 cementing pace. Oh god, 6k ingots, 12k polymer. It's gonna be the polymer that's gonna be the most annoying though, because cementing paste is easy to get. Iron ingots are easy to get. Right? Still gonna take forever to do though. But at least with the body retrieval mods and all that stuff, you only have to do it once for each of us. So, how does this work? Okay, you can enter the crypto sleep casket, but how do you put people in there, creatures in there, I wonder? Yeah, that's actually true. Kind of have to make free. You do get some resources back, but yeah, it's not the best. Because this one is anesthetized now. So we can carry it to crypto sleep casket. Excellent. Question is, which one are you gonna put it in? Oh, good. He is gonna put it into the right one. Excellent. Then let's change this. Let's change this to the grazing zone. Because that way can at least put them closer to where they need to be. Should make it a little bit faster. And oh, I never put down the medic location, the animal sleeping spots for medic things. Okay, for now, let's allow them to go in here too. And where else? I guess we can make this like a temporary sleeping area for some of them, and this a temporary sleeping area. So we're not gonna grow anything on those tiles, so might as well, right? It's not like a beauty contest at this point anyway. Seeing the stego and trikes give stego and trike eggs. Okay. That's kind of what I anticipated too, and kind of what I was hoping for. Because the alternative would have been that they wouldn't produce anything. And that would have been pretty bad. Will all the animals move up there now? Yes, they will. Well, no reason to grow any of this stuff anymore. Because that's no longer going to be used. Guess we can technically also just make this grow wild now. There's no point. What else? Keep all the crops around here though. It's for a little while longer at least. See, there's still this hexagel course generator reactor situation that I need to get sorted out somehow. But that is a bit of a long-term task. Come on, game. Don't abandon me now. Start responding. There we go. It's extra spicy when you get that whole thing where the whole window goes like white, you know? Yeah, let's move. Oh yeah, that's what I needed to do. Good. Deconstruct that as well, because then we should be able to... Oh, okay. Can't assign that to be deconstructed. Just opens the UI. But yeah, then we can deconstruct this thing. Move all the hay grass and plant scraps over to the other one that's up here instead. Hopefully we can get all the creatures anesthetized. Guess we can do some more animal sleeping spots in here for the time being. Then we can always move those later. This is Banagon, shouldn't be in there. Should be over here. They basically switched spots, seems. Just in a mod of arrow fleets entering the ship. Can you feel it? It's coming together slowly but surely. Mostly slowly though, but on occasion also surely. Any point of me keeping these ceiling fans though? I don't know. Should definitely move the radiators across though. Might as well instead of building new ones. It's not like they're super expensive, but you know, we have them, so since they're not serving any other purpose, we should definitely consider that. I also don't know if we need fire sprinklers on the ship, but I am gonna move those across anyway. Let's have some in the storage room too, just in case an accident does in fact happen. Actually makes me wonder because there's no point, at no point do you ever build like anti-gravity generators on this. I wonder, does that mean that the sprinklers technically wouldn't even work in space? Get these pipes down. I went around last stream connecting all the doors because they don't come with circuits or pipes or anything. That has to be done separately. Okay. So I do believe, yes. Have one of these over here. Actually, don't we have more of those large radiators? We do, so we can technically start moving these over too. I did notice a few places where we could put those, no problem. They do provide a little bit more of the heat than small ones, after all. Game is doing a thinking. I wonder what that sound check over in the park was all about. Because it's completely quiet now. So, like, not a single sound. So I wonder if they were just doing sound check for later today, or if it's like for tomorrow, maybe even. Impossible to say. getting all these squeezed in though. These are like the small, fine, minute details to making a colony function when you're playing modded that is hard to appreciate for people that just come by for like a few minutes. Especially when you haven't been part of the creation process, right? But it's kind of what makes Dub's bad hygiene interesting, for one. Hmm. Oh, we can maybe put it down here. There's one on either side of that door. You can also make air condition units for the base and ship or whatever. But those need to be... Then you also need like a temperature regulator in the room. Otherwise, you get some pretty weird results. That whole system works in a very particular way, so that, let's say this, let me say it this way. It's hard to have different temperature ranges when you use the temperature control thingies. Because you can't have one room that's cool and another one that's hot on the same system if you're using the thermostat or whatever it is calling in. I think it's a thermostat. Okay. So Cap and then the Moo should be sleeping over here, right? But why is it only... Okay. Odd. Well, at least assign both there. Shit. I totally lost track of these little guys. They still need to be operated upon. I think it's because Sephiroth prioritizes you, Sheena. You do have like 10 additional surgeries that are still queued up. And we got another round of Stream Raider, so let's jump on over. See, you guys play 17 units. Okay. Well, it's the first one, so hopefully we should be good. We also have this haste thingy-majiggy. I have no idea how powerful this is, but let's try, see what happens. And I guess it doesn't necessarily make sense to use it on this map, but I just wanted to... Okay, that is a huge improvement on speed. Well, I guess it might actually work in this case because these guys are like ranged, so... They seem to have quite a lot of range too. 12. Damn. But we did it. For a quick victory. Woohoo, you get some healer scrolls and Amanda Cald art. You get some tank scrolls. Amanda Cald art? Okay, we're on to the next map regardless. Let's see, what do we have? A lot of different types of enemies. And we can start almost anywhere we want, but I guess we want to start at a corner somewhere and then work our way through. Right? Because otherwise, we just get... What do you call it? Like, not trapped, but flanked. Flanked is the word I was looking for. There we go. Blue Squad had different plans, but I was probably just being too slow. Anyways, we'll check back on that later, see how that's going. Okay. What else do we want to move on over? I mean, right now I kind of wanted to get those Briosaurus anesthetized and put into the crypto sleep thingy. Because that way we also don't have to worry about feeding them or treating them or anything. Oh, okay. I was like, is Sephiroth just going back and forth with the medicine? No, he was just anesthetizing them that quickly. He literally just had to go over for like a split second to oh, that's not what I want. Oh, okay, so they automatically get carried into the crypto sleep caskets when they get anesthetized? Huh. Or someone in Puppeteer. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Or at least not true ham. Contains 6 Briosaurus. Yeah, it takes a while to put them in, it seems. Kind of expected something like that, though. Didn't expect it to happen instantaneously, at least. We have no light in here, however. Which is why it's so freaking dark. Can't see anything. And as a result, it takes a little bit longer to navigate and do stuff in here, so... we'll put in a light source for now. Probably just put in a floor lamp on the right hand side because still want to keep it symmetrical. Not exactly sure what we're going to do in that extra room, but I'm sure I can figure out something. Maybe just a crematorium. Jeez. Okay, so furniture. Somewhere here. Spatial lamp. Oh, so this is like a space heater and lamp in one. Okay. Not exactly what I'm interested in though. I do want to see like what else we have in terms of lighting options, because we should also have a modern lamp here. Power saving lamp that's more effectively converts electricity to light. So might as well use that instead of the others. Yes, we can have a wedding area over there instead. Also have the party spot, hasn't been moved yet either. What else? All the animals in here have just spoiled away. There's mortars, but I don't think there's any reason to place those on the ship, at least. I don't think you can fire a mortar from the ship, can you? Well, maybe if you place it on the outside somehow. But it's maybe a bit of a stretch. Don't know why you would do that in the middle of space either. Kamita and Sanderfeld, do we have room for you to have a bedroom? Because I would like to have some more people on board. Yes, we do. Wait, no, this is for Sephiroth. Did we move his bed across? Yes, we did. Just gotta assign him. there. And he also has his legendary bed, only the best will do, I guess. For his dragon. Which still hasn't received a name. We can technically put his plinth in, but it would be like in the very corner or something. And technically we don't really need the other one, but yeah. We could also repurpose these banners somewhere. Maybe. Hmm. And the bridge, maybe. Why not? I know they technically belong to his room, but I have no idea if that's going to be a functional spot or if it's going to be like impossible to navigate now, but we'll try anyway. I did notice though that the fridge area is getting very dirty very quickly, so let's put some floor mats over to fix that situation. Whoop, that's not the right location. Might as well. Oh yeah, also up there. How do we want to do this? Guess we can have a format on the inside. Because it's not really... See, that's the thing too with these, is that I've been placing the floor mats on like the inside of buildings. Because there's been a clear distinction on what's outside and what's inside. But now, there's like this odd situation where, you know, it's always inside. So... I don't know how you would rationalize placement of these anymore. Guess it would just have to be like intermittent placement here and there on the ship. Put it in there. Jade Dragon 1. Someone else slept in this room before, and now I don't remember whose bed this is. Or dragon, I should say. Dragon bed. Yeah, because 7 Psych and Snorkelfolk, they have the... Or Snorkel... I think it's 7 Psych has Yong. And... Sephiroth obviously has... the White Dragon. Ancient White Dragon. The only one that we have. Vanagon belongs to Banana Move. This bed though... Is it Capitolemia's dragon or is it someone else's? Elder True Dragon 2. Let's take a look. Elder. Oh, right. So it would just be called True Dragon? No, Elder True Dragon 2 belongs to Cyber Fatty. That doesn't sound right. Let's just assign it back to Cap, I guess, for now. We even have a Jade Dragon that's not assigned to anyone. Yeah, so next colony, definitely I'm gonna make it a rule that if you buy a personal pet or you acquire a personal pet, we need it named immediately. Because otherwise I'll just keep like feeling bad about assigning creatures onto people that they don't belong to, even if the person in question might not even have been in the stream for literally weeks, you know. But it still affects me personally, so because I want to try and make everyone happy. That's just how I am, I guess. So what do we do with all of this? Because if we deconstruct all of these, we get a fuck ton of materials in return. However, our food production is going to be significantly halted as a result. So okay, so now we have a lot of things in this crypto sleep thingy. Can we put... Oh, we have another random Druosaurus here. Hold on. I saw you, you little shit. You're in here. There. What about the Aerofleets and the Archelopes? Can they fit into those? That would be amazing. I doubt it, but we can try. I mean, the Aerofleets are basically just, you know, kind of balloon-sized creatures. Like, can't you just deflate them? I know that's not how jellyfish work, because that's technically what they are, but you know. Canister, what's that doing there? Wonder if that's the mobile assembler that made one of those. Okay. Shoot frenzy. Elsie is belonging to Comito. I remember that much. She's a blue dragon. Let's put her in here. So Comito bought bronze stuff, right? Yes. Even a bronze pillar. Oh, I can actually reinstall that. Don't know if I can fit all that into one room though. This is also an oak ergonomic bed, so we can move them across, no problem. Sorry, Diz. I'm gonna kick you out of this bed. So... Comito, and who was your... freaking... forgot. Sanderfell. Sanderfell. There. Get you guys moved over. And then, oh yeah, we probably just uninstalled those furniture pieces for later use in the correct room. Then we can move the bronze stuff over. Not entirely sure what to do with the pillar. We could chuck it in the sort of corner of the room and then have Comito comment on that at some point if they show up. Because putting it in front of the vent wouldn't make sense. There's not really anywhere else you could put this anyway, so that is how it's gonna be. What do we do about this jade scale dragon pillow? Just put it somewhere on the ship, just so it's there. Because if I remember correctly, jade scale isn't really on the cheap side, so... I also think we might have to build a crematorium. Because I've been thinking about, okay, like why would you need a crematorium? But now that I think about it, if we get like if our creatures get butchered, what happens to the bodies when you butcher them? Well, I guess when you butcher them, there's no skeleton left behind. So I suppose it would be fine. Okay, can you actually... Oh, you can. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, so we can technically anesthetize all these aerofleets. Cool. What? North Korea. Welcome back. I thought you said you had to leave. Well, I guess I assumed that meant you had to go to bed. Yo. Yo, yo. Welcome back, though. No bedtime. It's 3 p.m. Okay. I see. Anyway. It's cool. Seems like these critter sleep, I think they're called critter sleep caskets, are pretty generous with what they're capable of storing. They probably won't be able to store the dragons, I assume. But we can at least store everything else, which is kind of cool. And that way we don't have to feed them. These mobile assemblers, though, are gonna stick around. Could technically also have kept the Arc of Tortoises around, but we can take those out of crypto sleep, I believe. Oh. Okay, so so that's one thing I didn't consider. When you put them into cryosleep this way, if you want to open it up, all the creatures come pouring out in one go. It doesn't allow you to deposit one at a time. Not so sure how I feel about that. Small animals. Small animals. Oh, okay. So there's like two different sizes of the critter sleep caskets. There's this one, which holds 8, and there's this one that holds 32. And the difference is just their resource core costs, and I assume their power requirements, though it doesn't say that it is consuming any power. Which is kind of funky. Yep, and there's no power line directly to it. It doesn't have any power functions either, so it just works. Huh. Okay. Cool. That means that we can put all these critters into crypto sleep. What? Where did Sephiroth go? Yeah. Oh, he's putting that in an actual crypto sleep casket. Is it because we ran out of space? Well. It's because we ran out of space, maybe? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, shoot. Okay, so they get put into these caskets, actually. So I was a bit ahead of myself, I guess. Fuck. Okay. Let's try rescuing this one and see if we can't move them into a crypto sleep casket, but yeah, they might. Oh no, it does say crypto sleep. Okay, so they're too big, I suppose. So they're not considered small. Well, that sucks. Okay, well, I guess we won't be anesthetizing these, but I'm putting them in caskets because that would be a waste of resources and time. Unfortunate. Don't really know what's going on. Well, don't worry. Neither do I. But it's basically you can. So when you build this spaceship in vanilla, one of the components on the ship are these crypto sleep thingies that you build onto the side of the ship, right? And you need one of those for each of your colonists and creatures that you want to bring with you into space, or aka into winning the game. And as a result, you have to do the same here when building these Saber spaceships. So what I've done is I've built this critter sleep casket setup where you can put like small animals into stasis so that they don't eat or require anything, but they like also don't produce anything in return, right? So it's mostly just so that we can keep them in store until the spaceship can be expanded so that I can feed them on the ship without running out of food options. Because once we go into space, we won't just be able to hunt random animals on the area, I assume. So getting stuff like meat, for instance, is going to be a bit more difficult. And with limited amount of space, we can't exactly grow like a billion crop types, so a little bit limited on that. You like start mid-game the most. Yeah, I feel like when you start mid-game, like, I don't know. I'm personally not that kind of player, I guess. But that's also because if you play vanilla, there's not really much to the early game anyway, so that's probably why some people prefer to skip it entirely, because it's pointless if you don't mod it. But I mean, we had so many things that we had to do, or had to and could do in the Neolithic era, moving into medieval. I mean, the base game doesn't even have a medieval faction to begin with to fight you, so if you start as tribals, you can literally get attacked by mechanoids, but in this run, we did something a bit different than that. We could only get attacked by things that were the same tech level as us, which means while we're in Neolithic stage ourselves, not only trying to survive, but also progressing, we could only get attacked by other Neolithic tribes or things that are considered below. So amongst those are insectoid invasions. Those are counted as a tier lower than Neolithic stage within the game. So that way we didn't get completely like wrecked by robots coming in and killing us for no reason. So that's kind of how that worked out. And then each time we went up in tech level, we could get attacked by other factions that were the same. So having a modded in like medieval faction allowed knights to come and raid us. When we moved into industrial era, you know, the regular pirates in the game and similar could come and raid us. And to balance it all out, we also weren't visited by traders that came from tech levels beyond us because they just weren't interested in trading us. You know, that makes sense. And we couldn't use weapons or armor that were tech level, like a technology that were beyond us. Which mostly was just if they were like a higher tech level than us, we couldn't use it. There's mods you can install that enables that kind of functionality. So that's basically what I did, which was a little bit confusing for some people because, well, it didn't always work. And some things were not classified as the right tech level thing from other mods, so it wasn't super optimal, but I wanted to give it a try and see what other people thought about it. And the general gist is that people were just really confused of what items they were capable / allowed to use and which they were not. Which actually I wonder, that's actually something, maybe I should bring that up to Sir Randu who works on TTK. If we could get like a feature on the store that tells you what tech level an item is and as an option. Because that would at least alleviate some of those issues. Because when you're coming in to someone else's mod pack setup and you don't know what weapons even exist in there, like the last thing you're gonna know is what tech level they're gonna be either, so naturally that produces a bit of, you know, difficulties trying to understand what you can and what you cannot buy. Or rather, you could buy everything, it's just as soon as you try to equip it, it would automatically be unequipped. So, and people will get a little bit frustrated in chat because of those restrictions, so. But yeah, if you don't do that, it kind of like it kind of just breaks the balance of the game, because as soon as you get raided by one pair of bandits, it doesn't matter what tech level you're in the vanilla game, they always drop like firearms, and then you've already skipped past half of the game, so it's like, okay, what's even the point of starting in the Neolithic stage if you can just loot weapons anyway? And then a modded faction comes in with spacer tech weapons, and now you don't even have to craft the things yourself. Like, come on. I don't personally find that fun, so. But that's because I play Rimworld more like a challenge, more than like a test of skill, more than like that's how I want to play the game, more than just a story generator. Because I want to have a challenge that's possible to overcome, which is something that's in on itself is actually really hard to achieve, to get that experience with Rimworld, because it's just not made for it. Like, it's just straight up not made for it. But yeah, we've got some stream raiders, and I can continue that a little bit in a moment, because these guys over here insisted on doing their own thing. Guess people are just like spread around, huh? Well, that makes it a little bit hard to buff you guys. So hopefully it's gonna be fine. Where to put the buff though? Because these guys up here kind of did their own thing. And this only improves melee skill. This... there's not really any good buffs to put out there, I guess. Well, if you were all down in the corner, I could give you, given you all haste. And they instantly got murdered. That's kind of what I expected. I mean, I put down a healer, goddammit. Can't heal you when you're on the opposite side of the map. And these guys are gonna wreck us, I have a feeling. Well, maybe not. Maybe we are gonna survive this. A lot of dudes, though. having to beat them all in one go is maybe gonna be a bit tricky. What is this? This is Stream Raiders. I can give you a heads up on what this is in a moment. And then there's the one turret up in the corner of the map. Okay. I think we'll manage this. A bit risky to have placed the units all over the map, but it seems to have worked out somehow. Well, that's people's choices for you. Anyway, what do we get? Ooh, you get some rogue scrolls. Congratulations. We'll be moving on to the next map. So what this is, North Croc, is it's an auto battler thing that's integrated into Twitch, where you can... Oh, this fucking map. Okay, guys, we gotta focus here because we gotta get these tubes destroyed. So it's rogues time. We need rogues or ranged units, just anything to take out those tubes, because if those robots come out, we're fucked. I've seen that happen on us on Captalamia stream. You had to redo the fucking map 3 times over in order to achieve that, so... And yeah, if you put down a rogue, they will prioritize those things, so... Consider that. But yeah, basically you put down units, and after half an hour we sort of return here and auto battle this thing, and you get rewards and you can upgrade your units as you participate in streamers auto battles. And yeah, I mean, give it a go. It doesn't cost you anything, it's free. That way you can see if it's of your interest. But yeah, it's something you can do when you have 100 followers. Then you can become a Stream Raiders captain yourself, so that when you're streaming you can like lead the charge and stuff. So it's just a little bit extra, I guess, as a thing to do in between stuff, which is something I feel is pretty good to have, especially right now when the colony and everything is going by slowly. Because he's famous, boy. Well, I wouldn't go far and say that. It's maybe a bit of a stretch, mate. Nah. Getting these floor mats in. Okay, it's feeling more and more like, you know, the base has been moved onto the ship, because most of the activity is happening around the ship at this point anyway, like all this craziness up here. So now comes the big question: what do we do next? We could technically... See, we can do 2 things. We can either split up the colony and transport things back and forth between the surface and the spaceship, or play some Ark. That's not what I wanted to hear. Or we can start pulling apart as many things around here as humanly possible, and then leave like 1 or 2 pawns left to actually, we could just uninstall this and put it on the ship that way. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, I've made up my mind. Okay, so we're gonna start deconstructing everything, and then all the people that we can't sustain on the ship we'll put into cryptosleep caskets, which, you know, would be about half the colony, where we could focus on all the people that don't sleep together with others. Sister and Muka then would need to get a bedroom over here. Sister and Muka, you can be put in here. I think that might actually be the most seamless and less tedious thing to do. Because if we were to split up the base into 2 parts, I would probably have to like disable TTK to avoid crashes and unforeseen circumstances, so which wouldn't be a good time for most of y'all. I assume that would be pretty boring. Super Grape and Forgotten, you guys are actually in a relationship, but okay, Snowy and Prophet. I'm gonna focus on you guys instead. Snowy and Prophet. You guys can get this room. Snowy and Prophet. So many people. Also, in a vanilla playthrough, you would never go for this many people anyway. Like the highest I would ever go for is like about 16. Why can I not find Prophet on this list? Oh, he's right there. Okay, that does seem like we mostly have... Well, there are a few exclusions, like myself, True Hemp are technically a couple. And then there's Andre that's not in a relationship with anyone. Just as Sephiroth is not in a relationship with anyone. But we could technically... Yeah, since we're not... Since we won't be flying things back and forth, we can actually just put down the tents in the fucking extra area for the time being. Until we get like the bedrooms expanded. Maybe that's gonna be a better plan. Huh. Speaking of things though, we've actually filled up the stockpile for structures, it seems. Not too surprising. I mean, we had a lot of stuff that we wanted to keep on. That does present another problem though. That means we won't have the room for all the structures that I want to keep. Okay. Well, there's nothing left to do than to build another storage box, I guess. Does that also mean that the tents... No, the tents were moved across. Okay. Whoa! Game is laggy. Oh, it's because I had something selected. My bad. Okay, well, that just means I gotta try and figure out where the tents went somehow. I think it's easier if we do here. Okay, so they are in this box. Oh, here they are. They're just showing up as white items because that's how this works. This is so silly, but yep, we're gonna erect tents on the freaking home mothership. 4, 8. So that's at least 12 more sleeping spots. That means if we assume 22 minus 1, that's 21 people. So we can almost have the entire colony, and then we just need a small handful of people to stay in crypto sleep until we get the room for them. That'll be fine. Still kind of need a box for storing those structures. So what we will do is that we will take this one, copy the settings over. There we go, that should be enough. Yeah, you're still going to complain that there's no storage space for a lot of things. That's fine though. Okay, let's get all of this stuff uninstalled though. Glorious friend room. What else? Oh yeah, we've got this solarite bed. Might as well keep it around. I don't know if we're gonna ever use it, but it's valuable, so why not? And there's these, the dragon pillows for mine and Hamp's dragon. Need those somewhere. Scree. Then there's all the furniture in here. Definitely not gonna sell that. Oh yeah, my character's even like being operated on still. Uninstall all this stuff. We have another dragon nest here. Pillow. It's not a nest. Can't technically make a nest, so there's a little bit of a difference. Nest is made out of hay grass. But that's not regal enough for me. Another reason why I didn't quite want to do the magic playthrough immediately is also because I want to have a mod ready for it that I'm working on, so until the time comes that I'm done with that, there will be no magic, so to speak. It's just a materials mod that I'm working on that adds like some more fantastical, original, conceptual ores to the game. For lack of better words, I suppose. So the general idea was to make a mod that adds fantasy metals that are not like straight up ripped from pop culture, so that we could create like our own lore around them and stuff like that. And that way I wouldn't be tied to the natural, like, common understanding on how those work. So for instance, like right now we have the fantasy metals mod, which it adds mithril, right? And it's literally just mithril as in what you would expect from Lord of the Rings. It's white in color, it's very lightweight, and it protects you against sharp attacks and stuff. And then there's vibranium, which I guess is technically, that's Marvel, right? Because that's what Captain America's shield is made out of, if I remember correctly. So, although they are recognizable ores from pop culture, I would rather have stuff that's not. Because then we can have something that is original and interesting that way instead. Okay, Camilo, so you have at some point bought this freaking thing. Radio, we can put that over there. And we can move, I should remember to move these bronze things over now that I'm looking at it. Just so I don't forget later on. But yeah, there's a lot of ores in my mod that have been planned so far, without spoiling anything. and they're gonna be rare because there's so many different ore types. But when you find them, in order to compensate, they will be in higher quantities. So that's one thing that's a bit of an issue when you start adding a lot of mods that add metals in, and you're also using the materials expanded one that changes it so you don't just get steel, you have to first get iron and coal, and then you can make like steel out of that. Because that means you need a lot of iron and coal, and those take up a vast majority of the things that you find underground. Can't show it right now because we don't have a deep penetrating ore scanner anymore. But when we had that, you would see that a lot of the map is just cluttered with coal that's not as needed as the iron that we're in need of, because you can also make charcoal. You can also make charcoal to generate the steel with, and it's a long process and stuff. But then there's the fantasy metal ores, and they're really powerful, but whenever you find them, it's in such a minute quantity that, because it's so far and in between that you find any ore of that kind, you know, you basically, in a normal playthrough at least, wouldn't really be able to make proper use out of them. You might be able to make like one armor set and weapon maybe, but I mean, armor deteriorates. And not all the metals are, you know, really good for making armor anyway. Some of them are actually just better off just using as decorative materials. And building walls out of that stuff is completely out of the question. Unless you have like a very, very small base. So, what do we do with these high explosive shells? That's another thing. Guess we can just move the shells onto the ship, but I mean, if they explode in like a, what would you even call it? I mean, there's nothing on the ship where, nowhere on the ship where I would be fine with them exploding is what I'm basically saying, you know? We don't have a stockpile room for these. Should I just leave them behind and then maybe we can make I mean, do we even need them is the question. I don't know. Let's just leave them behind. Deconstruct that one though. That one can be deconstructed as well. Oh yeah, Andre's Tiamat is also sleeping in here. It's sleeping on a bed. It's just so dark you can't see that it even exists. So we'll move that over as well. So did we get Kamito's stuff moved across? I think so. So Andre, you have your bed over here. So you did buy it out of specific materials. They're not that special, but I will uninstall them for you regardless. We have these small obsidian statues. So far so good. Sephiroth's room has been mostly cleared out, so that is non-problematic anymore. We could technically start deconstructing a lot of this stuff to retrieve some materials. I don't know if it's gonna be worth it, but we can see. At least give it a go. I guess the sterile tiles might at least be something that we can make use of. The materials, that is. Well, this floor here is just bone. Worthless. There's also all the materials for like all these walls and stuff, which even if we deconstructed it, we wouldn't be able to put it to any use, really, like other than clothing. So there's no point in really trying to deconstruct all those walls. There are a few cases where like we have rich dragon leather used to on the walls, but even then, it's only 2 pieces of cloth per wall segment, so it's not even going to be worth the effort. Which is both, you know, I would consider that a good thing, at least. Because it's good that we don't have to worry about it, since that saves us time, and it's also good when we built the things because it meant they were cheap to begin with. All these are in the pets category, that's why they're not on the ship. Okay. That makes sense. Well. Guess that just means that we have to clear all the pet zones out here. They also have access to that grazing area. No more though. They're only allowed to be on the ship now. That way we at least shouldn't be able to accidentally forget them. That's a pretty good amount of silver and steel at least. Not like it takes a long time to deconstruct, but moving the resources across might be a bit more time consuming. Also, what happens if we remove the roofs? For like here, for instance, is that going to give us... It's not. Oh, remove steel area is a separate thing. Okay. Let's see. Because we have some of that here and there. And each of these cost us 50 steel to put down, so if we can retrieve some of that, it would be pretty good. All that stuff. Okay, so you do get like a lot back actually. Well, then we definitely want to do that too. Though technically, could just buy it because people, you guys are getting, you are getting 2x coins, by the way, in case you didn't notice. I still have that on. I'm probably gonna keep it 2x until we are like done with this colony. Just to speed things ahead a little bit. Or at least trying to. I mean, I obviously can't force you guys to interact with using your coins and stuff. But, oh god. Wonder if they're doing sound checks or if there's an actual concert that's about to begin now. Because the music is back. This is gonna be heart-wrenching though, having to just deconstruct all this stuff just to rebuild it somewhere else. I really wish that you could just uninstall, like minify these. But we can't. Not too sure what to do with these shields though, because yes, we can uninstall them, but I don't know if we even want to use them on the ship to begin with. Because I don't know if they are going to conflict with the shields that we have on the ship, which are these shield generators. And I don't know if they would even work to begin with. Like in terms of ship combat and all that stuff. It's like, for instance, we have an architect shield generator, but it's like so small in range compared to like the size of the ship. I think I'm gonna leave all these defenses on here just in case. No reason to put those away. Let's just tear all those beds down. Oh, there's a bit here. I think this is for Kevin's dragon, red dragon wormling. It doesn't have a name either, but that's fine. He isn't around much either, but he's excused because he's got a bit of a life-changing situation going on. So he can't be around much. Just pop in now and then though. Okay, there should be a few beds over here still. And when all those are gone, hopefully our colonists are automatically gonna reposition themselves in these sleeping tents. And anyone else who is not in a bed will just sleep on the floor for a while, I guess. And then when we go into space, then I can figure out who we, if it becomes a problem, we can always put them in crypto sleep. I think that is going to be the general approach. So sad having to tear down all this stuff in here. But it has to be done. I mean, you could start a brand new playthrough with save or ship where you start with either a space station or a ship to begin with. Though it's like in need of repairs and stuff. And I didn't exactly like look into exactly what you have available in terms of technologies, but it seems pretty cool. It's a little bit of a different start. And you have just enough chem fuel to basically get out of the spaceship and down to the surface of the planet to go and get supplies, I guess. Not entirely sure what, like, how you would progress with a start like that, but hey, something. Speaking of something, holy shit, that's a lot of something steel. Several thousands. Not too surprising though, I mean, look at all this. Fucking steel roofing, yeah. Also been gathering uranium over here before we leave. Do we need these pumping stations? Possibly not. Let's see. And we've got a bit of stream raiders. We'll get back to the ship moving process in a moment. Okay, so let's see. Did anyone listen? Well, maybe you guys just don't have rogues. But yeah, we don't take out these vats, we're gonna get fucked. So guess we'll just have to put down some haste. Because all the level 1 should be easy to take out. And I know there's a lot of them, but these vats, if they hatch, they should, I believe they turn out into to level 10s. That's what they did on Cap's stream when I saw that happen. This is why you want rogues. Because they just ignore everything else and prioritize those. It's like, we should be able to take down all these guys, no problem, right? And yes, we don't just need rogues, of course, but these are easy to take out. Cool, well, we definitely did it in the first go, which is more than what I could ask for. So, good job. Woohoo, you get a paladin scroll. Let's be on to the next one. Which after this one, the next one is a blue skin box. Stick around for that, I suppose. Yeah, so we've got some more test tubes around here, so we'll need some rogues to take out those. Okay, well, my rogue is on cooldown, so I'll leave that to you guys. I can put down my Orc Slayer though, so that I can help take out the big guys. Just try and guide some people a little bit. There we go, that should be more than enough. There we go. Back to Rimworld. Yeah, they're still doing sound checks over in the park. So Muhu, though you were joking with the Arc thing, I guess if everything goes to complete shit and we launch the spaceship and the game just dies on me, or we get into our first space battle and the ship gets wrecked to pieces beyond repair, then might have to figure out something else to play. Not gonna lie, that would be a bit of a mood killer. And I guess we could start a new colony on Rimworld with ideology just to see what it's about, but I don't know if I would be in the mood on the same day our humongous colony went poof. Might be a bit of a stretch. Medical emergency, Cerberus, severe illness. Is it because of malnutrition? Yeah. Okay. Did I not? They're in the pets category. They have access to this, so why is the Cerberus dying from malnutrition? Seen people trying to stream Space Mod. It's supposedly not very good with TTS. It often lags a lot. Might not be the same with my case though. Well, I know I'm special, but still, there's a limitation on how much magic I can work too. But probably having a better understanding of how the performance in the game functions is a benefit. But yeah, I've heard that TTS doesn't work too well with space either. But I think from what I've heard, it's more like TTK doesn't quite understand the whole concept of having multiple bases, but I guess we just don't build multiple bases with the space stuff. Which normally, you know, if you do a space run thing, you would probably need to go down to a planet and have multiple bases for a long time in order for it to work. Because I'm not entirely sure on how you get materials in space, but if it's a brand new colony that just woke up from crypto sleep, chances are, and this is my guess, that you wouldn't be able to do much with a spaceship starting out anyway. But that's just assumptions, so we have plenty of storage room still for this stuff, right? Yeah, more than enough. Can't have 15,000 resources in one of these skips now though, due to the changes I made. Pretty hefty, sizable chunk. What is this one? Oh, that's because it's copper and tin. Those are low volume stuff, so they stack higher. It's like, why does this one say like 28,000 though? But it makes sense. But yeah, I'm a bit worried that it's all gonna fall apart once we go into space. I've said that multiple times, but it doesn't hurt repeating, I guess. And yeah, if you can't use TTK in space, it's like, well, Saber ship is pretty much useless for TTK then. And not having even experienced Saber ship myself, like just in a vanilla or non-TTK, non-streaming context, and I've always gotten relatively like last colony I played by my own, I got so fucking close, like, to build a spaceship, that is, but I never even got to the point of actually building it, right? Which, with what I know now, probably is like more understandable given how much it actually takes to build a spaceship that's functional. I mean, even if we take out dubsped hygiene, which honestly doesn't even take up that much space, because apparently you can just use these life support systems, they've got compatibility for it, so you didn't even need to have these, you know, water treatment and sewage treatment and water tower facilities. But even then, that's not exactly a lot of space that gets displaced for that kind of stuff. Even our storage has been condensed quite a lot, but it still takes room, it's inevitable. So even if we cut away half of this storage room in terms of what we might needed, like, still need to put the people somewhere, still need to put your animals somewhere, still need to put your food in a fridge, you still need to have your crafting facilities, which even with a lot of mods you can put into like very compact areas. Then there's the crypto sleep caskets, which just like these just take up a lot of space naturally because you can't stack them next to each other, which is a little bit annoying that is the case. So actually, I just realized there is a method you could use to make room for one more crypto sleep casket. If I had them rotated around like this, then you could have had, you know, two on opposite side like that as well. But because of the way that this room is constructed, it's impossible to store any space. And the funny thing is that if you go into MISC, I believe, right, there's the crypto sleep suspender. Is that the thing? No, I don't think so. That's vanilla expanded. That's something else. I'm looking for the regular crypto sleep caskets, or whatever the heck they're calling it. They're crypto sleep caskets, because these function in a bit of a different way. They don't block movement, so you can stack as many of these next to each other as you want. But these are different than the others though, because this one says It has built-in timers and contingencies and can be opened without manual intervention. In the event of catastrophic ship failure, can also act as an escape pod. So these work a bit differently. They have more functionalities to them, I guess. But yeah. I don't even know if you get crypto sleep sickness, acquire sleep sickness, if you could pop out of these. And there's a crypto sleep suspender, but that's not save or ship, that's vanilla expanded. A medical that uses partial crypto sleep to slow down the degradation of wounds and help the body heal. Although the same side effects of crypto sleep, albeit at a less severity. So this is like basically a bed, I guess, for medical use. Like is a different kind of medical bed alternative that you could use. That just slows down injuries so they don't become as severe a problem. But yeah. So how are we doing on the steel hauling? Okay, it's gonna take a while. Hot minute, as they say. I'll be right back. Just a little toilet break though. And what is the time? Okay. And I'm back. I used the opportunity to get a splash of water in my face, because although it's not as hot as it used to be the last week, it's still pretty fucking warm. So trying to cool down is nice. Because there's no reason to put the flamer turrets on the ship. Those are kind of like... they wouldn't even naturally work in the void of... in the vacuum of space. But I guess Rimworld would still allow for that to happen. I'm still a bit skeptical about these artificial ecosystems though, not being nearly the same amount. I mean, this is still a lot of animals. So I will maybe have to rely on you guys in TTK when we get into space. For now, the food stores seem to be okay though. I believe this one is set for just vegetables, however, and it's empty. Nope, that one's actually set for meat. Wait, what? Okay. This one is full of meat though. Huh. Is that an oversight? It might be. It's supposed to be vegetarian. It's like a backup storage. Is that why? No. I don't think so. We have chocolates here, but they're not being moved. Seven sack yoink to those. So what are you gonna do now? I was doing that wandering thing. I think it's because the AI is trying to figure out what to do with this pawn. They're just standing around in wandering mode for a while. Or is it because they're one of the many people that were... Oh wow, we have a lot of idle colonists. Holy shit. Okay, that's unnatural. Is that really because... Are we actually... Hold on. This feels wrong. Why are they not moving the steel then? That doesn't seem right. We do have a lot of pawns that are just wandering. Not exactly sure why though. Because aren't everyone set to hauling in some capacity? Yeah, it's just low priority. So nowhere near 20 colonists. Is it because they can't tell that there's a stockpile that they can put the steel to? It might be something like that. Let's try. Just say steel instead of low priority. That way they at least have somewhere to put it. But yeah, there's like so much. And it's both plasteel and stainless steel as well. Maybe the AI is just having a seizure and falling apart in front of our eyes. So it was this, and then under... Oof. Special metals, I believe it is. Yes, stainless steel. So that's used for the hydroponics trays. Have a lot of dragon eggs too. They're just like hanging around. Which honestly we should just get rid of. Because we have too many dragons to begin with. Oh yeah, that also reminds me of another little detail. I don't know exactly how ideology works, but I was curious to see if we could make like a dragon-based religion or something just for shits and giggles, because why not? I mean, I gotta like make it related to my channel branding and everything, right? So why not? But what do you call it? That means that I do want to have the dragons mod in the medieval magic playthrough, but there's going to be a few changes to it. Most notably that which is I will remove them from the store, so they're just going to be available in the game as a thing that's normally present. I will also be restricting us to only maybe have one dragon, as I don't know how ideology works, but you know, just have one dragon around maybe. Because they are very overpowered. Like, let's face it, they are pretty damn powerful. And even a lot of the other alpha animals things, they dwarf in comparison to what a dragon is capable of. So instead of making it so that everyone just gets a dragon and, you know, the challenge is out of the game and magic isn't even required and stuff, because those are also very heavy on micromanagement. Wait, that's a dragon whelp. Oh shoot, yeah, that's one of the eggs that hatched. Okay. And this is also something I want to avoid, just having too many baby dragons. Okay, you guys, can you like move this steel, please? Andre is working hard. Are you? Still have 12 idle colonists of all things. I'm wondering if it's because the people that haul can carry so much in one. It's not even a lot. It's only 42 actually. Well, scrap that idea, I guess. I guess was that maybe they could haul so many things that they just queued up all the steel in one go, and that's why half the colony is idle. But that doesn't quite seem to be the case either. Okay. Let's get these onto the ship. Don't know if I'll be using these shredder turrets, but they're quite expensive to make, so it's better to be able to just take them aboard and then maybe use them, maybe just sell them, than it is to completely throw them away. Because we can still put turrets onto the ship that are not particularly spaceship turrets. It's just that you need to make like a, what do you call it? Shoot. A structure to put them on. And they'll just have their baselines like normal stats as they would have in on the surface of a planet. They just placeable on the ship. My voice is cracking up much. But we did I kind of did put like a test here, so we have these hard points that allow me to put these turrets on the ship, and I believe they can then shoot like, you know, over the walls and stuff like that, because that's, as far as I know, how the other turrets work. Because otherwise, how would you be able to build a spaceship if they couldn't shoot over the ship itself? So basically I have to see these hard points as being like, I guess a pillar or something that goes up on top of the spaceship, and then you have this mounted gun on top, sort of. So it's like going through the roof. Oh boy. I really hope that if we leave this old base that we get some improvements on the performance of the game. Because that would be kind of nice. Oh yeah, also on the next main colony we'll be doing, it'll be on a smaller map as well, in order to try and promote a bit more of a compact base design. I feel that might be more interesting. I haven't quite decided on what map tile we want to go with, because that's, you know, something you're going to stick with for a long time. But since I haven't looked at what biomes we're even going to be running with, it's a bit, you know, a bit early to call that anyway. So yeah, we really just need all that steel moved, and then a few turrets here and there. And some of these energy shields that we uprooted, kind of. And once those are done, we could technically tear down the wind turbines to try and get some materials in return, but then we would have to turn on the reactors immediately and have them running on the surface of the planet before we go into space. And I don't know if that's particularly something I am fond of as an idea. So maybe we'll just leave these behind. I mean, there's still TTK, right? So assuming it works, you'll just be able to buy materials and for some new stuffs. For, like, I want to build some hexagel core reactors on the ship somewhere. And that's going to be probably our main power supply. Unless there's like someone who is interested in buying 1 billion vanometric power cells, which is also an option, of course, but I find the whole hexagel core reactor thing really cool. So if we can do that, I will definitely give it a shot. We've also made allies on the planet. We haven't made use of that capability whatsoever. And combat is so easy that I don't even need to do any of these aid calls with my pawn, which is even like unnecessary because we don't really gain that much. Like I can call for aid here and say like, oh, I want a steel drop. Right? But it's just going to be a slight amount of steel, which is nothing in the big picture, and it takes several days to refresh the cooldown, so yeah. This just enforces what I was already pretty sure of, is the whole royalty part of the royalty DLC is kind of useless. Like there's not really much reason to do it in a modded playthrough other than for the sake of roleplay, I guess. But even then, as we've experienced with this colony, getting a quest to progress with that is borderline impossible anyway. So we got like the first royalty related quest, which provided honor while we were still tribals, and we didn't get a single one all the way up until Ultra Tech. Like not a single one. The only reason we have progressed within royalty is because we had a tribute collector come by and basically did a, you know, buy to win kind of thing, and ended up buying 3 times as much honor as you even needed. And even the perks of having royalty don't, like, the detrimental effects of not being able to do most work types outweighs the benefits. So there's literally no beneficial reason to become royalty. It's just a fancy feature is all, which is a bit sad to me because it's really hard to, I guess you can get the psycasts, right? But I mean, I haven't used psycasts a single time in this entire playthrough, which again is something you don't really need with modded stuffs. Because the worst part about it, I guess, with psycast, speaking of that, is that it just makes your pawns waste a fuck ton of time doing meditation in the event that you might need to be able to do psycasts on a whim for a combat situation. And it doesn't really, yeah, it's not really me, I guess. I find Rimworld of Magic's, well, magic classes to be more enticing because they're more like specialized, you know. You I can't remember what fucking skills Andre has. Like when I go into combat, he has Berserk. We'll never use that because he goes on his own enemies, or friends, sorry. Word of Inspiration, completely like, okay, target will experience a random inspiration. Could be cool, but we're beyond the point where it's even necessary. You can buy that with TTK anyways. Word of Joy, okay, don't really think I need that. Mending, skips broken down or used up materials into each other, fusing them and repairing the item in the process. Has a chance of lowering the quality of the modded the mended item, so never gonna bother using that either. Skip, teleport the target to the desired position. Would be cool if you could cast it outside of melee combat, so it's kind of useless for Andre. You can use it to teleport into a combat situation, but not out of it, which is just annoying. There's Arctic Pinhole, which can be used to illuminate. It absorbs heat, yeah, and then it provides a bit of light. So it's like if you want to make an impromptu freezer for a while, for a little bit. Okay, let's say effect duration is 5 days, so you can use this to make a magical freezer, I guess, which is kind of cool. Solar Pinhole is the same thing, just the opposite, I believe. So it sucks out heat or cold and then leaks in heat or something, right? Yeah. Illuminating and warming the surrounding area until it closes. So those are like some of the cooler ones, but by the time you get these in a normal playthrough, you already have electricity, so why do you want abilities that require you to micromanage your pawns in order to do basic facility stuff? Even though it does last for 5 days, it still means you need to keep track every 5 days and use the freaking psycast. And in all that time, you need them to do their meditation in order to replenish their psi focus. So, okay. The skip shield, what does that do? Generates a spherical skip gate that sends all incoming and outgoing ground level projectiles to some distant place. Would be cool if it weren't for the fact that Andre's character is running in front of 1 billion people shooting guns, which means this skill doesn't just affect the enemy, it also affects our own shooters. So if Andre were to use that in a combat situation, he would not benefit from it because he needs to go into melee range with enemies anyway, which means he'll be right up next to them. So you can't put, like, this is to put it, you put this in between you and the enemy so that they don't get a shot at you. But I mean, you have to shoot them somehow, right? You have to take them out somehow. You can't just, if you can't shoot them and they can't shoot you, then what's the point? Like, it's just, okay, maybe in an emergency situation, if you're getting killed, you can use this to survive with, but I mean, preferably you wouldn't get that far. Then there's chunk skip. Skips the 5 chunks of rock or slag to scatter them near the target point. Useful for producing cover during offensive operations. See, this chunk skip is pretty useful because stone chunks are always on maps, so you can always make use of it. But I mean, most of the sidecasts are just, I don't know. Or what you have to sacrifice in return is kind of unnecessary. Okay, so something tells me that haste is going to be very useful on this map again, so... Okay, I'll put it here. We'll take out these guys and hopefully be out to these tubes in a jiffy. I see we have some flying rogues here too. And on the sides. Hopefully they are going to survive long enough to take out these bats though. Wait, why are they ignoring the Cybernation tubes? Okay, hopefully this is not going to come and bite us in the ass. Come on, rogues, do your thing, because obviously this group is so fucking slow now. That's why you need rogues on these maps. Because if just one of them pops with a level 10, that would kill any rogue, probably. Good job, everybody. So, Muhu, you get some Buster Scrolls, and... Geez. Nag's Personal Seagull, you get some Barbarian Scrolls. What a name. Okay. Let's take the blue one, why not? Sounds like the music's begun. It's not too terrible. I guess the sound check just had some crazy people do some weird ass music genres that I'm not into. Anyway, okay, so we have some high level guys here now. Which means you'll have to pop out your biggest, baddest mofos. Otherwise, we'll get wrecked. You can technically put them over there, but I would actually rather have everyone huddled up together in the same area, because that way the buffs are gonna have a larger impact. Sorry, Anadi, if you saw that. My bad. But yeah, all around, it'll make it easier. Or do whatever you want. If we fail, it's just gonna become easier anyway. So... I don't think I've ever managed to completely fail one of those. Okay, so Andre, Amalpeka, you can go in the same. I do think I have to manually assign people here. Oh wait, actually I should probably put my own pawn over with True Ham, just because we are in a relationship after all. And now the good thing is, because I deconstructed all the beds before looking into this, I can easily see who of our people doesn't have a bed yet. They will pop up as assign instead of reassign. So that's a little trick, I guess. Doesn't mean that all in this time they haven't had any beds, but I'm sure they'll manage. And then for the remaining people, unfortunately all I can offer you guys... Fuck. Wait, what? Did you guys see that? It just vaporized the fucking tent. Huh? Well, that was unexpected. We do have one spare tent though. Well, that's bad. That should never happen. Well, if you're using that tents, any of the tents mod, just be aware that that can happen, I guess. What the heck? Didn't even drop it on the floor, just completely deleted the thing. Yeah, we didn't lose any pawns as a result. I don't think those would get deleted. If they were, that would be fucking catastrophic. So we've been getting steel moved over here, but they're still not being put in storage. I wonder why. It's not because of these beds, is it? Don't know why they don't want to put them in the steel crate. What I do know though is that we need more room. Hey, we are getting close though. Do I want to just leave all this steel behind? I mean, there's a lot of steel. Could make use of that later. So that's 27,000 coins worth of steel-ish. If not more. Yeah, and there's the steel down here too, so it's a bit more than that. Find some beds here. Again. So how many does it leave us? One. Come on, game. Just a few more streams, you can do it. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 people. We'll have to either sleep on the floor or in a casket. Just removing the hauling zones for the bots so that they don't get in the way when we're trying to move this stuff across at a rapid pace. Because they are slow as shit. And especially like when they're not all located around the center of the map anymore with where they have to go. It would just take too goddamn long. So they can stick up here for now. We'll probably have to like, just as a temporary thing, allow them to go across the spaceship, otherwise that might create new problems. We'll see though. Should do the trick. Can we still lift the ship into the air? We can. This is 12,000 fuel now, so it's increased a little bit as we've been moving stuff onto the ship. But it's actually not that bad. Mind, 12,000 fuel is not necessarily chem fuel, because we've got these nuclear engines. And they don't run off of straight uranium. You make uranium rods, and you craft 100 at a time. So, oh shoot, where do you even craft them again? Crap. Oh, which one was that? I think, was it this one? Nope. Was it the machining table, I believe then? Which is like buried in here and there. All foam canisters and uranium fuel rods. Yes. So you'll see here it takes 7 uranium and 1 steel, but you make 100 fuel rods at a time, so it's not too bad actually. It's what, 140 uranium to fully fuel a single nuclear engine. And I believe they have a, if I remember correctly, they have a larger impact on your thrust capabilities than the chem fuel engines. So you will be using less fuel, but having like a larger thrust capacity. Thrust to weight ratio is on the edge though. If I understand this correctly, then if it's less than 1, then you can't lift off. If it's above 1, then they have like more than you need. And then the more above 1, the ratio is better so that you can basically, I guess, move around more without having to refill the engines. I'm not exactly sure how that works when we're in space. I just know that when we take off, it's gonna like eat up all the fuel. That's about the only thing of what I am aware, at least. Question is though, do you guys think we have enough radiators spread around the base? Around the spaceship? Possibly is my guess. Hard to estimate sometimes, but since everything's like sort of interconnected in funky ways with all these, you know, vents, a lot of the rooms are interconnected, so I'm still morbidly curious as to what's gonna happen if and when a hull breach happens. Like, will these vents just fucking suck out the entire innards of the ship if just one of the sectors is breached? I don't know. There's only one way to figure out though, that's for sure. And it has me just a teensy weensy little bit worried. The only good thing though is that, at least for all intents and purposes, there is still a wall beneath these vents due to the nature of how my mods are working, so. But yeah, since they're all open as a default thing, even if you were to close one, then, you know, the entire ship would be ripped apart, I assume, unless they automatically get closed. And that's what I'm worried about the most when it comes to these things, these aircon units, because they're technically not supposed to be allowed to be buildable in the void of space, because they need to have like a solid surface underneath them to be able to be moved with the ship, as far as I know anyway. And as a result, when we go into space, I don't know if these vents are gonna function like they do on the ground here, because right now they are venting out the hot air that these aircon units give off just fine. But what about in space? This is the only way I could imagine doing this setup with dubsped hygiene anyway, because there's no like Saber ship specific thing for these cooling vents, or rather these aircon units. You can make cooling units, but they work in a different way. For that you make into ship, of course, and then there is these radiator units here, which as you can tell, produce a cooling effect on the inside and then heating on the outside through heating panels or whatever, radiator panels. You can, however, also make one that is entirely electrical, I believe. The radiator? No. Wait, what? Oh, those are just... Oh, that's the mechanoid version. Sorry, that's not the one I am thinking about. There's another one you can build. Where the heck was it? Oh, it's not this one. It's the ship vent. It doesn't have like a stuffable version for some reason. But this thing, it's just a cooling unit. It just uses power to cool a room up. And I guess you could use other mods like that allows you to build cooling utilities and stuff as well, but I am going to go with what I have and see if this is going to work. If it's not going to work, then we're going to be fucked. Because I don't have any alternate cooling solution in place that we can use as a backup, because I didn't want to. Since why invest in something resource and space wise if we might not need it in the end? It's a bit risky, I know. Okay, so something else that we also need to do before leaving. Doesn't really matter who I look at. Just need to get access to the food restrictions. So, survival meals. That's what I want. Packaged simple survival meals are gonna be accessible to our creatures, and the reason why is because, well, we get a lot of these. We do get a lot of them. Have like several hundreds here just stacked on top of each other. And the reason why we're getting a lot of them is because we have these venometric food processors that out of electricity and thin air produce food somehow. How it works, no one knows. Do I care? Not really. Is it broken? Maybe. Especially because we had one of those since the beginning of the colony, because someone was like, ooh, what's this? So they bought a venometric food processor and realized, oh, this thing needs power to function. And then they bought a venometric power cell, and it's been running ever since. So venometric power cells make that thing very overpowered, because it just keeps running. And it doesn't matter what season it is or anything. And their packaged survival meals, do they even need to be cooled down? I don't think. Nope. So they can just last indefinitely. So you can have those in the Olympic stage era, even if you limit yourself, and easily get food that way. Though only one person ever bought one of these, apart from Andre, I believe. He bought one recently, because that's kind of a contingency plan if we run out of foods. But, you know, that's future me's problem. Okay, you guys, can we like move the rest of the steel across? Chop chop. Doesn't seem like they... It really doesn't seem like they want to move the steel across. And the thing is, if I store it anywhere on the hallways and such, it makes those areas hard to traverse because it slows down everyone moving across the thing. So I also don't have the liberty. Hold your horses. What? What do you mean hold my horses, Moohoo? Guess we could just chuck it down here. Ugh. Did you really have to do that? Why are you buying horses, man? Come on. Yes. Oops. Was for the joke. Ah. I expected as much, knowing you and all. Undead horsies. What? You mean horse burgers, more like. See, that's another thing about the magic playthrough. I probably won't allow people to become necromancers. Possibly not Death Knights. I haven't made up my mind either. Some of those magical classes are just fucking broken. Yeah, I think I did talk about that on another stream. But you know, it doesn't hurt repeating. So we just have the remnants of like bathrooms. Imagine people coming across this town, I guess you would call it, and just seeing that everything, most of the furniture and stuff has just been ripped out. So it's just like empty shells of houses and stuff. Basically free work soldiers, even if they die, they can just keep reviving. Well, yeah. You can get others though too, which I'm more of a fan of. You can get the minions as a spell, which I believe is a universally teachable spell, so everyone can learn how to make the minions. The only difference is that I can't remember where they come, which class has them natively, but the only difference is that anyone else who learns it just can't whatchamacallit, they can't upgrade their like tiers and stuff. But they can use them, like they can use the spell. And it's a good way for everyone to learn or improve their skills so they get more experience and stuff. Which is pretty cool. I am looking forward to going to space so much. You can't even, like, if people in chat are like edging to see what's gonna happen in space, just imagine what it's like to be me. Because I also want to move on in the story, but it's like, even the one being in control, you know, I feel like so out of control. Because I can't really do anything else than wait and then realize that, oh, they're not moving the things across, and then figure out how to make them move the damn thing across. Because there's no storage, but I can't really trust that at this point, can I? Let's see. Because it says there's no place allowed to store those things, but that doesn't make any sense. Okay, for some reason not all the structures were allowed. Well, there should be now. And security is where all the turrets should be, so... Still, no empty accessible spot configured to store it. I mean... Surely this spot is not inaccessible. I don't know. Hmm. Okay, we've got most of the steel on board now, though. Hopefully those crates are going to behave once we get into space. And we can move all this stuff into the right containers. 155 in arc now. Your level? Oh, you're moving fast, Moo. I will be right back though, because I have to put some food over. It'll only take a second. And back. I'm wondering if they're still doing sound checks. It sounds like they're doing some test songs or some weird stuff over there, but it doesn't sound like an actual concert. Because it doesn't, I don't hear any crowd cheering, so it's like kind of weird. Where? What is it called again? Kaulinelund? Oh my god, I almost couldn't even pronounce that. For some reason. Today? I know. I mean, I should know. I live almost right next to that place, so... But, I don't know. If it's a concert, it's a really weird one where they play half a song and then there's no crowd cheering, and then several minutes pass, and then they start playing another song that they don't necessarily complete. And it's just the right distance, you know, where I can't make out the lyrics that they're singing if I don't know the song, so... But it does sound like they're like doing a sound test thingy-majiggy, and then they just don't sing out actual songs necessarily. Hard to say. But yeah, normally like when there's a concert over there, I can hear the crowd cheering no problem in between songs and stuff, and I can, like, there's not even like anyone on a microphone talking right now, so it's not like they're trying to gear up the crowd or anything by the sounds of it, so it's anyone's guess what's going on. I mean, I could look it up, but I don't really care that much. It's just like peculiar, not interesting. Okay, all the steel has been hauled aboard the ship. What do we do about the turrets, though? Admitted you care. Dude, no. I would never admit something like that. Okay, are we just gonna get the fuck out of here? What do you guys say? Should we get the fuck out of here? I mean, it would be really weird timing leaving this planet. And then my food's done, and then I would have to take it easy for a while, because I have no idea what to expect in space. Go. Okay. Well then. Not exactly sure. I mean, we can't all fit into the fucking control room, right? So... And to make sure that we get all the creatures aboard, That's going to be an interesting one. Don't forget our Terramorph either. Because apparently that one's not been allowed up here. So we've got the Steel Skip for Sky Steel. And it also needs to be able to eat and sleep. Okay. Oh yeah, remove those areas. Angel Moth. I don't know, did we even get rid of the Angel Moth? I think so. I think it just died. An unfortunate death. What's the easiest way to get all the dragons aboard? Just waiting for it to... So am I, Moohoo, ironically, but true. I am also just waiting for it to go horribly awry. Call it morbidly curious as to see how much it's just not gonna work. Because I have a lot of things that I don't know how it's gonna function, like... Can Kamito get out of his room? Are people gonna die because space vacuum? Like, what happens if someone goes into space without an EVA suit? Are they just gonna be like... implode or something? Because isn't that what normally would happen due to the pressure in space? And to my knowledge, not necessarily everyone has an EVA suit. And we don't have EVA suits to give everyone, but... in the worst case scenario, I would probably hand them out through TTK. Because I would have to. Okay, so let's see if everyone gets... Spoonton's like, nope, I'm not going onto the ship. Okay. I don't think they're that expensive. What are they calling in? EVA suit. But there's also an EVA helmet that you would need. And don't buy them now because... oh wait, they would be put on the ship. The fuck? Alright, well, we got Stream Raiders. Well, this time around, I'm not entirely sure what buff to use though. Someone has like an incredibly loud loudspeaker right outside my window. It's kind of obnoxious. Wouldn't be surprised if it's one of those sound boxes that just make insane amounts of noise. Or not noise, but you know, they can play very loudly. Oh god, so because we've got like Rogue and a tank all the way on the right hand side of the map surviving somehow. Oh god, it's just so zoomed out. Okay. I don't necessarily think we'll be able to do this because I'm worried about these ranged turrets. They're level 10s after all. And we're not speedy boys. So even if we took like all these turrets out, they're still the ones on the right hand side of the map. And there's also these level 10s and 20s. Okay, mostly level 20s. Doesn't make the situation better. And there's me and a warrior, and what else left? Is that literally it? Got a epic war beast and a warrior. Now the epic war beast is strong even at level 1, but not that strong. Nope, without healer that's no bueno. We will have to do better than that. We will keep playing though. I mean, it is a skin test, so... as I said, if we failed, it will allow us to redo the map at lower difficulties. Usually. I don't think there's as many units, or otherwise they're just maybe not level 20s. Well, though... as that may be, that doesn't still mean that I am out of legendary units almost. I have an artillery cannon. but I don't know if that is a good call. I'm gonna do a healer. I'll let you guys do the heavy lifting then. Okay, back to Rimworld. I did have to pause it this time though, because people are going to be idling and just standing by, and we don't want to risk it. But I don't think you needed Muhu, because you're Warforged and you have Architect, Skin and Lungs, right? Yes. So you don't need it yourself. But thanks anyway. You can only buy one at a time. It's just a random robot here that's hauling uranium. Or maybe that's why they're getting caught up. It's because all the robots fucking... You can only have one person maybe move to a... Yeah, I think that's actually a thing. You can only have one person move stuff to a stack at a time. Which means only one person would be able to... Oh, that makes so much sense now. And because I moved all the freaking bots around... There's actually still some that are in the wrong areas. But yeah, because I moved all the bots around, it reset their allowed zones. So, yay. Interesting. Well, kind of have to wait for this guy then. Okay. So, let's take a look around the map and see what we've got left. Last thing I want to do is leave without our precious dragons. Does seem we're all going to be fine though. Actually, they're going to be around the dining hall because they follow all the people when drafted, so... Yeah, I limited to one per thing because... Yeah, I didn't want someone to be... I just did a global, like, all clothing articles, you can only buy one, because usually you only buy those for personal use anyway. Okay. Well, who wants to do a countdown in chat? Because as soon as I don't even have to activate the console like with a person, I just have to click this button. Muhu, how much from? I don't know. 10 maybe? Actually, count down from 1,000. No, don't do that. Don't do that. But a countdown from 10 maybe. You can all work together in that if you want. Otherwise, it's just gonna be poor Muhu here pulling the thing. Set up a script. Dude, I don't have time for that. For 1,000. Wow, yeah, just do that with a chat bot. But yeah, so... Goodbye, old base. We'll miss you. We'll miss you greatly. All the time and effort that's gone into here. But, fingers crossed. 4.5. Come on, dude. Muhu doing the countdown. We never said on 0 or on 1. Come on. Don't leave me. Okay, so this is what happens when you launch the game. We're in space in a second. Oh my god. Crash. That's what I assume, at least. That's gonna happen eventually. I mean, it didn't happen when I accidentally launched the ship without knowing that just pressing the button would do that. Oh god. This looks great. Oh boy. Let's just... assume that this map is just gonna be fucking deleted in a second, and that, you know, the game is obviously moving the ship into space. But I really like the whole no texture look. It oh god, even a couple explosions and stuff. So for reasons unknown to me, we can still see this. Can we abandon? Can abandon. So we'll, okay, we apparently leaving auto haulers and stuff. Confirm. Inhabitants abandoned. Oh no. Sad. Well, that being said though, we're in space now. And this is also what happened last time, which is a bit of, oh shit. Enable power. Oh, they are designated to be powered. Okay. Right. So, everyone's undrafted. Orbit achieved. Your colonists gaze in awe as the planet beneath them, Successfully launching a spacecraft is a major milestone, but you're not out of the rim yet. In addition to a cryptosleep casket for each colonist, interstellar flight will require an AI to pilot the ship and a Johnson Tanaka drive to propel it. We have most of those things, just not the cryptosleep caskets for everyone yet. The latter technology requires the use of least rare component. We could just buy that for TTK, which I did. And perhaps one of the derelict ships orbiting this planet still hosts a functional drive you could salvage. So, we don't have a salvage bay though, but whatever. So, this seems fine. But what about Sheena? You here? Hypoxia. Wait, what's hypoxia? Oh, okay. So it's because it doesn't have live support. DBS Gaming. Hiya. Hiya, DBS Gaming. Did you just witness a launch, or did you just pop in? Seemingly we have to make this a room. Seems like these might be functional though. Let's keep this map. Negative 100 degrees. Nice. You're new here. Okay. Yeah, my food's just ready, so the timing is perfect. I will be right back in a second, because we have some things that I need to obviously take care of here, otherwise this room might die soon. But just hold on for a second, I'll be right back. Scared you look the last. Well, this doesn't my scene there. Now, I will be hiding the webcam just for out of courtesy for anyone who doesn't want to watch people eat. But I will still be here though. Let's see. Well, DBS Gaming, you've joined at a pretty peculiar time, as you know, dinner time and stuff like that. But also, we need to do some stuff about the whole oxygen situation, which I see. If we build a vent here, that should solve the issue. I think everyone else is okay though. So as long as the room has like... Wait, so that means there's no oxygen inside the freezer either. Huh. So if you go in here, you get, without an EVA suit, you run out of oxygen? I'm not entirely sure how that functions. Well, I will be eating though, so my food doesn't go cold. Yeah, so the temperatures need to stabilize. Okay. Kind of to be expected when you're moving stuff around like that. Now, the next thing I need to check is what happens to all the zones? They get deleted. Okay. Well, I guess all the animals might as well just be unrestricted maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not unrestricted access, actually. I wonder how filth works in space, too. So many questions, so little answers. Don't even know if we need a cleaning zone. But let's make a grazing one at least, just so that our animals don't get put up the ship. And if I sound a little bit low in volume, it's because I'm further away right now, since I have food in front of me. So apologies, but you'll just have to deal with that. Oh, I wonder, what about this thing? Okay, so it also resets. Oh man. Kind of to be expected, but also very, very shitty. So it resets all of the fucking colony manager stuff, which is a bit problematic because I can't remember all these settings. Actually, let's wait with that until later. For now, I can just put everyone in grazing zones. That should be fine. I know it'll restrict access for the dragons, but that's just how it's going to be for a bit. So, what do we do next? Okay, so these guys cannot survive the void of space either. Tells me that we need to build that wall, at least, and keep this door access contained, otherwise it's gonna produce problems. Actually, how high can we simulate the game at? Wow, we can almost move it up to sometimes 80 TPS. Haven't been able to do that in months. Not too surprising, honestly, but still. So, are all the shield generators working? I think they automatically enabled themselves when we went into space. Everything that was like power-wise disabled got re-enabled. Oh, this might be another thing. Okay. So we're consuming twice as much power as we're currently producing, which is why we're running off battery power. Okay. Semi battery power. We can mitigate some of that though. Isn't there like one for... I almost thought there would be one for like designating power away from like toggling power. But nope. Apparently not. Because a lot of these are not really necessary. Wait, what? Oh, this is bad. Not sure if you can tell, but I am unable to select that wall light there, as am I this wall light here. Does that mean... Fuck. Okay. That's a problem. Not exactly sure what to do about that, to be honest. Because I can't exactly access them anymore. Temperature wise, everything looks okay though. For the most part. It's habitable. Most of the airship is within breathable areas. So, yeah. Should be good. Well, while our pawns slowly readjust to life in space, how are you guys doing? Because I need to get into eating my food, otherwise I'm gonna get done. And apparently Shino is still getting prosthetics. Shadowrunner. Mechanical lung replacement and enhancer which filters any toxicity and pollutants out of the air. Okay. I don't know if this is going to be such a good idea if you want to survive in space, Shino. Because you need a set of architect lungs. Plural. No. Singular set of lungs. My bad. And the skin in order for it to take effect as far as I know. So I don't know if replacing one of your lungs is going to be problematic or not. But yeah, normally this is when the entire colony would have ended and we would just have been on a, what do you call it, credit screen. Which would leave us with nothing left to do but to start a new colony. I'm still getting these game freezes though, which is a bit unfortunate. Whatever that might be. I wonder if what's going on in the log, if there's anything. Oh, plenty of goodies. Nice. Hmm. Oh, no idea how I would go about in fixing these things. What to do about the wall light situation, I have no idea. Hmm. I have one thing that I could try, which might work. But you'll have to be a bit patient though. Actually, let me wait with that until I've eaten dinner and then I'll try it. If I go into development mode and into God mode, I can try and see if I can delete these and just manually rebuild them in God mode. But that makes me a little bit worried though. Because like, you've probably noticed that the ship is off to one side, and that's because it's... I think it's the same map size as we had before, it's just, you know, just the ship on here now. And we access this console over here, which for some, I don't know what Anders... Oh, he's scanning for scanning at the ship bridge, okay. If we go here, there is this move ship function, which allows you to move the ship across, which we're gonna do. Because this is gonna be like... whereabouts in the middle? Doesn't have to be perfect. This would allow me to move the ship further down. Something like this, maybe. I have no idea how this works, but we'll see. But yeah, doing that will allow us to expand the ship equally to both sides, so... Oop. That was just random stuff flying in the air here. Okay. Well, Tiamat can survive in space. Yakofrumbos and stuff can survive in space without anything. Cool. Oh. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah. Okay, that's to be expected. So you kind of just want to do that only once, because otherwise every time you move the ship you would have to set up all your zones again. Yeah, that's kind of what I expected, but you know. This is cool. What about all the robots? I guess they're just unrestricted. Yeah. So many. Why does it say we have two? Why do we have two Menders now? Oh god. Well, clearly it doesn't really... Oh, dear god. It's duplicated all our hauling robots. Either that or our pawns have gone around and quote-unquote replacing the hauling robots. Because they lost track of where they belong, or the stations thought that they lost their robots or something. What a glorious mess. Kinda expected something like that would happen too.
Oh. It's good food though. So the answer is yes. If you give a dragon a pair of archotegalons and skin replacement, they can survive in space. Unfortunately, you do need the xenobionic patcher in order for that to happen, but you know. What? Oh right, fuck. Shit. But what was it doing out there to begin with? If they're all like limited to grazing zones, and this is the only place, then why was Scree out here? Oh, maybe they... Is that what it's called? What? I can never spell through Resurrector Mixerum. Guess it doesn't really matter who administers it. But yeah, we'll have to be a little bit careful with that. And the problem was I couldn't do an operation to give Scree Architect skin for some reason. So... that kind of sucks. Let's try this again. The fuck, banana? Use the fucking serum already. Why? Why do you keep getting distracted? Is it because you can't wear or something? What the fuck's going on? Okay, well, Sephiroth, then you try. Oh, is it because it was put it bang into storage? That's probably why. It's when other people interact with the thing you're trying to affect, it just cancels it out instead of doing the thing. Typical Rimworld stuff, you know, just being a pain in the ass. Well, I can't complain too much. I've modded the game to shit, so... Got some stream raiders going on though. Okay, this time we're all together over here, so let's try this again. And hopefully come out top. We only have 17 units against 57, but maybe we're just strong enough. The thing is, I can only do so much with my buffs though. I don't think we're just gonna do it this time. Do you? Because my plan was to put down a healer to support you guys, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. We have plenty of healers though. Jeez. Oh, those are flag bearers, never mind. Well, they also help regardless. We're keeping Vanati's epic unit alive for sure. It's gonna be a very long map. Onwards to the leftmost units. Finally. Just gonna like trot halfway across the map to get these last units. We should be able to do this no problem. Lanati might even be able to do this on his own. Cool. Did it on a second try. And Yanati, you get a monk scroll, and Muhu, you get some golden coins. I apparently get some musketeer scrolls. Everyone else gets a bunch of extra coins. Coins everywhere. This one. Next map should be easy, but don't let your guard down. A lot of enemies though. Seem fairly low level, however, so as long as we stick together, we should be fine. Okay, what options do we have? Cooldown. Everything's on cooldown. Put down a Centurion. So let's see how far we get with that. Back to Rimworld though. I am still not done eating, however, but I will be soon. Oh, sorry. There's always the question of me eating dinner on stream or stopping the stream for the day. Because if I were to go off stream and eat dinner, it would take it way longer than I would otherwise. I'm one of those people that watch YouTube videos while they eat and then keep watching for like a half an hour to an hour after still. If there's nothing else that I need to do. Not sure what to do about those robots though. Because the only thing I can do to mitigate that problem is to kill them, and then hopefully it resolves itself after that point. This is like literally the only thing I can do, and I have no idea which auto haulers of these is functional, which ones are not, so... So I guess we would need more of these scanning stations in order to scan stuff at a more appropriate rate, I guess. So something that's also struck me is that some of the rooms that are supposed to have like wall lights in them just straight up don't have any. Like there's supposed to be another wall light at the opposite end of this hallway, but it just doesn't exist. They're also like, I believe, further embedded into the walls than they normally would. Nah, never mind. That looks to be about accurate. It's like the walls are just image satellites. Okay. We found our first thing, but I'm not quite done eating, so I won't be able to see what this is. But found damaged satellites in a nearby orbit. Unfortunately, the orbit is decaying and will lead to atmosphere re-entry in 30 days. Reaching the site will take 16% of the shuttle's maximum fuel. Okay. So we need to use shuttles to go there? Okay. Hmm. Hmm. You still can't do hull plating without having a fully encased wall area. Hmm. Peculiar. Yeah, we've even gotten like double up on auto cleaners. And I have no idea which ones are like the real one, if you will. I don't know what even to call it. Because they're clearly both there, it's just doubling up on them for some reason. Squeeze back alive. If we look at the world map now, while the machines are falling one by one, our ship is down here, like orbiting in on the planet. Oh, and here's the satellite. That's pretty cool. So I suppose we can use SRTS shuttles to go and investigate those. And we've got them in storage, right? So Just a matter of plopping them down somewhere where applicable and then getting onto those. Do you think the auto haulers and cleaners and shit can die from hypoxia? Just think about that for a moment. Because they don't have an EVA suit, they don't. I don't know. Oh, that's cool. It says over on the right if the area is breathable atmosphere. Really? These rooms are breathable atmosphere. I guess these vents kind of just break the balance. Because they're like wanted to be able to be placeable above walls, but they still obtain their original function of moving heat between two areas. Wait. So does that mean that technically means I can just put vents in here and use that to cool the fucking heat sinks without issue, because space radiation is not a thing apparently. I guess these are vacuum sealed because they're, yeah, they don't move oxygen around, they only move, actually wait, no, they do move oxygen around. But the way that they do it doesn't pump it out into the void. Huh. Interesting. Because these are still open. Just all the temperature stuff is by being pumped into space. Like all the heat. I see. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Our freezer's still only minus 4 degrees though, which is quite impressive. Considering there's no heating in there. Oh well, I'll be right back. Ah, yes. That was good with some food. And I'm back. In full force. Andre's sleeping on the floor here. Okay. So... only 3 colonists idle. That's pretty impressive. I think most of the people are just sleeping. Okay, so we have a few issues to deal with. Most critically that which is power generation. Because we're not producing enough. Which means that our battery stockpile is dwindling faster than we can replenish it. Okay, so let's sit down and figure this one out, eh? Well, priorities, power, meaning let's get that done up and running so that we can get that stabilized, and to do so I
mentioned before, I want to do the hexagel core reactors here. And I guess we can just plop down 2 of them in this area. And then make like a reactor, or we can, ooh, this could be interesting. I have an idea. So if you make like a room here and on the opposite side, and then we, oh yeah, so these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 6. Okay, that's fine. Because then I wanna like do something akin to this essentially, so they can add as like a reactor room slash in between area to other parts of the ship. Oh yeah, and I should figure out the other thing as well. One thing at a time though. Yeah, okay. Actually, before we get into building those, let me just test out my theory about the light sources though. Once the game is done saving. Okay, so in order to do this, first I'll have to toggle off everyone here. Just because I've had some naughty people do some dumb stuff, either on purpose or by accident in the past. Since I will have to open up development mode and go into God mode in order to do this as easily as possible. So we still can't select the ship. Yeah, this is what I thought. See, this is bad. Straight up, just can't remove them. Okay. What happens if we use destroy? Okay. As you can see, that also doesn't work. Don't worry about anything that gets destroyed. We can rebuild that at any other time. Because that's what God mode is for. However, that does present itself with a little bit of an issue. How do we resolve this in the best way possible? Okay, so if I build a wall light here. Yeah, okay. I'll need this wall light. And then what we're gonna do is just call it test 2. Unfortunately, for the sake of, what do you call it, practicality reasons, I won't work on showing you this, but I'll just tell you what I'm doing off screen. So what I'm going to be doing is that I will be going into the Rimworld saves folder, and we called it Dragon Claw test 2, right? Stream main save test 2 there, and I will open that with Notepad. Now what that will allow me to do once Notepad has opened it up, because it's a pretty big file actually, 62,000 KB. So for a text document, that's pretty chunky. Our save file has gone down though, like in size, since we moved into space, because it used to be 110 KB plus from what I can see here, which is kind of cool. Also kind of what you expect though, because there's less things on the map. But basically what I should be able to do is that I should be able to go into the save file, find the line that has the wall light part, and then see, because they have to be in the save file somewhere, so that when you load the save they get placed into the map. And that's just going to be my first test on that. So if it's in the save file, I should be able to access them that way and just straight up delete them. If I delete them in the save file and reload the save file, then they no longer exist. Then all we have to do is go around and replace all the wall lights, and it should be Gucci. But I guess that's a PSA to anyone using the wall lights with save our ship. Don't. Maybe. I don't know. Because this seems like Like, I didn't notice that this was a problem when I launched the spaceship as the initial test bay back then. Because obviously I wasn't looking for things that were broken or whatever. Finally loaded. Okay, so this save is 1.7 million lines worth of stuff, which is a bit, a lot. But I already go into the end of this. I can see the wall lights. Okay. Assume all this is storage that I'm looking at, because that's a lot of references to these wall lights in here. Thing frame lighting mir wall light. So I could technically just mark one of these and then say replace all of these with an empty line throughout the entire document. And that should technically get rid of them. As scary as that is. So what even is this thing that I'm looking at? That's what I want to know. Registered buildings. Okay. Oh, achievements expanded. What? Tracker. It ain't rocket science. Huh. Okay, so this is definitely not what I'm looking for. Because what I was noticing is there was just a bunch of list of items, but it didn't have any like coordinates or anything. So it didn't show you where they were located. And if there's no position attached to it, it's not like a thing that's placed in the world, if you will. This might be a bit of a time-consuming endeavor, though. Let's just do something here. So it doesn't become weird for you guys. Window capture. Here we go. This is what we're looking at. Let's see what happens if I maximize that. Okay, that's not exactly what I expected. Hit the screen. There we go. So this is what I'm looking at. And you can't see my search box over here, but that's fine. So, for instance, we have this thing here, which I assume these are all going to be like, yeah, ship beam custom. Yep. So in other words, if you were to, for instance, take this line which starts here and ends down here, if you just take this and delete it, that should technically delete that wall light in the base. The thing though is that that might be the wall light that I literally just placed down. Which, you know, would explain why it's at the bottom of the list. Isn't there like a way to go backwards direction there? So if I go backwards from here, okay, that's not what I wanted to see. So we have like these things here. So if I go to the top of this is just like a longest list of things. Allow definitions. Steel crate. Okay, so this is like, okay, what things are you allowed to store in the steel crate? Which is not what we're looking for. Which is why, you know, this might be a bit difficult. Because all we can do is like go to the top of these steel crates and then look for the next wall light. Because there are a couple of them that have capability of storing them. Wait, do I get put down on the list? I think I do. Okay.
What is this? Lighting wall light orange. Okay, so what's in this list here? What is this list of items? Nice. I love when I see this kind of stuff. Okay, so fluffy manager tab power. Okay, so that's also not a placed structure. Might be that those items are not placed then. Jesus Christ. You get all kinds of wacky things in your save files, don't you? Yeah, and then we go all the way up here in the document in order to, before we get another instance of these. Built things. Oh, this is a very long list. Could it be that this is just... So what is this? And why is it so goddamn long? This is just a list of all the things that have been built. No wonder the save file is so fucking long if they're in here multiple times. Because if this is like every single floor and everything. There's something there. Somewhere around here. There's also like the orange line or yellow line on the left. It's just that it shows me that it's pretty far up. The start of this list of whatever the fuck this is. If this is how the achievement system tracks things, then I probably won't be using the achievements mod anymore. Yeah, achievement kitchen nightmare. So this, I assume this is literally just for the achievement to be able to check if you've done, dear God, if you've built those things that are required. Well, that doesn't help us. Dear fucking God. Well, it might not be a straightforward thing. I mean, I didn't kind of didn't expect it to be either, given the sheer size of this colony and age and everything. It's just too much stuff to... Like, if it's one thing, it's doable, but when there's this many things... And like... The thing that struck me out as being weird was the part where at the bottom of the list we got that one wall light, which was, as I said earlier, probably the one wall light we just placed down. But if there's no other reference to the wall lights, maybe they just don't exist in here. Well, let's try something then. Maybe if we're lucky, we can just reload the save. Could also be that this will kill the colony. But yeah. Let's try. Because I don't really have anything else I can try. Other than just accepting the fact that there will be some wall lights that are irremovable. Which wouldn't be the end of the world, but I don't like it when there's things like that in the game. They're that broken. Because obviously it shouldn't be like that. Is anyone's guess as to why they spawn in like that? Because obviously it's got something to do with how Saber Ship transfers things from one area to another. I assume. And then something just went wrong on the wall lights. My guess is it might have something to do with how the wall lights depend on a wall to be attached to. And maybe if it moved the wall lights before the walls, the wall lights were like getting confused as to whether or not they should exist or not.
But that's just one guess, I guess. While boarding an enemy ship, its airlocks can be breached with the melee skill or hacked within the intellectual skill. I knew which thing Andre would choose. Okay, well, that's good. So it kind of resolved itself by removing all the wall lights that were placed when loading the save. Okay, that means I can close down this save file that I had opened. Close down Notepad. Always make sure that you close the document when you have that large file, such a large file open with Notepad. Otherwise, the next time you need to use your Notepad, it'll be like just take forever to load things. Also, oh, this is why all the beds were, oh fuck, all the beds were reorganized. Oh no. Oh no, so I have to reapply everyone to all the bedrooms. Oh god, that's gonna take a sec. One thing at a time though. We gotta first rebuild these wall lights. And being whom I am, I might be able to just remember them. And before we do that though, we have stream raiders. So I can savor my existential dread. Switch over to that screen. And you guys place down 13 units. Okay. It's not a lot, but maybe it'll be just fine. Question is, should we do a holdout here? Let's try that and see how it goes. Come on, we can do it. I don't think we can do it. Not with this few people. So many enemies. We're down to 9. 9. 8. Like, once this huge chunk of enemies hit us, we're just gonna be fucking toast, right? As though I put down a Centurion. I mean, he's only level 2. Ah! 7 allies. This monk is getting wrecked slowly but surely. Come on, peeps. Oh? Oh my god. Well, we still have some turrets that we need to take care of. But we just might be able to do this. Ouch. Oh, okay. They were just low already. Blue squid taking the fucking tanking role on here. Rip. We can do this, right? We won't die to these turrets, right? They're just fucking turrets. They're level 1s. Go! Go! Oh my god, okay. I feel that was more... that we were pretty lucky on that one. But we did it, so... as that, I suppose. And Muhu, you get a Paladin Scroll. Legion Chaos gets some gold coins. Excellent. Onwards to a green chest. What are these again? Loyalty token chests. Extra tokens. Let's see. Oh, it's another one of these fucking things. Do I have a rogue at my disposal? I do. But just a regular one, I think. Nope, I have an mythic flying rogue here. So I'll put down my rogue over here. And you guys can do what you want, but we need to focus on getting those things down. So I would recommend rogues, at least. Now... So we were doing wall lights. Yes, okay. Let's see if I can remember as much as this as possible. So, let's see. In here we had these orange lights. Oh, ironically, the one wall light, I thought I'd removed it. No, wait, I didn't load that save because I didn't save the text file. Right. The one light that I did place down also stayed. And it stayed normal, which is actually good because that tells us that it should stay correct for the future at least. Because what good would it do if I fixed it now and then the next time I were to reload the save, it would all be for naught. After all, that wouldn't really be a solution now, would it? Big question is, can I remember all of these? I don't think it matters too much. It's not like wall lights are super expensive to put down. I think you guys would just appreciate that we didn't have to worry about these things more than absolutely necessary. And this is a bit of a different color scheme than it was before, but meh. It is okay with me. Well, good to see that our quests are still fucking broken. I guess it could be worse. I think I gave everyone a wall light inside, but I can't remember. And at the very least, I can't remember where I placed it even. I think just above the radiator, right? Even if that's not the case, then that's the case now. In here, I think we had some Azure lighting. I believe on these walls. Either end of the room. And then as well on this here. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, actually, I think it might have been just on these pillars. It's fine. That room is nicely well lit. Azure lighting in here. Chartreuse or orange? I think it was just some orange lighting for these in between areas mostly, so that's just what I'm gonna do this time as well. Get that nice warm feeling back. And then there's this room. I think that was like spring green or actual green. Even if it's weren't, that is what it is now. My nose is a bit congested right now. I don't know why. Probably just because of a little bit of a draft or something. Shouldn't be anything too terrible. So if I sound a bit congested, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. This room feels very brightly lit though. Add a little bit of mood lighting to tint the colors in here a little bit.
It's mostly just gonna affect the outer edges, but it's pretty cool. Hey Arkham, space and hi. Yes, we're in freaking space. Would you believe it? We made it. We're masters of the universe now, or soon to be. I'm just doing a bit of damage control on some things because some things inadvertently broke when we went into space. But it's okay. It's not the end of the world. How are you doing? Let's see here. Get some... Had some blue or... Sure lighting in here. Feel that cool touch. Have you been streaming any Rimworld lately? Not much time for streams lately. PC fine again. PC fine again? It's been a while since I've had PC issues, so I'm not entirely sure what you're relating to. But I'm doing all right. I might get a job to do soon though, so streaming for me is also going to be a bit problematic once I start doing that. But you know, stream for like 6 weeks, yeah. Oh, those issues, yeah, those were resolved a long time ago. I thought, okay, so you haven't heard the story on how I resolved those issues? Oh man, like, the solution, as you can probably imagine, is not gonna be what you think it is. But basically, I managed to figure it out. Oh, okay, maybe this green light is a little bit too much in here. Okay, let's maybe keep it simple with some just white light. But yeah, I figured out my issue, I believe, because I haven't had any reoccurring troubles ever since. And if that theory, whatever you want to call it, is true, then the reason why I was getting BSODs was just because something was pressing down on an HDD or something to the tune of that inside my case. So what I would call a hardware configuration error. It's not software configuration, but hardware configuration. Which literally just boils down to the fix consisting of me going into the case, unplugging all the HDDs, and taking them out, including the GPU. And see, because I was first wanting to see, okay, maybe they were overheating or something. And there was a little bit of dust on there, but nothing more that, you know, nothing too terrible. So my conclusion was, okay, that couldn't have been it. But after I put in everything into my computer again, I haven't had an issue since. So hence my theory leading to me believing that it was caused by a hardware situation being like causing a short circuit, or what's more likely in this case, an HDD misreading data because a SATA cable or something else was causing undesirable pressure onto the hardware. And obviously, because it's a mechanical hard drive, if it gets stuck, it doesn't read the data correctly, which could, you know, explain why the issue was being popped up as a BSOD saying that, oh, there was a memory issue or something like that, you know? So that's kind of how that all turned out. So
And it makes sense. I mean, if your computer tells you that you're having some kind of... Like, it can only detect with BSODs, it can only report on software-related issues, right? And of course it is a software-related issue if you can't read the data correctly. But the problem arises when you can't figure out why it can't read the data correctly. Yeah. Not really straightforward to fix that. I mean, it's straightforward to fix, but it's not straightforward to figure out for sure. Because all utilities, software-related utilities that I was making use of, none of them showed up with any errors. You know, you could run a hardware, like hard drive test to see if the hard drive was you know, broken or needed repair or something. A lot of things you could test, but you know, if all of the tests turn out with everything being all fine, then what do you do? There's, you know, not really much you can do then. Oh, you had some issues yourself, okay. Like with your PC? Is that part of why you haven't been streaming? I guess that and the temperatures must have had an effect too. Because it's been hot, like, especially last week was absolutely terrible. Oh yeah, and I'm destroying all these robots because they're bugging out ever since I went into space. I got a message, let's see here. If this is something important. Doesn't seem like it. The heck is this? Wow. Why am I getting Genshin Impact updates on my phone? What the fuck? Sure, Mihojo. Could you, like, please not do that? I don't need to know now that 2.0 is out. That's something you should have told me, like, several days ago. I wonder where Andre and Sephiroth and Hamper all at. They missed the space launch. Oh yeah, we have to reapply all the fucking bed settings here. To optimize our sleeping quarters a little bit better. Sephiroth. Where are you? Wait. There he is. Oh man, trying to keep head and tail on this though is going to be a pain in the ass. Because even the dragon beds have been reset. So that's a bit more understandable. Temperature was not an issue for streaming, just a time. What do I want to stream issue? We had like mad rain last week. Summer temperatures are just coming back now. Okay. Yeah, we had up to 30 degrees Celsius last week on some of the days, which was just fucking terrible. And I don't have any AC, so I was, you know, down to just wet, like engulfing my face in water every 30 minutes to an hour or something, just to try and keep cool. Not that extreme, but you know, just to get the message across. It was pretty terrible. Captolamia and Banana, I think, are in a relationship. So have you had a chance to play the new loyalty, not loyalty, wow. Not loyalty nor royalty, fucking ideology DLC? Because I haven't, but it's on the to-do list. I bought it, but I still have this colony and I can't just... I don't want to abandon it just yet. We just barely made it into space. And I know that I definitely don't want to run two colonies side by side, because apart from the annoying load times, I would end up favoring one over the other and just have to abandon the other. So Komito, who are you in relationship again? Crap. Okay, you guys can undraft for the time being. There, social. You're in a relationship with Sanderfell. Right. Yeah, you have no AC either. Not bought ideology, don't have royalty either. Oh, okay. Okay, so you're also going to continue with your 1.2 colony. I mean, that's also where I'm at, because for ideology, you would effectively have to start a new colony in order to really appreciate everything that's in it. And that would mean, like, abandoning this playthrough entirely in favor of that one. And I'm not so sure I like that idea. not at the moment, at least. So I feel, yeah. I'm surprised you don't... Well, actually, no, I'm not surprised you don't have royalty. It's pretty peculiar how many people don't have the royalty DLC for Rimworld. Especially people that you would assume playing a lot of Rimworld all the time would own like the DLCs and stuff, right? Well, that's just not the case. Peculiarly enough. Oh geez. Okay, so now comes the fun part. So Snowy Rose and Prophet are in a relationship. Okay, so Snowy Rose is already sleeping here, but yeah, Prophet was assigned to somewhere else at random. Okay, next one. Alex is in a relationship with someone as well. Alex and Muhu. So let's try and fix that. Where are you? Where are you? Muhu, there he is. So what's on the to-do list now? Fixing the ship, getting around space. Well, currently the first goal is to fix our power situation, because if we look at the colony manager here, we are producing 42 kilowatts, but we're consuming 67. So the only reason we're sort of everything is running is because these batteries contain a fuck ton of energy. But that's what these are for, these hexagel core reactors. They produce, you know, 150% more of what a ship's fission reactor produces. And they don't have any like negative side effects. They're a little bit bigger, but other than that, they're technically like better, more efficient. So yeah, I'm beyond that, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I've never been to space in this way before, so I have no idea what to expect, honestly. No, this is all Saber ship stuff, unless you mean the hexagel core reactors. Those are from Alpha Animals. They implemented a way where you could take the air fleets they produce this blue gel stuff. You can refine that into hexagel cores, and if you make a hexagel core reactor, plonk them in there, and it produces 25,000 watts for just one of these. So, and those are these jellyfish that we have up here. And since it's such a, like, there's not a lot of ways to generate power in space, I assume you can, like, would you even be able to, actually? Outside of development mode? I mean, this is just to see if, like, solar panels, okay, those would work. So you could technically do those. I mean, that would make sense. What about, where is it? There. There's nothing that prevents you from making an advanced turbine. Okay, what about a regular wind turbine? Neither that. We can also make ones into Saber ship. Where is it? So you can both make them as radiators like this one, where it just moves heat from one room to the other, or to the exterior, but where is it? We actually have one here, a solar generator, but it's not outputting anything at the moment. But when this is on, it does extend like a panel out as well. But I wonder if you can just straight up build the solar panel things, and if they would be producing power. I don't honestly know how that works. Right now though, it's hexagel cores that I'll be relying on for the time being. And why not? I mean, we have all the infrastructure for it. And last time I checked, we could produce more than enough to run more than one reactor, so I'm not too worried about having two of them. But yeah, there's a bunch of things you can do with Saber ship that I, like, you know, would have to explore myself as well. For one, there's space-related content you can go and explore, so just like with on the surface of the planet, you can also get these satellites to generate. So if I go to the world map, I can show you what I mean. They're basically points of interest that's generated in space. If we go to the planet, zoom out, and figure out where we are. Here. So here's our spaceship. It's like, you know, extended outwards into space. And then we've scanned and found this damaged satellites site, which we can go and explore. But we need our SRTS to be functional before we can do that. And shipbuilding is a little bit wonky because the way it works is that normally you have to put down these whole pieces first, and then have a fully enclosed room before you can put in any floors. Once you've put in the floors though, then you can put anything on top of that, but it automatically puts a ceiling in as well. And SRTS are not capable of taking flight if they're like under a roofed area, so you can't even put them down there. And that's something I have to figure out how it works. Because given how what I was seeing, it seems like you can just plonk down, you know, any kind of structure out in the void and it'll stay, I guess. As long as it's like, yeah. If it's functional though, that's a completely different question. Because obviously a wind turbine shouldn't function in space. At the same time though, solar panels should, but for some reason these are not functioning. And I mean, if we're following the orbit of the sun rather than that of the planet, well, actually, I guess that would be an issue, wouldn't it? It's probably why. It's probably because we're following the orbit of the planet, so we're still locked to like the regular day-night cycle. Speaking of which, oh, we're still affected by long nights. Okay. That's why the solar panels are not working. It's space. Try not to go outside. Okay. But it's still fall, so we still have seasons, but I guess it doesn't matter if we have seasons or not. Yeah, though we have plenty of people that are skilled at building and all kinds of things, you know, building the spaceship up in for the remaining things that we are in need of, it's still gonna take a while. Fortunately though, we do have materials, and I assume the TTK is just gonna work fine even though we're in space. I don't know what happens with the events though, like if you were to buy a raid, since you can be attacked in space and have spaceship combat. That's you know, a little bit of a different kind of raid, so I honestly have no idea. It's just shy of 60 coins, that one. Oh, I get to test this one now. Okay, so robots can survive in the vacuum of space, no problem. Cool. Machine Hiva, you're out in space, but you can also survive without even a power armor, though I assume that given your gear, you should be able to regardless. I do believe that the Rimworld power armors do count as like, you know, being capable of allowing you to breathe in space. You never know though, but that's at least what I believe is the case. But yeah, let's get these suckers built. I mean, we managed to somehow squeeze all of our things in here, but only after I increased the stack size limitations on these clothing racks and stuff. But we actually got most of the base with us into space, so I'm pretty proud of that. It was a heck of a mission and took like all weekend last week, including building the ship, of course. But yeah. It also seems after killing the duplicate haulers and stuff, the issue with duplicate robots resolves itself. So I don't expect to be moving this ship around on the grid here necessarily, so should be fine. Yeah, I've heard from people that TTK and Puppeteer and Saber Ship doesn't go well together. But I assume that's got more stuff to do with whenever you're like the impression scar. Oh. Someone went into space without an EVA suit. Oof. But yeah, I assume that it's just because people are like, if you start with an SOS ship, which you can do, you're probably wanting to go to the surface of the planet to gather materials, maybe, I don't know. The problem might lie in people just having multiple bases, and that's not really Saber Ship's fault. It's just that's just TTK. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. Let's just try that. I think so, yeah. I mean, they just spawn in at the portal, so... Let's jump over to Stream Raiders, though. So, we've got a bunch of people here. Let me give you all some haste. Because there's not a lot of enemies, but there's those big guys and the bats that I want to take out. My rogue is really not wanting to take out those guys, okay. Well, Occam, your rogue died an untimely death. Our guys are pretty screwed though. So here's the problem. Okay, they're level 1, thank god. Hopefully we're gonna be able to still do this then. I was worried that these would pop out and become level 10s. Might still be beefy though, like looks can be deceiving in this game. And we'll see. Okay, they are a little bit more chunky than the other boys, but we've got numbers on our hand, in our favor. I mean, numbers on our hand. What the fuck am I even saying? So we did still manage to do it, and we got the loyalty chest given to Occam. You got 2 Berserker Scrolls. Good on you, mate. And let's be on to the next map. Okay, so we've got more vats this time around. Should I just put down a rogue? Where the fuck even is my rogue? Why can I not make out where my rogue? There he is. Just for anyone who's interested in those battle plans for objectives or whatever. Back to Rimworld though. Inspired taming. How useful is that going to be in space is the big question now. Yeah, we've got a lot of colonists that are idling because, well, it's not really a lot of stuff to do in space. Do we have advanced components? We do actually have quite a lot. What about Sky Steel? I would assume we have quite a bit too. Yep. Okay. But yeah, it's like we can technically go to other planets, but in order to do so, there's just a bunch of other things that we would need to take care of first. Like crypto sleep caskets for everyone is one thing. So screwed, I'm buying vibranium. Because I made the outer hull of the ship out of vibranium, hoping that people wanted to participate in buying us a spaceship that's worthy of this colony, but it turned out that the majority of people didn't really change their behaviors. So, this is another thing I wanted to check. See, this is what I expected. So even though we've gone into space and left an entire base behind, most of the value has been moved onto the ship. I think actually we can even see, like, here's where it all stagnated and we slowly just built the ship. Not at the moment, no. I don't think so. They cost 16 vibranium a piece, these. But we also require plasteel for those, but I don't remember how much we have. That might be relevant though. Yeah, we have about 3 stacks of plasteel. And the floors for the ship stuff is, the whole plating is like steel and stainless steel. But yeah. We can always use more vibranium. I did change all this back? Yes. Oh, you can only toggle one at a time, okay. Oh yeah, just invert it. That's all. J Dwiss. Actually, how do you pronounce that? Deuce? Obviously, deuce is something else that I'm thinking about. I'm getting sidetracked. So, deuce. Deuce? To the first and the second one. Stream delay and all that. But yes, it is save our ship. And colony wealth does not necessarily translate into the value of the ship. J-Deuce. Okay, cool. J-Deuce. Welcome to. But yeah, this is a save our ship colony. Most of the wealth that you see on the list though, or on the graph, is probably more to do with our stockpile. We've got a lot of stuff. Not just resources, mind you, we also have like all kinds of weapons and shit. So, yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of stuff generally speaking. So that's mostly where all the components are at. Sorry, wealth is at. But we also have people like Andre here, who's literally worth an entire vanilla base. His value is set at 69,725 because of all the implants that he bought. And that doesn't even really reflect his value. And that's just one of the people. Sephiroth's in a similar boat. His pawn is worth even more. It's 76,000. So you know, that's a good amount. They're literal gods among men. So, hey Hamp, I was wondering when you'd show up. How are you doing? How did space launch go? There was a little hiccup with all the wall lights bugging out, which forced me to go and just reload, like save the game and just reload it, and then I could place down wall lights fine. It did delete them all, so I just did it in admin mode. Woohoo, we don't talk about that on stream, okay? Hamp doesn't understand. But we've been missing you on Arc, Hamp. We actually did a reroll. Hamburger. Nani? Yeah, you weren't there, so you missed out on that. Hamburger. Yes. I don't want to bore you with the details. Still confused? Well, don't be. We just, Muhu and I had like a day where we were having fun. No, not in Rimworld, that is. Can't even remember why we came up with that. Okay, let's see here. Bedrooms. I have no idea how many bedrooms we're gonna need, because I have lost track. But oh, actually, wait. I have a good guesstimate. Just divide the colony amount of colonists you have with 2 and you should be fine. Right? As always, a sure winner. So we will need 21. And currently we have 11 plus 1, 2. So 13? Wait, what? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What? 6. So 11, yeah. I am good at counting, I promise. So we're halfway there, so we basically need twice as many bedrooms. Okay, 6, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So if I add another set of rooms on either side in the plan, then it should be fine. Hmm? Let's see. Do you have blah, blah, blah? What happens if I summon a meteorite? I don't know. But let me save. Sorry, J-Deuce. What did you say? Say screw it. Buy Pemmican 200. Why not? Yeah, I mean, it improves your comma. I think the dollar sign is instead of exclamation mark buy ham, so it would just be dollar sign meteorite maybe? Oh, also that meteor. Yeah. You know what you're doing. Or doing like wrong. Like what you're missing. Yeah, I have no idea what happens if you buy a meteor. Yeah, I thought so, if not possible. Kind of expected that most events would become defunct as soon as you move into space. Guess that's not too surprising though. Event not possible. Always not possible. Yeah, the Aurora has never been a possibility. Though, ironically, I think one happened naturally earlier today. I noticed it in the messages, but there was no actual Aurora going on, so I have no idea what's up with that one either. That one's a bit of a special case, I guess. Well, that's interesting. They will die before they get there, though. See, this is one of those points where being able to have bought animals come through the portal be very nice. Yeah, that is interesting. I need a nuisance? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Phoenix owl cats. No, not those things. Well, pawns don't go through the portal either, do they? Oh yeah, wait, they do. They do. Yeah, Moon was gifting you coins. Have you checked out the races on the purchase list yet? Don't do a lookup on that. Just go to the store because it doesn't list all of them. Yeah, go to the purchase list and look up on the pawn kind section. There are too many things to list, after all. Also, just over in the right hand side, it just says like, need bedroom for a royal and a throne room. I'll become one with your inner mojo. Not exactly sure what that means, Amp. Don't they like come from beneath the ocean? Yep, Warforged is a D&D character or race. It's basically a mechanized race that are a little bit special. There's many other special races in there. Warforged does seem to be one of the popular ones though, from what I can tell. Variants have also been pretty prominent on this playthrough. I would say. There's a pretty good selection of people here. There's also a lot of viewers that just... Why didn't you wear it? Couldn't you carry it? Hey, here we have your pawn. There. Jadus. Hmm? Oh, damn. I mean, immortal and immortal, I don't know. Yeah, they get this auto heal thing, and they also don't have any need for sleep. Do they even eat? I don't think so. Ironically though, Dub's pet hygiene doesn't care and still gives them a bladder and the need for hygiene, but that's something else. Yeah, Ham, you're a little bit slow to the party, unfortunately. But you also have a Mojo Royal armor now. Sephiroth's been there already though. He's got this Mojo Royal suit and this Royal Guard light helmet. He also bought a Royal autocannon. Yeah. It's technically a mix between Spacer, tech, and other things.
To be fair though, I should honestly make some changes to the clothing things here. So no armored things there. Only melee users will be able to, and only people that I know can breathe in space. Let's just not allow usage of Neolithic stuff, I guess. There's not really any need to, is there? Maybe there might be. I'll just unselect the armored part though. And this industrial here also has armored stuff. But we're in space now. So even industrial isn't good enough anymore. I don't believe so, at least. Most of it's gonna be insufficient. Do help me keep track of whether or not people are gonna start running around naked though. Yeah, we have some stuff lying around. The melee users can go around their business in like fucking Andre's a space knight, like medieval space knight, because he's still running around in like just straight up plate armor because he has like insane temperature tolerances, and you know, Archotech lungs and skin. He can breathe in space, no problem. It's pretty funky how that works. Hamp, you can do the buy space equip thing on weapons and the buy space wear things on clothing articles. That way you don't have to equip it through Puppeteer and risk someone running off with it and being a pain in the ass. Just a little FYI. I think so. I can check for you. I know exactly what you need. You might be able to. Because the Moyo stuff should be patched in for save our ship, but I don't know if the armor in particular that you bought is space ready. I can get your pawn some guns though. We have some in stockpile. Most people have just ended up buying their clothing. With the new clothing restrictions, they'll start picking up these fire support armors and stuff. Those are pretty good. Let's see here. Only thing is I have no overview of all of these boxes that have the weapons because they are sorted, but kind of just haphazardly threw them on the ship. They've got a charged minigun, you can use that. Yeah, all the rims and all stuff is pretty decent. And I assume a lot of the pawns are gonna prioritize those. Let's see here, we can give you a YP spike rifle, is that the one? No. Okay, I don't think, oh, nope, a Swarmer is what I wanted to give you as a sidearm. Those are pretty cool. What else? Which box has the freaking tools in it? You can get a grinder as a sidearm here as well. Yes, we have some pretty cool ass weapons. Still need to test out this siege gun at some point. Yeah, you could do that. Just like a heads up though, there's no cap on your skill level, so they can go way beyond what you normally expect. Wait, something's wrong. Why is Andre's melee skill so low? What the hell? Did the game fuck me when we went into space? You know what? I think it did. Oh no. Some people's skills have been like turned back to a plateau. What the fuck? Yeah, my shooting skill was like 40 something before we left. Now it's back down to 20 something. Huh. Okay, well that sucks. Well, it's not really like it matters too much, I don't think. Some of them are still pretty high. But yeah, even Sephiroth's medical skill, which was insanely high, is nerfed into the ground now. For no reason. I mean, there's probably a reason behind the scenes, but anyone's guess as to what happened there. But yeah, it got like floored to the ground on some of those things. Also, I realize now that we have a boulder mitt on board. We're still producing stones, but they're like not being stored anywhere. Because I don't have a storage box for rocks. Passion shooting has changed. Okay. I didn't even check your bio here. You've got an annoying voice and you're a slob. Okay. Definitely in the next colony I will make it so people get more traits to begin with, because there's so many traits in this setup that 2 traits is hardly anything. Yeah, we need to get on Andre's level. Oh boy, all the traits are also fucked. All their colors have been like undone somehow. Normally these are supposed to be all color coded. Is that also because we went into space? Maybe. Though yours are also gray, so something would lean to the side of saying that that's not the case. Maybe a mod broke because of 1.3 and stuff. Damn modders. Which is weird because mods that were compatible for 1.3 shouldn't, like, you shouldn't be able to break those.
Submit!
Oh my god, follow! Thank you, Jadus. Yeah, yes, 1000 karma is the max. And currently I've got it set up so that you gain twice the amount of coins that you would normally get, so point gain is pretty whack at the moment. That was all done in favor of being able to go into space sooner rather than later. Also, I think Peanut Lord is suffocating in space. Yes. Sister is doing the same though. Sister, what are you wearing? Oh, you don't have a Power armor. I believe those Rimworld power armors are also space compatible. I surrender. I noticed you were in there. Well, I am technically also referring to myself, since I guess I'm also a modder. But yeah, that's just what it feels like. I don't know, I shouldn't complain. I mean, you know, people are doing it out of their own free will. Rescue Peanut. But at least I know how to get you out of the woodwork. Yeah, Peanut doesn't have like a full power armor set. Okay. We need to get this fucking thing deconstructed. So, are you learning new things? I mean, this is still 1.2 after all, so... So I'm not, unfortunately, testing a lot of the new features. Unless you also made those compatible for 1.2. That I do not know, of course. Get that floor in there. Maybe I should just put people off construction that can't stay in space. Like Peanut, for instance. Okay, we've got some stream raiders. Yeah, let's get some people in to stay indoors. There's no reason to get people hurt for the sake of getting the ship built. Oh, they are backported to 1.2. Oh, that's very nice. I appreciate that. Yeah, because I went through the logs and see what, or the change logs to see what you changed and added, and it's very nice. Some of them are going to be a bit hard to test at this point, though. Oh god, so many people here. How many people do we have? 43 units. Okay, people suddenly woke up. Jam. Well, speed run it, I guess. And people put down rogues for once. Nice. Well, where I designated it. It's very appreciated. So fast. What the fuck are those rogues doing? Get that thing. Yoink. Easy. Super easy. Good job everyone on the rogue stuff. Roguery, who you get some coins. History, get a scroll. And Amanda Caldart gets some coins as well. And let us head on to the gold chest, I guess. There's no reason to go up, so might as well take the better rewards. Okay, enemies will be revealed over time, so there's not really much we can do here. Well, which one should I put down? I'll put down a musketeer just because reasons. Whee. And then back to Rimworld. But yeah, like I did see that you added the feature to re-roll the raid thing on Toolkit raids. Revive last raid. Okay. So what that does is that it just tries to generate the previous raid, right? Oh god. Okay, so this tells me that these assault armors do not count as spacefaring armor. Yep. Cool. Well, this is a problem. Wait, Moohoo, you can't stay in space either? No, it's the dragon you're riding that can't stay in space. Well, that is a slight issue.
That means we have to... oh, where is it again? Deliver. That means everyone who can't go into space should not do delivery jobs because you're gonna get hurt. That is a little bit crippling to the colony, but it is what it is, I guess. So what was I gonna deliver? That's fine though. I mean, we have robots as well. It's not the end of the world that you guys can't do delivery jobs. I wonder if there's a patch for this. Rimworld maybe is what you would look for. But then what else? Rimworld patch? Rimworld saver ship? Or just... I wonder if there's like a generic way to just assign armors as saver ship compatible. Because I believe for the Moyo armor it's like a specific mod. Okay. Need to be a little bit careful as well, I realize, because I'm not keeping an eye out on my people. Which might get people, some of the pawns, into some precarious situations where they're getting hurt and stuff. And we would like to avoid that as much as possible. Saber ship. Moya armor for saber ship too. So the Moyo diving gear and helmet, Moyo deep diving gear, Moyo Royal Guard armor, and Royal Guard light armor. Yeah. What did we say? Saber ship rims and all. They should honestly just, if there's no other mod that does it for you or allows you to do it, there should be like a mod that allows you to define which armors are going to be saber ship space ready. Space gear. What is this? Mod content, civilian space undersuit. Light EV helmet, anti-grain charge rifle. Smaller that adds in gear for a potential future update of the saber ship mod. Okay. Well, if we're already wearing like what Jim calls its power armors, I don't see why you shouldn't be able to survive space. Ooh. Okay. I'm just looking for mods at the moment just to see if there is anything for Rimworld. Because that's a lot of power armors that are going to be like a little bit weird then.
Rimsnell Power Armor Royal Patch. Adds royal tags to the power armors in Rimsnell Core and Rimsnell Federation faction pack. Now your nobility pawn can wear the power armor in these two mods without bad fonts. That's actually a very interesting point. Hmm. Yo, Muha, I think the concert might be starting now because there was a speaker that's just like flaring up the fucking microphone and the crowd going wild now. So seems pretty much on the point too, and time-wise. But yeah, doesn't seem like there's any patches for Rimsnell out there, which is kind of a bit annoying. Okay. Well, okay, so how do we work with this then? Other than just giving everyone architect skin and lungs, which is a valid yet expensive option. It would be the most straightforward, like in terms of making things easier for us. And then we could wear anything we wanted in space and it wouldn't be a problem. So that's something that we could do. I see EVA suits. So these are worn on middle and outer layer, which is why I don't like this. Because in order for these to function right, we need those and the helmets, I assume. Which is a little bit unfortunate. So everyone gets architect lungs, I suppose. Also, why are our freaking... Why is our base so disgusting? And why is the why are the robots not cleaning anything? They're unrestricted, so they have no reason to like not do their work. And they should have plenty of power, but for some reason they're just not doing anything. Maybe it's the start of a robot uprising. You mean they're on a strike, you say? I don't know. I mean, they've kind of been a bit wonky ever since I started getting them. And there's little rhyme or reason as to why, though. I mean, some of the bots are working just fine. Surely it's not because I don't have enough of them, right? So I guess that could actually be the case. But then again, it's more likely that they're just bugging out. I've had that issue for a while though. And it will happen to pawns too, where they will just sort of stand around for a while and not want to do anything. So, eh. So this is how you do it, okay? So ooh means that you're having a decent but okay day, but when you use OO, then that means you're a furry. Okay. Are you sure about that logic, Hemp? I'm not so sure.
Is that like the universally accepted way that it is now? Yes. I'm not surprised you're not doubting yourself. You've ground tested it, okay. Isn't that called field testing? Or am I just being difficult now? Called furry multiple times for it, okay. I mean, whatever schmevers. I am big brain. So, something I just realized is that I manipulated construction but not deconstruction. Priorities. Which is probably why a lot of people were still getting hurt. You would think your pawns would be smart enough to realize that I do not have the capability of going into space, aka automatically not go into space. Maybe that'll be a feature in SOS one day. Yeah, everyone's skills were like fucked, by the way, in case you didn't hear that earlier. Are you sure your construction level? I think it's... or something like that. Can't remember. Or is it my pawn skills? I also get those wrong all the time. My pawn skills. Yeah, I thought so. I realized that after I typed it in, so... I wasn't too off, though. So how's the power generation going on these things? Because these are, like, running now. But yeah. Okay, so now we're producing 92 kW in comparison to what we're consuming, so... Power is going up. Animals go brr, brr. I can't say that. Brr, no. Just no. Oh yeah, I gotta add in the ship wall first, don't we? Let's see, Ham, where are you located at right now? You're sleeping in a dark room, that's probably why. Your construction skill is like affected by a lot of things, so... all your skills in the stats are affected by current conditions, so... Stupid robot. You're not doing a freaking job. That is unfortunately also the only solution that I know of. It's just to fucking break them apart. More damaged satellites. So this is what I've been wondering. The range on these turrets here that are on the ship are just like 13. All of them.
Like even the ones that are in here, they're like really low range on their stats, but I assume when you go into combat it's gonna be different. Yep, cells per second. If Banana Move was online, he would flex his stats on you, I think. Everyone's like fucking hospitalized or sleeping though. Like, look at this. Fucking craziness over here. I wanted to look up into another person's stats. Yeah. Where even are all our cleaning bots? They just like seriously all standing still in the fucking thing? Or is it because... I don't think so. Oh, fuck. It was that. I never assigned the cleaning area, and that's why they were all getting stuck, or rather why they were not doing their job. Because they also adhere to the cleaning area mods restrictions, so because we went into space, it also reset the cleaning areas settings. So that explains a couple things. Oh well. There's a first for everything, I suppose. The bot should start cleaning the base now, however. At least when you destroy the robots, you get the mechanoid components back in return, so could be worse. But the base has gotten pretty messy, though. So Ham, have you given up on Ark or something? Or have you just been very busy? We switched to a new map, by the way. Because, what shall we say, an accident happened. Both. Okay. Well, we also switched to a new map because, well, the original server was kind of fucked by an it's not an update, it's a change I made. I wanted to move some mods around on the server in order to get a new mod on there in place of some other stuff. And apparently when I did that, it completely removed all the mods from the active mods list for some reason. My guess is that I might have accidentally removed the active mods list string in the configs and forgotten to paste in the new one. So when I rebooted the server, it loaded in everything without any mods active, which means that all the progress that Muhu and I had made was just completely gone. Like, everything on the server was gone except for your player level, which obviously wasn't great. And normally that wouldn't be too big of a deal because you have server backups, right? Well, I tried loading a server backup and
or to try and see what I at least had to work with. Let's put it like that. And amongst those things that I had available to me, one of them was a what do you call it? What was it called again? Like I could re-roll back to a certain server snapshot, and then there were like a bunch of different dates and timestamps that I could go back to. So I could literally go back to the day before where I had, like, to the time before I had put on the mod changes and stuff, which is what we needed. And I did that, but apparently the time frame I chose was already after I'd done the changes and reloaded the server, which meant that everything was still missing. Well, okay, I thought. Not the end of the world. We can go back and just try a different date, I thought. Well, unfortunately, when you revert your server or roll it back to like these server snapshots, all other snapshots that you can return to get deleted, or whatever you want to call it. They just are no longer accessible. And as far as I could tell, these snapshots were not available anywhere as like hard files either, so I couldn't have made a backup file to revert back to, like a database of saves or whatever. You know, I couldn't have just manually taken a copy of all that in case the backup I chose was not the right one. Also, nowhere did it mention that you wouldn't be able to select another snapshot, so yeah, I was not too happy. And that meant that we had no backups or to revert back to reroll to. There was still like one more thing we could try, which I did, which is that there is a backup system on top of this, which is not like a snapshot or whatever the fuck it was. So just I assume just a database of like server copies or backups or whatever that were made like every so often. And well, we tried one of those and it put us way far back to the point where we might as well just start all over anyway. So it was not a good day. So we decided to go with a new Arc map and a new mod load order extension on top of that. So now we're also running Arc Eternal on top of everything. Hey Kamito. No, we are actually we chose Valgu Aero Hamp because I've played this. I was considering the center first, but I've played that map so many times that after talking which map to go with, we went for Valgu Aero instead. How far is the ship? I mean, it's spacefaring. We are in space. We made it. Finally fucking made it. A few hurdles along the way though. Some things that didn't transfer over across properly. Some of our robots like duplicating, or rather I think it's because the stations lost the link to the original robot, but both of them are like linked back to the station, so it's a peculiar situation. But we're getting the ship in working order, because one thing is getting it into space, the next is that you need to set up all the zones, all the beds, all the everythings almost. So even though the physical things of the ship mostly transfer across, like the inventories and stuff, all the configurations basically, apart from the work priorities, get totally reset. Even the colony manager settings are just completely wiped. They have to be set up from scratch again. So anything that I had automatically managing the population of our animals is no longer in effect for the time being until I get a chance to set it up. It wasn't too terrible though, but we're here now. And we've already started expanding the ship, so we can get some power going. So we got hexagel core reactors running now again, generating us power. Some of our animals are in crypto sleep, but the vast majority of the big ones are actually out. But yeah, we have like our Arctic tortoises and Driosaurus in here, but actually I don't know if there's even any reason to screw it. Let's open it up. Let's get them out. There's no reason for us to have them in here. But yeah, one problem is that all the power armors in the game, they do not allow you to go into space as I thought they would. At least not the Rimworld ones, which is a bummer because I was kind of hoping that that were the case. And as a result, some people are already getting injuries from just being exposed to space. Which is why we have a bunch of people out here in the makeshift hospital. But how are you doing, Komito? Sure. No plating. Get those tiles covered in. Doing alright. It's good to see you again, like... how shall I say this without sounding all bitchy and stuff? Well, I'm like missing, I haven't seen Andre around, I haven't seen Sephiroth around. Like, I don't think Sephiroth was even here all last week. Which, well, all last weekend, I guess. So I hope they pop in at some point. Because they missed the launch. As you can probably guess. Banana! Oh my god, you're here. Wow, okay. Good to see you. I was wondering when I would see you again, mate. We made it into space. So you're a spacefaring banana now. Wait, did I? Oh, those are the wrong tiles. Blocks. I don't think they've forgotten about me. I assume they are just busy. I mean, it is, you know, summer season, so it's a combination of heat and people having other stuff that they rather do outside and such. Oh, and you got a new job. Okay. That explains a couple things. What kind of job you got? While you type that in, we can go and check out Stream Raiders. 31 units. Okay, people are slowly waking up. Well, it makes sense in terms of peak hours and stuff. So what happens if you destroy the consoles? Does that mean the robots stop functioning? Let's try with one of these. Full stack developer. Okay. It's pretty cool. Oh, okay, so we hacked the terminal so we gain control of the robots. Huh. Well, at least on this terminal up there. We have to destroy all the others, I suppose. I don't think you need an EVA helm, Komito. Damn. This guy's like tanking the fuck out of these.
why are all these units just standing around doing nothing? Yeah, exactly. You have architect skin and lungs, so. And it works on the dragons too. Wait, no. Okay, well, we're almost done with this, then we can take a look. And we kick their asses. Muhu, you get some flying rogue scrolls, and communication 101 gets some centurion scrolls. Good job, you guys. On to the next one. And back to Rimworld. Oh, you only have the skin, not the lungs. Okay. Yeah, you're not the only one, though. Because all our animals here are out of crypto sleep now. So they're gonna be like unable to move for a little while, but it should be okay. Oh, they're already set to grazing, good. We got the ship. I mean, yeah, that's what we've been building. We finished that up today just before launching it, and we worked on it all weekend last week. So yeah, you unfortunately missed out on that whole creation process. And we're also doing 2x coins because, well, this is the last stretch of the colony before soon having to almost being forced to like abandon it, because 1.3 is out and we've got things to do, other things to experience. Because I want to get into ideology and give that a go before we do like a full-fledged okay, before we do a full-fledged medieval colony. I'm not exactly sure how I want to do these SRTS things, because we can just plop them down like that and it will work. I mean, it's underneath a shield, so it should be fine. But yeah, we got this ship. I didn't end up putting everyone in crypto sleep, so instead we just made like a hacky solution with a lot of other Oh. How did he die from hypoxia here? God damn it. Yeah, I'm still getting used to the fact that people can't breathe in space. Not everyone has like architect limbs and stuff. And expanding the spaceship into previously established areas is a little bit wonky. Oh, and it's because the bed's in here. Okay. So we'll have to move these guys out. That explains a couple of things. They were basically sleeping in an oxygen-less environment. Clearly that won't work. But yeah. Still getting used to things. But we got most of the base packed onto this ship and sent into space. So we still have most of, like, if we look even, we looked at this like a little while ago. If we look at the colony wealth, it's not gone down by much. We've lost like about 500,000's worth of colony wealth just leaving the base behind, but you know, it's nothing compared to the total wealth of this colony, so I tried to get as much aboard the ship as we could, though I had to leave some things behind. So your golden bathroom is gonna be a surprise for someone coming by our base to raid it at some point, I guess.
Had to leave that stuff behind. We do have bathrooms on here, but they are community bathrooms. Because that's kind of all we have available to us. Also, can these things keep up with the amount of water that we need? Seems like we have plenty of water. Then why is this one complaining? Oh, a blocked drain. I see. How about this thing? Seems like we're treating all the water just fine. No problem there. There's a bunch of our extra structures. So I've never really understood what it means to be a full stack developer. I've heard the term being thrown around so much, and I know programming myself, but having never professionally worked in the field beyond game development, I have no idea what it actually means to be a full stack developer. How is that differentiated from just being a programming developer, or what, a programmer, I suppose? I don't know, but I would like to know. And I've got people in chat now that can explain it to me, I guess. If you want to, Banana. You don't have to. Did I finish up this cleaning zone designation stuff? I think so. Still requires a little few tweaks here and there, but we're getting there somewhere. People literally sleeping in the hallways here. But yeah, if you want a new bed now, like I've already moved your golden ergonomic bed over, but I don't know if these spacer advanced beds are even better. So if you want to have advanced beds of like a specific material now, you would have to buy new ones. These are pretty expensive though. But since everyone's gonna be living in slightly more cramped spaces than used to, I think it's probably a good idea to invest in beds that are a little bit better. Or if anything, at least the bedroom facilities or whatever you want to call it. I think I've got a sneeze coming up. Is the concert already over? Wait, what? Surely not. It's like super quiet in that direction. Maybe they're on like halftime break, but it's only been like half an hour. Surely by the amount of sound checking they did earlier today, it's not already over. But I guess you never know. Can I move this? Okay, I already queued it up. Good. Pretty good. Quest available, failing ship. Well, we're definitely getting some quests now. Which is kind of cool. I have no idea what happened to the voting bot thing because ever since I enabled them, when was that? Like 2 weeks ago? So 3 streams ago or something ridiculous. We've only had like a few handful of quests generate, or rather event votes generate. I assume it's just because the game speed is so fucking slow that when they happen, either they fail generating or there's so few in between due to the time limitation that it feels like an eternity. Okay, let's also get some lights in here. Whoa. Get some light installed here so that they can hopefully work a little bit faster. Faster than the sound of speed. Still faster. Sound of speed? Yeah. I think you may have gotten that backwards. I hear that, I see that now. Unless you listen to Freddie Mercury, I guess. Ain't no sound by the sound of speed, right? Machine guns ready to go. Or something along that likes. Oh, just anesthetic. That's fine. Anesthesia is only a problem if you're addicted to it. There's no way we're already out of vibranium. Come on, game. Can't be right. Can't be. We might be out of vibranium already. Holy hell. But I bought like 4 stacks of 750. And we're practically only using it for the walls. But I guess... because that is a lot of walls. Any of you guys want to expend some of your coins in vibranium, or should I? Oh yeah, that reminds me. That setting is in now, isn't it? Question is where it would be. Maybe it would be... So it's not under here, I assume. Nope. So, are you wondering what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about the double, the extra coin gain thing. Because you changed that, right? So that you could change the opt out of it now. But I don't remember. It's in the data tab. Okay. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted. Because it's so weird, like, because it didn't. Was it? Don't seem to recall that was always the case that you were considered as the other types. Because unless I'm completely wrong here, I do feel that seem to recall that when I started streaming, the coin gain was just the same as everyone else who wasn't like anything, any of those groups. Yeah, not like it matters. But yeah. I don't feel the need to reward myself, at least. I guess that's the general gist. And besides, I mean, as a streamer, you're always on gaining coins because you kind of can't avoid that anyway. So it's not really that important to me as a streamer. Because you'll be making more coins than anyone regardless of how many extra coins they gain. In the long run, most likely, anyway. Okay, so we'll need one more of these whole foam canister dispensers on the opposite side. Just in case that we do have a hull breach at some point. Hostile ship detected. AI has detected a nearby ship. The ship appears to be a small cargo pod. It does not respond to hails, but makes no move to attack. You can use your bridge to order an attack or wait for it to leave peacefully. Okay, the concert is still going. Heck yeah. Okay. The fucking guy's just blowing down that mic again. That's like all I can hear. Because it's... Let's go. So, attack small cargo ship. Did I save? Okay, let's do a... While a crowd roars. Wow. But yeah, let's do a save and then see, because I have no idea what to expect. Ship battle. Okay, so how does that work again? Hostile ship is approaching Scansiders. Okay, so it's approaching. Oh! Okay. Shows the enemy ship's distance from your ship and all projectiles currently in flight. Red range. All weapons can fire. Railguns are highly inaccurate. Green range. Plasma cannons, railguns, and torpedoes can fire. Railguns are moderately accurate. Blue range. Only railguns and torpedoes can fire. Okay, so it's within red range now? Jump right to the pawns? Oh. Oh god, that's like such a small thing. There's like a single dude in there. Okay. Interesting ship design. It's very minimalistic. But now what? Okay. So... Try to move closer to the enemy ship. Try to use the cannons, but how do I use those? Do I have to like sit? Oh, okay. Well, it's a bit... Oh, this is gonna be fun. So... I mean, we're within shooting distance, so what? Right, because I was like, all weapons can fire, railguns are highly inaccurate. I have never played FTL, so I have no idea how that's supposed to work. We didn't advance. Oh, okay. Jeez. What? The destruction of its control systems. The enemy ship has been reduced to a derelict. Re-enter atmosphere and burn up in 1.7 days. Achieve cargo and prisoners via boarding pod if you wish. Otherwise, use your bridge to issue an order to salvage the enemy ship. Yeah, we don't have any salvage space yet, yo. Oh yeah, we oh, shit. Rep. There's even nothing left of the person inside. How did they even get in? Dude. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sorry, this is like my first time doing this, so I wasn't sure on what to look at and stuff. My man. He just got fucking annihilated, dude. No empty space, really. How we grab the materials? Well, we would probably need a salvage bay. Something I haven't quite built yet. Or we would have to go there with a crew with our SRTS and just manually salvage the thing. But we go in here, there's this salvage bay, here it is. So we probably want some of these. Probably not. I don't think our ship can enter this same tile as this one. I don't think that's how ship combat works. I think that's probably why these cannons have like this 13 range or whatever, but that's because they like in grid they can shoot this range maybe, but then they can shoot like you know, anywhere on another map because they're like artillery weapons, all of them. Or maybe that is the minimum range, I don't know. But yeah, I would rather not have to move this mothership around in the area itself either, because that fucks up all the zones every time you do it, so that makes sense that why that wouldn't be how you're supposed to do it. If you catch my drift. Yeah, we can use the Tech 7. I don't know, is it even worth it? It's not really like a lot of resources. I mean, it was just a transport shuttle pod, so. Besides, I think it would be easier just to build the salvage thing, and I kind of want to see that, how that functions too. So why don't we take a look at that? So salvage bay, it's a 5x5? Yeah, I think it's a 5x5. We could technically just make like a room up here for like salvage base or something. I guess we would technically want to have them close to the central hub. But, is it in here maybe? Oh. Well, that's just how it works. You can buy something else. You can buy these. And if you do the command buy use, then you can actually straight up just use those. Nope, not kidding ya. It's just like when you buy a raid, I guess it's a wager. Well, it's random though. You don't have any choice on what you get, so that's the difference. It's only marginally cheaper anyway. But I don't know what the chance of failure is on the command version of it. What materials they're made? They're made out of vibranium, my dude. Freaking vibranium. So Captain America shield, but just an entire spaceship made of that stuff. Well, Jadus, then do that then. I got plenty of coins, banana. By the way, it's 2x coin gain right now, so. Just all these animals up here just hanging out though. See, I don't know what to do about the fact that we can't get meat in space though, other than buying it for TTK. The music is actually not too bad on the concert. But I have no idea what band it is though. Okay, we can probably remove all those now. But yeah, J-Deuce, it's also kind of the reason why I added the mod that allows you to buy those things. It's because, well, I prefer them as well, even if they are random. So if I want to like, see, this is the thing that annoys me. If I want to extend this room up here, wait, no, actually it's going to be closed down a bit. But yeah, if I want to extend this room up here actually to the northern direction, then I'll have to tear up this wall, but then that's going to be space, and then all of these animals are going to suffer, so I have to move them to a different part of the ship when I do that, which currently is okay, but otherwise would be a pain in the ass. Yeah, it's just vibranium. Please reload. Oh my god, we've got an update. Okay, let me just take care of that. How does that work with these turrets then? They are mounted on those, what do you call it, like mounting points. But I guess those are then gonna be like short range in case someone boards our ship or something? Like, I'm a little bit lost on that, to be honest. What's the point of this, right? Sure, they have a long range, but they can only shoot within this grid, so not exactly sure what the whole reason for being able to do that is yet. Not sure there's the reason. That also means it doesn't matter where you put these cannons then, as long as they're covered by a shield. Doesn't matter if you... Well, maybe. Some of them. Like the lasers, I suppose, are going to protect you. They might try to come aboard. Okay. And then I wonder if this range on these turrets is going to only be this small area that they're covering. And that's where you want to have turrets that have like insane range and stuff. Yeah, we've got like adamantite charge blasters protecting the engine section here. Because I was worried. But for a different reason. But if they board you, wouldn't they come in with drop pods or something? You might even consider put them on the outside. But aren't they already? They're already on the outside. They're on hard points, so they're not inside. So I assume they can shoot over the walls like all the other turrets can. Right? That's the point of it, isn't it? But it's the only place where I've actually put them in yet. Because I don't know where the outside of the ship is going to be beyond the lower part of the ship. And I mean, we have so many people with guns in the colony that good luck trying to survive, basically. Also, Muka has no weapon at the moment for some reason. And I don't know why. Probably dropped it during that whole suffocating in space situation. Well, I guess we'll just have to give them a new modular rifle. Hybrid. Sanderville has nothing either. Oh god, so everyone's just been like dropping their weapons left, right, and center. That might explain why we have so many weapons in stock now. Yeah. A lot of people are without weapons. Okay, that's bad. That's really bad. What does that stand for? Super heavy anti-material rifle. Okay. Long shot means it can deal with most targets from a safe distance. However, because of its terrible fire rate and staggering mass, it can't be expected to perform hit and run tactics. Loading sim. Oh. Why is that? Did the game kick you out or something? Yeah, like half our colony doesn't have a weapon equipped right now. Oh, you just haven't been on for a while, okay. Yeah, it doesn't hit the same way when I'm not there, eh? I assume. Also, we have stream raiders, right? Just remembered. So... let's see here. Okay, we've got a lot of tanky turrets up there. Let's try and do something like this then. Well, our units are dying though. As expected, those turrets would just pelt us with bullets when we were going through here, since all the other units would hold us up. Getting rid of the turrets though, so now we've got all the enemies, but there's more turrets around the map and they're still high level. But fortunately, if we can get rid of all the other units, maybe we don't have to take too many casualties taking out these turrets as well. So, and besides, this was like where the main amalgamation of turrets were located, so we should be fine. Makes for a little bit slower. I think my unit died, did it? Yeah. Yep. Our forces are dwindling though. We do have some healers in here. Okay, so we have 2 turrets left, I believe, and that's pretty much it. Epic breacher tank. Oh, there's also one on the left-hand side of the map. Jeez, that's why it's so soon out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, let's take out this turret and then head to the opposite end of the map. Here we go. Nice. Will we make it? No one knows. So how many times have you ever heard this background music in Stream Raiders loop? Communication. You're really pulling us through these Stream Raider battles here, I feel. How are you? Too many. It kind of just doesn't work the same way. Oh my god. Will you get the final hit? Wapow. Yeah. Let's freaking get wrecked, turret. And you get the Paladin scroll, so good job on that. I think that's well deserved. Let's go on to the boss though. Big Daddy B, I don't know. So it's a mecha orc. We've got some of those tanks as well, so I assume they're going to spawn those extra enemies. And we've got some consoles that, if hacked, I assume are going to give us friendly units. But... oh well. Should I put down a bombard thing, or should I put down a mage or a Templar? I'll put down a Templar, I think. And maybe 2 forces might be a good idea. And we'll check back on that in half an hour. Yes, Stream Raider, give it to someone who doesn't need it. Thank you, though. I mean, I give it to random people. I always give it to randoms. Or tell it to give it to someone random. But it does seem like it favors people that are either very active in Stream Raiders or maybe in chat. I'm unsure. So, you know, it pays off being engaging. But yeah, Muhu, as you say, multiplayer games just don't hit the same way when you're playing them on your own. I probably would never play Arc Eternal and Primal Fear all through if I were just doing it on my own. Speaking of which, if anyone's not scared of Arc's server instability and stuff and want to try out that stuff, you can go to the Discord. There's some server information there, including a... actually, do I need to update? No, we did update the workshop collection, so getting onto the server should be easier that way. But yeah, so if you've been lurking in chat communication, or you're just like all in it for the Stream Raider stuff, because I have had a few people come in through Stream Raiders just to sort of say hi. It's good to have you here regardless, though. Because I see like reoccurring people on Stream Raiders, and I'm wondering like, I wonder who they are sometimes. Okay, we can put a light on here as well. Yeah. And I assume you mean in terms of Stream Raiders, right, Muhu? That music, that concert is a little bit distracting because I can't help but trying to make out what the music is all about. But it's like, what do you call it? Like, because the sound waves are traveling so far, it's impossible to make out the words. And SR, of course. God damn it. Sister, you need to like get some fucking upgrades. You're getting decompression scars and stuff because you don't have architect skin yet. Which I'm actually a bit surprised about that. We do have some in store, so I'm just gonna give it to you. Because I was trying to give that to my dragon Scree at some point, but unfortunately I was not allowed to. See, my Xenobionic Patcher mod doesn't quite do what it's supposed to, and I cannot be bothered for the life of me to try and fix it at this point. It's just very little I'm gonna gain from it anyway. So though it would be nice, I'll probably just pass. So the question is, do we even need a FERT reactor with these hexacoal hexagel core reactors in place? Probably not. But we can build it and turn it off. I mean, that's allowed, so. Right now we're just charging up the batteries anyway. So it's not like any energy goes to actual waste. And yes, no energy waste in terms of battery loss over time either, because these have allegedly 100% efficiency. So they shouldn't lose power over time whatsoever, unless it's actually being used. Well, we're running out of herbal medicine though. Still have some basic and regular medicine, but herbal medicine has been running low. Makes sense. I mean, we're not growing any at the moment because food. And see, this is one thing that's a bit unfortunate. Like, we have a lot of idle people that just can't do anything because they can't help deliver delivery jobs or anything. So, because they can't go into space, just as easy as that. Not exactly sure what to do. Because we could make everyone forced to wear EVA suits, but then what about the power armors? I guess in a real combat situation they would only be able to be inside the ship too. It's a bit unfortunate and a little bit of a shitty situation, honestly. Get some lights in here though. Not entirely sure what I want to use this room for yet, but the original idea was just crafting areas. In terms of building the ship, we also have all these fancy pots down here that we can use. Already used some for the rear engines just to see what they would look like on the thing. Oh, there's like, we took some of the fucking floor tiles with us here, see that? There's a little bit of pathway stuck to these. Oh, that's pretty funny. Didn't even realize until now. I mean, guess we can't even remove that now. Just stuck there. Yep, bone diagonal tile, okay. It's just stuck there. Fine. Wow. All of a sudden we need like 2,000 fuel more for a takeoff. Okay. Well, we are ready for interstellar travel at least. That's because that's the Johnson Tanaka drive and we have 2 of those. Or rather, we're not ready, but in terms of thrust we are, I guess. If we were supposed to be ready, we would need to have all the crypto sleep caskets required. It's a combination of the architect skin and lungs. So you need a set of lungs and skin, according to its description at least. So if you were planning on buying architect lungs and skin for the whole colony, you would need to get some more people in chat on board with that idea. Otherwise it's going to be a very expensive endeavor. And you can only buy one at a time. So maybe buy them through TTK? Well, obviously a bit hard if you're playing Arc, but you know. Okay, look. Give me a moment. I will just go in and change the limits on these. Just because they're the most popular things around. There we go. Obviously not going to be represented on the purchase list until I update that. But now you can at least buy minimal things. Okay, so... What about Cap too? Cap hasn't even bought a single fucking thing for his pawn. Cap. You're disappointing me. I assume 7 Sykes got skin and 2 lungs, right? Yep. So how many sets are you buying? Because I've lost track. Me too. That doesn't surprise me one bit. That's your yep, I guess that's one way of looking at it. God damn it. What about Alex's pawn? What about Rose? She doesn't have any body part replacements. Well, sucks if you're a, what do you call it? Body purist at this point of the game, I suppose. Okay. Bad temperature, right. It's okay though, we can fix the temperature situation. Just nice finally being in space and getting to experience at least this a little bit before we jump on to another colony. But question is how long to keep it going in space though, because the thing is, if I so yeah, it's gonna be a bit of a, what do you call it, clash of a different couple things next week. So next week on, what was it again? What did I write down? So yeah, on Thursday next week I'm getting my first COVID shot, which means I have no clue if I'll be out of commission on the day after, and if I'll be feeling like absolute shit for more than one day. Not necessarily due to the pain of the injection itself, but you know, from actually getting sick, because that's not uncommon when you get like a vaccine. And I also have that mod I want to get done before I start the next colony, and then there's all the other stuff of like looking into 1.3 things first. So in other words, if we didn't play this colony for more than like this weekend, which would be very short, I feel, and I didn't play sometime during the week, you know, sometime during next week, which would mean you know, make it harder for me to get the mod done on time. Yeah, then that would leave us with just tomorrow, and then we would be doing 1.3 new stuff next weekend, which might end up in a complete dumpster fire because I might go and, you know, get like unwell or something. Oh, but that does mean though that if we continue this colony for next weekend as well as a scheduled thing, that it will be more than, you know, 2 weeks before I even do the Rimworld of Magic stuff, which is, I guess, something to keep in mind. Because if I did 1.3 as a colony, I might not use TTK and Puppeteer, because I would like to give it a, you know, a genuine try without people just buying random shit from the store that I have no idea what are, because it kind of ruins that sense of discovery for me. So it's a bit of a conundrum, and obviously only I hold the answer, but that's at least where my thoughts are in relation to that. So okay, I hope that makes sense. Oh wow. Okay, temperature in the ship has definitely dropped. Well, we have no heaters in here, and not in the new room either, nor in this intermediate room in between. So I guess all the heat is like, oh yeah, and not all the fucking radiators even. God damn it. That makes a lot of sense. If you don't connect the suckers, where should the heat come from? Okay, let's just do a quick look around to see if there's any other instances like this around the ship. If they're placed up against a wall, that shouldn't be the case because all the walls come with water or plumbing incorporated into them. Also, what happens to fire in space if it gets exposed to vacuum in terms of SOS? That's another thing that I wonder. Does it just extinguish or does it actually keep on burning? Fortunately though, because our hull being made out of vibranium means that it's got 0% flammability at least, so that's something. Okay. Do we need to... No, the automatic rebuild thing is still enabled. Good. I just got like this fucking flashback to like losing all the fucking construction facilities and all the queued up blueprints in like an old colony of mine, and I don't want to re-experience that if I can help it. It's probably one of the worst things that can happen to you. Okay, where are all the freaking chairs at again? I know we have a bunch of chairs. Where are they? It was one of these, right? Grr. Wait, why do they both show all the same things? Why do they all show the fuck? Not again. I've had this happen before, where the inventory of these boxes just doesn't show the correct thing. So the things are still in the box, but it's just showing the wrong things for some reason. Which means that you can't retrieve whatever you're actually looking for. Yep, and this is weird. I guess I won't be using those in the future. I'll probably just tweak the settings of the storage stockpile so that we can put structures into some of these. Because these steel crates are way too buggy for my tastes. And it's part of the Rim Factory Light mod that just is supposed to like give you like conveyor belts and that kind of stuff for automation. But because they had like a venometric heat sink,
I don't know, Banana, if we need that. I also don't have any place to put them. They are 3x3 in size. So they're a little bit bigger than the ones that you can just straight up build. Yeah, we've got all these heat sinks in here, and then we have one here that Andre bought. Nice. I love this quest called Error Asker _ name def the larger ADJ. One day. One day all my mods will work as intended. Okay, so where's the large tailoring bench? Where do we put that? Because we're surprisingly running out of space very quickly. Yeah, I wanted to fetch the chairs out of the fucking steel box. Yeah, there they are. Oh yeah. Let's do like this. Because then they shouldn't get nabbed by the freaking robots unless I tell them to. I believe we also have some of those facilities that improve the capabilities of these buildings. Shoot. Oh, that's a shit. What the fuck is that? Is that a factory thing? I think it is. Not exactly what we're looking for. It's that whole thing, everything's just labeled as a minified thing here. But you can sort of make it out by looking at the icons. It's like this is a smithing cabinet for a smithing table, which is located up here, which is why I want it in a place like this. Similarly, we should have one for a machining cabinet, which can be used by the machining table located right next to it. And then, wonder where those are. They're probably in here too. Are they these things? I think they might be oak tool cabinets. Yes. So where can we put these where they'll reach everything? I think if we just put them here, we can reach all of the stations that I want to build. In this room, at least. Stream Raiders says it's time. Time to reload.
Fucking hell. Okay, we'll check on that in a moment. God freaking damn it. Every single time. That should be fine. Could technically put it over here though. Just so it doesn't get super cramped. I will have to do some dodgy shit anyway. I can see that now. Damn you, Rimsnell, and all your bloody workstations, not to mention the fucking production scale fabrication benches and stuff. Okay, let's go and see Stream Raiders though. Because we've got a boss battle to do and we have 35 units to make this happen. Okay, let's go. Question is there any point in me putting down the stronghold near the boss, or should we speed up our units? Let's try and speed up these units over here. Sorry, you guys on the left-hand side, you will be fine. This should hopefully mean that we make it to the front lines first and then you guys can back us up later. I hope that's how it's gonna work out. So we should get those robots on our side. Yeah. That might work out in our favor. So we get like some extra robots at level 10s. It's pretty good. Probably wouldn't need it, but you know, anything helps. Communication coming in with epic artillery. Let's see how it's going here. Okay, there's only a few level 10s. We got this. Kaboom! Why does it zoom so oh, it's because of this thing. Over here it's zooming out. Freaking game. And we win. You win. Communication, you get some Centurion scrolls. Woohoo, you get a Monk scroll, and Banana, you get a Musketeer scroll. Good job, you guys. That's the boss defeated. What's the time? Okay, we can do some more. Which route do we want to go, though? So we go here, down, and then up. Skin of monkeys, he's skin on. God damn it, Moo. Monk. I need a monk. Okay, enemies will be revealed over time, so. For these maps, it tends to seem to work pretty well if you just hunker down in the corner of the map, honestly. So that's what I'm gonna do with my unit. There we go. Back to Rimworld. Well, while our pawns do their stuff, I am going to do some Stream Raiders maintenance again, because I noticed that the rewards have started piling up, and I really need to turn these in. Can't always rely on you guys to do all the work. I would wish there was just a claim all button though. Because every time I put it off, then when we get back, there's just more and more rewards. Moo. Apparently not, Moohoo. Apparently not. Well, it's also an acquired taste anyway. So, can't expect everyone to find interest in it. But you know.
It's just an offer for people. It's also like that mentality that if you preach something long enough, it becomes really annoying to the point where you intently try and avoid it. Demand. I demand sacrifice. Damn, I'm getting a bunch of upgrades from my units here. Getting that battle pass for free as a streamer is kind of nice. But then again, it's not really like I care as much as some other people seem to do. I think I also got some skins recently. What did I get? Some random stuffs. Just trying to be fancy, I guess. I care about skins. Well, you are one of those people, I guess, then. Could just press the randomize skins for each battle. I mean, that would mean that I wouldn't have to think about which ones to use. Can't even get the vampire at the moment, which... Oh yeah, you got that skin for. I remember you talking about that the other day now. Okay, let's copy over some of these bills so that our workstations are functional. And this is more out of laziness than anything, because I didn't really want to bother having to set all this up again, so I'm just setting them up in this way so that I avoid like having to redo all the configurations, and instead of like completely tearing them down or leaving them behind. Because I know, right, if we look into the smithy, this piano build doesn't matter. Making glad eye doesn't matter. Scalpel cleaver, halberds doesn't matter. It's still there though. But yeah, all the JI stuff is pretty slow. It's also very hard hitting. Then again, they are supposed to be like long wind-up take-down weapons for to counter mechanoids, so it's kind of what you'd expect, right? So hard to make out what's going on in this room with all these animals around though. Definitely need to get a new animal bond build ASAP. Kind of want to have that in the front end of the ship. Like some funky ass shape. But not entirely sure on how to do that yet. Oh, that reminds me of something I need to test. So... visibility of roofs. I wonder what would happen if you replaced a roof tile with glass. I mean, it's probably not that useful because we're still in a long night and that affects us in space even, which is a little bit weird, but that's just how it is. Instant death? I don't think so. But I would like to know if we can, if the room is still considered inside or if it's considered outer space. Because like if I look over here, it will say like vacuum, negative 100 degrees Celsius. But as soon as I go inside, it says breathable atmosphere if it's a valid area. Now the hostile ship has been detected. The meter has detected a nearby ship. The ship appears to be a medium bioship. It does not respond to hails, but makes no moves to attack. You can use your bridge in order to order an attack or wait for it to leave peacefully. Well, we know what that means. Gotta, Okay, so... Oh, so we have to abandon the other enemy ship? Oh yeah, we need to have those salvage stations, don't we? Should we go for the bioship and leave the current one? Or should we just wait and see if we can get the salvage station up before we go? Send Andre to melee it. I could technically do that. Wouldn't that be hilarious? Fucking knight wearing plate armor just running around space in his underwear, basically. With no EVA suit to speak of. And still able to survive somehow and take out an entire ship by himself. Sounds pretty solid to me. Okay, let's get these up and then we can build a salvage bay in one of these areas. That is what I want to do next. Well, I think the concert ended though. Oh, actually I don't have to do like funky shit, do I? I can technically just move it up here. Still gonna be a bit cluttered, but you know, it's okay. Okay, so we did the ceiling replacement. It does say construct a transparent roof on the tile when I look at the bottom left. And if we look at this thing, okay, so that might actually work. Which, yeah, the only thing is I have no way of testing it until we get rid of that fucking stupid long night debuff or event. Seasons of several years. A space entity of unimaginable sizes covered a local star, resulting in a long-lasting eclipse. So wouldn't the idea just be to move onto the opposite side of... Well, I guess then you couldn't see the planet and you would be too far out of orbit, maybe. Go for it, there will be others. Well, that's a good point. Just to see what it is. Come on. We can build this no time. Right? Just need someone to do delivery as a high priority while being able to go into space. So again, the Achilles heel is the fucking hauling robot. Because they're like... Maybe they should just all be restricted to only the cleaning areas. Which is technically just inside the ship.
So what do people think of this new room anyway? Unbelievably impressive dining room. Nice. Space! It's so cool! Yeah, that's another thing. Everyone gets like a standard mood buff from being in space. It doesn't seem to like last a definite amount of time, so... Noted, I have nowhere to start in peace. How annoying. Okay, so he actually is concerned about the fact that he doesn't have a dedicated laboratory. Hurts are good. Why does that give a mood debuff then? What the fuck? And everyone's gonna feel like they're trapped indoors because, well, spaceship. But yeah, although say our ship is cool, I have a feeling... Let me do a spacewalk. Yeah, I guess. But yeah, although the concept of building a spaceship is cool and all, it just feels like the game doesn't really support it. Like, can hardly even run the game at the moment, getting to this point. And we've even abandoned our old base. Yet the game's still lagging like absolute trash. True, we have a fuck ton of colonists, but I mean, still. Finally. Is that all you wanted, J-Deuce? You want to see something funny? Check out Sephiroth. Nope, what I also wanted? Okay. Go nuts. Maybe I shouldn't show you this. I don't want to discourage you. Yeah, you've got a long ways to go, my dude. Though he's a shade of his former glory. Let's take a look at Sephiroth's research speed once more. Yeah, this used to be like, what, 2000 or something? Absolute madness. Not saying that all the other stats in here are not already crazy, but you know. This colony's been around for a while, let's just put it that way. Wow. You just gifted J-Deuce all your coins, Mihu. Okay. But it's cool that I know that we can build the transparent roofing though. Time to become the best damn shooter. I am your shooter. I will give him a boost. I don't think you're just gonna become the best shooter just like that though. Well, maybe you might be able to now. But technically speaking, you would have to go beyond level 14 shooting, so... Of course, that doesn't really hold much value right now since no one else has that high shooting, I don't think. It's funny how Andre has such high shooting, he doesn't even do shooting. He's a brawler. No, 40. 40, 40. That's what my shooting skill used to be. 7 Sykes is 45 still, so his ability hasn't bugged out. Yep. Yep, indeed. Same with Sephiroth, his medical skill used to be way higher. It'll take a long time. You can try. But you're probably... I'm going to be using the same mod for the Rimworld of Magic stuff, so... Just because it's so fun seeing how crazy people can go with their stats. And I looked at the mod the other day, when I was talking with Muhu on the Discord, and just to see, and there's no limitation. Like, you can technically, theoretically go towards an infinite skill level. There's no cap. Yeah, level 20 is easy. But you have to consider every time you, even with Burning Passion, every time you buy or you get another level, the next level is going to require that amount of XP plus more. So, in order for you to increase your shooting further, you need, well, apparently 1 point in experience, but it's like 30,000. I just got to double it. Yeah, the thing is, if you get... Even getting double the XP is not going to even give you 5 levels, maybe. Yeah. It's hard to tell. And I don't know, those numbers were just something I threw out there, but... I know. Technically, there is. I do believe we have shooting books still. I know we don't have a shooting range at the moment, but... In time, that might be a thing. I mean, our rec room is just like non-existent. It's sort of spread into these 2 side rooms, and our books are in this shelf. We don't have a shooting book, actually, so if someone decides to read a book for recreation, they can't train their shooting. And we're getting rats. Random question. Sure, go ahead. I'm here to answer all your random questions that you might need answering. If every pawn has a room, can they add things to train a specific skill to their room? Probably not. There's not room for that. Don't buy a shooting target, Banana. Please don't buy that. We don't have the room for it. Don't buy a shooting target. There's no point in that, because I won't be putting it down in the near foreseeable future. So it's just going to clutter up the ship for no reason. Something that will be hated. Okay. Well, it's your coins. Yeah, it's just gonna clutter up the storage. It's already put in a box, so. But yeah, where the fuck do you want me to put it down? By the way, you do have some things that can train your shooting. You have these dark dot sports, I believe. I think these train, yeah, because they're dexterity play. So I believe these train your shooting skill. So. It's not because it's hard to expand, but we're currently focusing on other things, so. Until, like, there's an order to things, right? There's some things we need to get in check before doing other things as a priority. And shooting training is not high on the list. Recreational room is not high on the list. What do we want to put in here on this half here? We could make this a rec room eventually, but right now it's just like a random unpurposed room. Originally, I wanted to have the SRTS in here, but I don't know if we need a shuttle bay for that, or what the hell it is. Yeah, actually, let's put a shuttle bay in here. Or let's make this our shuttle bay area, amongst other things. I at least need to try and put down one and see if we can add the SRTS to this. Because the thing that strikes me as a little bit odd is that I read one place that you didn't need the shuttle bay for the SRTS to be usable in space. Which is technically true, but the problem is that... The fuck was that? Oh, someone's hunting a rat inside. Right. Gotcha. This rat. Obviously that's going to be immensely difficult. I have an idea though. I'll put Andre on hunting task because he's melee, so he won't accidentally miss stuff. Or set things on fire if it's a boom rat that spawns in. Okay, so we can build a salvage base now, or at least one salvage bay. I don't know if you need multiple of these. So for now I'll just build one in this side. And do we want floors underneath this just for consistency's sake? I think we do. Technically don't need those floors for most of these things, but you know, why not? Let's make the ship a little bit more interesting looking. Yeah, if we get the salvage bay, we can go and salvage the remains of the ship remotely without having to actively go back and forth every time, which I would appreciate if we can get that. And then we can fight the buyer ship and see what that's about. If it's just gonna get like fucking demolished or not. Another thing that I also still need to do is people are not sleeping with the right people, if that makes sense. The bedrooms are a little bit of a mess. Like Trueham's supposed to be sleeping with my pawn because they're in a relationship with each other. And that's just because we barely even got into the sky with this thing today, so. There. And I'm not the only one who's in this situation. So Tiny, you're also in a relationship, right? Yes, with Shinohiwa. Well, you two. Let's put you together again. There, Shinohiwa. Pokegamer was single, I believe. Manly Mutt was single. Cotton Dude was in a relationship, though. Where is he? There. Cotton Dude's in a relationship with Simo. Okay. So Simo Bishop. Shinohima there. Okay, on to the opposite side here. Muka, I think, was in a relationship as well. With Sistra. Okay. Let's put Sistra and you together again. So, who else is here? Sephiroth is single, I know that. Gobs, are you still single? Wouldn't think so. Nope. Beer, Wine, Spirits, and Gobs are together. So many people on this list there. Super great. Are you in a relationship? Or what about Peanut? Peanut's easy to find because they're melee, so they're on the left-hand side up here. Nope, you're single. Okay. What about you, Diz? Are you in a relationship? Nope. What about Murloc? Murloc, where are you? Shit. There. I have a father and a grandmother whom you will probably never see again. Doesn't seem like we're got a few people that don't have any bedrooms whatsoever. Possibly because some of the people in actual relationships started using up all the bed spaces. Well, so who was it again? It was Murloc, right? No, not Murloc. Oh god, just Agony is still on the planet somewhere. We never went to save them. Well. Spooner Tongue is not in a relationship. Very Nasty is not in a relationship. So it's Cyber Fatty and Rat Best are in a relationship. If I can find them. Okay. Well, we've got some stream raiders though, so let's pop on over and see. Hey, I didn't have to reload for once. We're on a brand new map with 25 units placed. Let's get this fucking started with some haste here. Some wisps, dream hunters, giant ice golems, and some nightmares. Nightmares. They're getting fucking wrecked. Yeah, communication, you have a pretty good KD ratio. Or not KD, at least a good K ratio. Who is getting like more kills this round though? As well. You, Diz, and communication are all like up there. Good job, you guys. And Moohoo, you get some flag bearer scrolls. Cool. Well, let's move on to this one. Okay, so it is getting later in the day. How long have I even been streaming? 9.5 hours. Okay. Enemies will be revealed over time, so let's put down a mage. Put down some vibes for y'all. I'll be back in Rimworld. After it decides to respond again. Okay. So we've got the shuttle bay now. Interesting. How does that work? I mean, because this doesn't fit over here. Is this the part where I need to Google this? Rimworld, save our ship to SRTS. It's compatible. You're able to fly to and from your space station. None of the ships use a landing bay, so you can pick where you land in space. Warning. Yeah, so they need EVA gear. Well, it's a bit of an annoying implementation, but it is what it is, I suppose. So the idea is literally that you put them outside like this, and then they just float in space around your ship, I guess. And then these shuttle bays are literally just for the shuttles, nothing else. Does it mean if I go in here, is there a shuttle? There's a shuttle bay. Heavy cargo shuttle. So I guess it's for this one that you then put on top of it. But yeah, I want this functionality, but with the rest of the things, because this is annoying. And I want to be able to land the SRTS inside somehow. But I guess that's not allowed. So we'll have to do some wacky ass workarounds to make that work. I guess we'll have like a space around here where we can have the SRTS planted indefinitely. Bit of a bummer. Yeah, something like this. I mean, I know it doesn't technically need this much space, but if we don't give it at least for the graphic part of it the space it needs, it will annoy the shit out of me. Then we technically only need one, but I want to keep this ship's symmetrical in shape, so though we might not want to use this space for an SRTS, then that does still mean that I need to assign the space for it. Oh, but this is a problem now, isn't it? Because so this is what I mean, which is annoying about it. It needs to be a one-way room where you put ever you want to put this thing in. Because if you don't, it becomes a like a, what do you call it? Transit hub, I guess, for foot traffic on the ship. And you don't want your pawns randomly going in and out into the void, right? Because they get all kind of injuries. So in other words, the only way that you can feasibly have these then is by putting them in one-way rooms. So down at the end of a doorway, then the only thing in there would be a ship and no other entry point. Which is a little bit problematic given the design of the ship at the moment, to be honest. Because we would basically need to put it up here then, as opposed to what I was thinking. And even this won't be good, actually. Just like this. 1, 2, 3. Because I want to have like a hallway going up past the ship as well. Well, this is something I do hope that they do fix at some point. then we can like use hull corners to make this a little bit more neat, I suppose. I think that's probably what I'm gonna do at least. Just to make a little bit more use out of the space, so to speak. Okay, don't want to get ahead of myself though. We have this salvage bay that we also need to try out. So... attack medium bioship. Oh, we can attack the... oh, okay. The bioship is still here. But the other ship is gone. Ship battle. Okay. I also noticed now that the SRTS is just barely within the shield, maybe. Not the best, but it would be okay. So... let's just use this cannon again because it seemed to work well last. Okay, this looks interesting. So where's the bridge? They have a shield gen. And a couple of people on board too, actually. They have a frigging bazooka in a spaceship. Who does that? Crazies. They do also have some actual turrets. But yeah, where is the freaking bridge anyway? I don't seem to be able to find a bridge anywhere, so what do we aim for? I guess we can just aim for the fucking shield gen. So what about all the other cannons? Are they gonna shoot automatically, or do we also have to like micromanage these? So we also have all these railguns here. We've got lasers here and a huge large railgun there. And plasma turrets. Because they're shooting us now as well. Oh, get fucking wrecked. So we've got the laser turrets that are supposed to, like, as far as I know, protect our ship as like a point defense thing if we set it up against torpedoes, but oh, jeez. Oh boy, that's a little bit laggy, isn't it? Maybe this part is where TTK would break if someone were to like buy things while you're in ship combat like this. I could see why that would be a problem, because you technically have two different maps active very frequently that way. So I guess raids wouldn't really work the same way anymore. Jeez. So you can't like tell them all to stop shooting? Or maybe they do that automatically. So ship battle 1, with the destruction of its control system, the enemy ship has been reduced to a derelict. It will re-enter the atmosphere and so forth. So I take it these guys won't shoot at us anymore? So salvage enemy ship, how does that work? Okay, so that's how the salvage bay thing works. It just comes in as like a drop pod. That's pretty cool. Then having that up here would actually make way more sense than... So we can deconstruct this and then build it up in the corner maybe, and then use the rest of the space for something else that we can also make use of. That was pretty dope. It's a little bit more of a like fight without being too scary. Well, we can start building up this space around here. Maybe just this one. Then what about this end? Because that way we can get a little more use out of the space that this ship does not occupy. Use it for like building some turrets or something. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, the shuttle bay is gone. Now we can replace that with one of these. Then we can have like hydroponics trays or any excess crafting stations, maybe even the refinery things, put them down here. Just to clear up the space in this place up here. And then I guess we can have the rec room on one side maybe, and have a hospital on the opposite. That might work. We can use this for hydroponics or growth zones as well. That's what I'm thinking. What the fuck? Oh.
An air fleet burned to death. Oh, because it's like ridiculously hot in here. I see. So that tells me that we need more cooling units. Good to know. Well, I kind of expected something like that would happen. Burning hot in here. Then the question is, how many walk-in freezer units do you guys think is required to cool down this area? Well, let's try with 2 more. See how that goes. The problem is the air fleets are very vulnerable to taking any kind of damage. They being flammable creatures as well means that they burn up very easily. Okay, that tells me that we also need to get, like, I can't put this off anymore. All the air fleets that we get need to be called. Regardless. However, the colossal air fleets we have are going to be fine. They're a separate type of creature, if you will. How many of these do we even have? I can't remember. Yeah, we can't get these naturally, so... Raising. Oh yeah, zone for slaughtering. That might be useful. Do we do it in the freezer or out here though? Yeah, let's do it in the freezer. Just in this area, because then even if we don't care to haul them directly to storage afterwards, they're at least in the freezer and won't deteriorate. Gonna set up some of these creatures. Oh yeah, the Druosaurus as well. Let's keep 3 males and 7 females. Well, I guess we don't really have to manage the mobile assemblers. It's not like... Yeah, don't butcher excess livestock. But we can technically set them to be in the grazing area always. Might as well. Then there's the rest of all these. Not too sure what to do about these guys. So what we're having here again, those were those Arcolope thingies. Auto hauler broken. What? Oh, temperature regulation failure. Oh, it's because it's... Oh. Fuck. I know what's going on. Well, shit. It's because this
entire ship has not been considered home area since I disabled that option for our main base back way when. And as such, no one has been firefighting all this time, which is why this entire thing is on fire at the moment. Good thing a good portion of the ship doesn't have the capability of catching fire. Still though, this is not good, because it doesn't make it any cooler in here. Yeah, let's get some aircon pipes into this ship. Oh, that also explains why all the things that have been dropping on the floor have not automatically been reallowed. Huh. Well, that makes sense. Although it being very annoying, it does at least make sense. Just some chocolate lying there, all of a sudden. Okay. So, something we could probably end up using a lot of is the stuff for the transparent roofing. Because it's 50 steel and 10 synthread now. Steel is not an issue, but synthread is. I do at least want to have this entire area of like this glass roofing. Or is it just synthread? It is. Not the most expensive stuff, but pretty handy. We have another hostile ship that's detected. It happens very frequently. I like that. Pretty good. Still have some people sleeping on the floors though, which I would like to avoid if I can. But I have a feeling that's not going to happen anytime soon. Forgotten and Super Grape are in a relationship, so I can add Super Grape. Forgotten over here. The Forgotten. There. There's at least one less person to sleep on the floor. What about you, Papa Race? Are you in a relationship with someone? No. Yeah, it does tell me that we need more beds. More bedrooms. Oh my god, Cap. Jeez. I have no... Oh god. Okay, I have no idea what's gonna happen now. Hey Cap, and hey Papa Race, I was actually just talking about your pawn. You're still alive. We are in space though. So I don't know what's gonna happen if you try and do this. So you'll be amongst the first to figure out, I guess. How you guys doing? Catalame is a pretty awesome streamer. Also streams from Rimworld, like myself. And he also likes to do some pretty crazy colonies with like... Well, actually just go over and see, you'll figure it out on your own. But yeah, I have no idea what's gonna happen, Cap. Did you have a good stream? Yeah, you can try and type in exclamation mark join rate, but I have no idea what's gonna happen if it carries out. Because if you spawn in space without EVA gear, you might not even make it to the ship. Good stream. Oh, that's good to hear. Are you still doing a 1.2 colony? Or have you taken the dip? Oh, you're off to work. Okay, then I won't bother you with questions. Enjoy work as much as you can. 1.3. Okay. Well, I'm sure I'll get a chance to chat with you about that sometime. Yeah, see you around, Cap. Also, obviously, your audience can fill me in on what you guys have been up to. If they are interested in that, naturally. But yeah, we've made it into space with our not quite finished spaceship, but it's doing the job at the moment. Toolkit, but no puppeteer. Huh. Okay. Well, puppeteer doesn't do that much of a difference. I think Toolkit is more substantial, but okay. Fixing mods and growing foodstuff, spending 43,000 coin on a throne you can't use shit. Oh man, like I've also got a throne on here that's really expensive, which is just sitting in a box somewhere. Because I didn't have the space on the surface of the planet to build a throne room onto the ship. But slowly just been learning how to use SOS. Yeah, as expected. Oh, you guys are actually... Oh god, this is not... Oh no. Oh no. Oh god, okay. I might have to disable toolkit raids. Huh. Yeah, I'll have to actually, so I can't even do it here. I would actually have to, god. Well, this is your raid. At least it generated, but these guys don't know what to do about the pathfinding out here. So, huh. And in case you're wondering what that dance they're doing is, it's because they're dying of hypoxia, aka, yeah, they're in space. Oh man, and these are even the feral, so they have like all kinds of wacky things. Why couldn't these just spawn on the fucking ground when they had the chance? Well, yep, that's the thing. I am not going to mess with those. But yeah, we're doing Rimworld today with Save Our Ship and also Stream Raiders, as you could hear in case you're familiar with that jingle. Which, actually, let's go over and see what's going on. We have 18 units placed. Okay, so crystal scorpion burrows and warriors and all kinds of things. Not entirely sure what the game plan here is. They seem to have a lot of units. I don't know. I'm gonna try putting down this curse and see if it's gonna do us any good, but I doubt it. I feel like the curse is just way too bad. Just trying to solo them out. What will we make it? We have 13, 12, 11 units.
Although we're taking them out, they still have these huge motherfuckers over there. Come on, we can do it. If we can take down these guys, we might have a good chance. Oof. We've got some big units left, but damn, those enemies spawning in are a little bit of a pain in the ass. Can we do this? I think we can do this. Come on. Ow. Those freaking sound effects. The Wilhelm scream. Okay, just barely gonna have the music loop. And it's taken out. Oof. That was only just barely though. So Mover, you get some flag bearer skulls, and Villadora, you get some gold. Moving on though, can we... Okay, I think this is gonna be possibly the last one for today. So it's been a long stream. And I don't want to overdo it. We've got some treasure chests and some high levels. Okay. Well, since this is the last one for today, I might as well pop down my big guy. Or at least the one that looks really big. There we go. You can join in if you want, all you people that came over from Cap's stream as well. But for the time being, we're back to Rimworld. So yeah, we have our vibranium coated ship here with all the facilities almost that you would need. We have a kitchen slash hospital over here because we ran out of space. We have a crafting facility over here for just the most important things. We have a fridge area on this wing where we're storing all of our food, or most of it anyway. We have a dining area here in the middle, all with fancy advanced chairs and stuff. We do have personal bedrooms, though they're all carbon copies this time around, apart from a few differences in certain instances. And they're very cramped, but it does the job. Feet slipping on the floor. And in the middle of the ship here, we actually have a water treatment plant from Dub's Bad Hygiene because I didn't know at that point that the life support system itself provided and cleaned water. So this is just extra capacity and stuff, and I think we actually need to expand on the life support system because this water container, the amount of water has been slowly going down, so we're using more than we're producing at least. And then the ship is running off 2 hexagel core reactors from alpha animals and 3 ship fission reactors, amongst a bunch of these venometric power cells that are scattered around the ship, mostly to the rear though. And currently we have a couple of engines, nuclear engines, that can drive us forward. And we do have the capability of going into going to a different planet, but not entirely until we get enough auto-eject cryptosleep caskets, that is. Because we did not have room for those either. So on the agenda is that we need to improve our food production facilities, and I guess now also our water production facilities slash air, because it's life support, so it's technically both. We need to improve the situation for our animals because they're all like cramped up in this little area up here. And I want to give them a bit more space to roam. Okay, and it seems like we got almost the space for a SRTS here built. And that is just like an exterior like cutout here, so this is all gonna stay outside like in vacuum because that's how SRTS functions apparently. And then I just did like some funky shaping to try and save a little bit of space without compromising on design too much. But yeah,
Oh yeah, and then finally we have the storage room in the very center of the ship. Or I guess the center of the ship is relative, isn't it? So, well, since that raid was a bust, oh, this is a destroyer. Okay. Let's see if we can't take out another ship. Now that I've built some more walk-in freezer units for our cooling facilities, because we have these heat sinks here. Mage Mike gave me a follow. Oh, thank you for that. Much appreciated. I've noticed your name from some other people's streams, so you're not completely new to me. But good to have you here. But yeah, we have these freezer units here that should help cool down the heat sinks. It was a bit of a problem in the last battle, but we'll see if this is going to be an issue as well. I'm liking these ship battles, though. They're kind of cool. I'm just so relieved that at least to some degree this whole ship thing is actually working out. Like, I can't even get over that whole fuck. This is much bigger than I thought it would be. Holy shit. This is pretty sizable. They've got these large heat sinks all in the middle here for cooling. Damn. Yeah, more thermal conduits. They're just going down the full length of the ship, huh? And they're sleeping in hyperweave bedrolls? Wait, what? The fuck is that about? They've got these perch pods, okay. So they've got capacitors on either side, which we could target, but they have how many? 2 energy shields? Okay. Main armaments seem to be around this place, and they're large plasma turrets. What are the range on these things again? Use up to medium range. And it seems like most of their turrets are all plasma, so we could technically try and just stay at long range and use our railguns against them. That will work. It's a little bit like a Star Destroyer Venator class, I guess. And no other surprise turrets. I mean, we have these on hot points, but that's like for local defense, I presume, because that's what it seems to be in our own case. Oh, so this is how they're venting all their fucking heat. These are all ship radiators. Okay. So we have 2 options. We can either go for their front. We would have to go for their rear ship generator, shield generator, because that's the one that's covering everything that's vital. So we could go for the capacitors and stuff and just kill their energy production, maybe. Okay. So, weapons. Oh, okay. So you select the weapons and then you do set force target. I guess we can just target down on this fucking shield generator right here. Get that out of the way first. Obviously we will need to be in range, but the question is, should we just maintain? So let's try and maintaining. Okay, they're shooting at us. What are they shooting with? These things? The railguns? Oh, they also have railguns. Oh, they don't have a mirrored ship. I totally missed out on that. Right. Okay. Hey Rose, how's the colony? We're doing a space fight.
Don't know what you want to do with that, banana. Do we need to get into like close range or something? Oh god. Think about that. Because why are our turrets like only doing one salvo? Is it because they have such a long cooldown? Yes, it is. Okay. What do you mean, Moo? Not you again. That's not what I meant to say. That I hope that didn't came across that way. That would be sad. Yeah, you haven't been here in a while. Okay, so we're sending out projectiles now as well, but we're also getting hit. Oh shit. That's one shield that's down. It's just you, okay. Well, this is not good. Oh, these... I have no idea how these guys are even doing at this point, right? So I can't even see the temperature inside anymore. Got a lot of stored heat, but maybe not enough. Well, let's try and advance then. I did make a save. This doesn't help us now, banana. We're in it. Yeah, our heat is like high. Kind of expected that. Final Fantasy 14 for 5 hours last night on stream. Okay. How come everyone's like playing that all of a sudden? I don't like this. Oof. Trying to play some more on Tuesday. Okay. It's the MMO, right? So. Jeez. Okay, I think this destroyer is gonna kick our ass. Because we have one like energy shield up at the remaining end. We're taking a beating. Well, good thing I popped down and save, I guess. Yeah, shield's broken due to lack of heat capacity. This doesn't look good, guys. Their shield is still up. Because we could technically go in with the SRTS and just attack them from within. Do they even have like an exterior door that you can get into? I don't think so. What's up with these ship designs and not having like external doors to get in with? How does that even work? Yeah, they have these things here. It helps them cool down the ship. Yeah, we're not winning this fight, I don't think. Well, we'll see what happens. Could technically retreat, but I don't think we would manage to get out in time. Damn. Oh my god, we finally took down the freaking shields. Okay, but we're like a bit worse for wear than they are. Yowzers. So. Wait, what? Their shield is up again? Or is it just... No, it's just a visual. We might win. You think so? How would we win at this point though? Because they're still pelting us with all kinds of ammunition here. They're like so far in on the middle of the ship, there's no way we can hit them. So like, at most we can take out these exterior turrets and that's it. Like the ship hull has hardly even taken any damage. But our cannons do a lot of damage, but it takes a while to cut in through the fucking thing. And meanwhile, they're out here like they've destroyed one of our hexagel reactors. Most of our engines, including our Johnson Tanaka drives. We've got like ships floating off into space. So we've got like hull breaches all over the place. You know, we might win, but at what cost? Because the ship bridge is right here, so... I don't think there's any way. Sister died because of a burn. Yeah, I'm just gonna load a save. I don't want to watch the rest of this. So destroyers are pretty badass in comparison to what we are. We're like dog shit. So we gotta work a bit on our ship before we can do something like that. Pro streamer. Well, Muhu, I've never been to space in Saber ship, so what the fuck do I know? But yeah. So, that was a thing. It was an interesting experience, though. But I'm not gonna fucking... Not an IRL either. God. But yeah, I'm not gonna kill the colony just because of one encounter that we can't win because I didn't know better. Like imagine if you were playing on no scum save mode right now and it was a hardcore colony, right? You would never see any action because I wouldn't risk anything then. Sure you are. Don't even know what you're trying to say, Muhu. Pro streamer? Or what are you talking about? But yeah, we need some more fucking cannons and stuff. And heat sinks, as Banana Move pointed out. Yes, Banana, I got it. I got the point. Gonna lose your calling to something you didn't know about. No. Why do you think I save so often? So we can use these things to cool down the ship, which might be more useful than the other thingies. Can at least try. We do have the benefit though that our ship's made out of vibranium, but even that has its limits, right? So but it is interesting though that these heat sinks were like so overheated and they couldn't get rid of the heat, I suppose, is what happened. Like this. Yeah, pretty much. And then they have like an upper capacity on how much heat they can like absorb, if you will. Also, firing your own weapons produces heat as well. So it's not just about sucking up damage, but also causing it. It's a week till your birthday, so that's cool. Well, how old are you? No, I won't ask that. I was just about to ask the questions you don't ask. What I should be asking is, are you going to celebrate it with someone? I suppose. That seems like a bit more of a fitting thing to ask. The best defense is more offense. Well, to a certain degree, you're right. It's coming up quick though. Okay. Well, you better figure it out soon then, lest you regret it later. Yeah. What's this Rimworld music? I don't think I've ever heard some of these tracks I've been hearing today before ever. So I guess they're like Saber ship specific? Could that be a thing? Are we gonna do heat sinks on both sides here? Cause fuck that. We don't want to lose. We are approaching the end of the stream today though. But there is another day tomorrow for anyone who's interested in popping by.
Sister, can you even survive space? No, you cannot. Right? Or no, wait, you can. Because I gave you architect skin. By the way, Snowy, do you have... Does your pawn have some of those? Oh yeah, I gave your pawn architect skin and lungs, right. I gave some people that kind of stuff because then you can survive in the vacuum of space without a spacesuit requirement. Which is kind of neat considering there's not a lot of things you can use as spacesuits to begin with. Got forgotten here, our 91-year-old orc in space. Forced descent. Exiled Dawn will attack the crash shell. How do all these things even work when you're in space? I don't even... I guess this doesn't really matter because will we even be doing any quests anymore? I don't think so. I have a feeling that Saber ship maybe is better suited for just like a Saber ship specific run where you don't do like a lot of other mods involved. Because it does seem like it doesn't really integrate well with a lot of things. And the time it takes you to get into space, even though as they say, oh, you can technically do it very early on now, is still several, you know, hundreds of hours into a playthrough when you're doing just a couple of mods. Okay, a lot of mods. So... not quite sure. Yeah, and this purple dragon here is being used outdoors and it doesn't have... See, this is the thing, I can install architect lungs, but not the skin on these dragons for some reason. I'm not allowed to. I was at some point with my Xenobionic Patcher, but for some reason I'm not anymore. And I don't know why, because I didn't change anything to my knowledge. Which makes it a little bit strange, right? We can at least move some of these rec room things out of this area up here so it becomes less cluttered. And I think I want to recreate these things down here. Unfortunately, you cannot move them, so we will have to actually rebuild them. That's okay. We can manage. But yeah, it is an interesting prospect of building a ship and flying around, but I just wish that it was more compatible with a lot of other things, like being able to make your animals capable of going into space, because to my knowledge, there's nothing in Saber ship that allows you to do that beyond getting like animals like the Archothrambos and such, which are naturally capable of going into space. Which obviously is suboptimal, right? It doesn't really It's not really what you want. Let's put it like that. Because the architect skin does exactly that. Allows you to be in space with a set of architect lungs, but even then in normal playthrough you wouldn't be able to apply those without a separate mod that allows for you to do so. Just removing a lot of the viability of doing many things. Yeah, we're probably gonna keep running out of vibranium at this rate. What? Oh. I have a feeling that is because I reloaded a save. It's kind of a moot point anyway. Oh well. We've got tomorrow. I will be putting down a save. And then we will do stream raiders and then find someone to raid for today. So 20 units. Okay, so we're spread out a little bit out here. Okay. Well, I'll put down some haste for you guys in the middle. And we'll take on these golems and hopefully succeed. Oh, we also got units in the top. Oh my god, there's just stuff going on everywhere. Okay, we took out the big golems, but I lost my guy in the process. But you guys can do the rest. Assuming you don't get stuck in there. Why is this chest in an inaccessible location? What the heck? Oh, that's so silly. Okay, so we've got those elementals there, and these spirituals over here. And you guys did an excellent job at keeping us alive. So, the last reward for today goes to Muhu, a barbarian scroll. And that is it for Rimworld today and the stream in general. So let's see, Twitch. Who do we have? Anyone on here? We've got Tumbling Satellite, Leader. Haven't rated Teardoll yet, which I kind of think I should do. I think I've rated Leader and Tumbling Satellite more times at this point. Apparently, me and DBS Gaming are the only ones that are actually in Puppeteer too. Interesting, but they are playing Rimworld though. So they're doing 1.3 quality of life stuff. Well, should we go to Teardoll at least?
Well,
let's see. And thank you for joining the stream today, everyone who dropped by and everyone who dropped by earlier and so forth. It's been a blast. I do look forward to playing 1.3 proper and stuff, but it's gonna take a while, so do be patient with that. But I hope you guys are not burned out by the time I get around to it. So anyways, check you all later and have a good one, alright? It's Raiden. Thanks for the stream. Yes.
kitty kitty. Come here, you big boy. I'm getting raided again.